back at the past, but we're going to start looking forward to crowning a new world champion here in Yokohama. I'm joined by Scott, Aaron, and Rosemary. Guys, thank you for booking it over here after what was a pretty incredible last Swiss round of the day. How are we feeling? Don't say exhausted. I know that already.
No comment then.
I took away your one word.
Yes.
Okay, Rose?
Exhilarated?
I'll take exhilarated. I like that one.
That's close.
Yeah.
Just a couple word, letters off.
Yeah, we've got the thesaurus out and we're putting in work. Scott, you've been able to chill with me, but how do you feel after watching it backstage?
Well, I have a calm mind after that one, just like Griselia.
Ooh, that's a nice one. Look,
Are you a
Scott's-
Dragapult now? You clear? Pokedex joke.
It's got clear body, it makes total sense, and it's our producer's favorite too, so you knew it was going to be on the list.
Yeah, well, we all got it wrong, so anyway.
Come on, everybody knows that. Alas, we are going to be having a bit of a preview here of what's coming up for Top Cut. We got a lot to cover because we got a lot of players in this Top Cut. There has been some fantastic matches over the course of the weekend. I don't think we've had a bad one today. I think that's a pretty fair statement to make. Honestly, let's just dive right in. Let's take a look at the 26 players that will be duking it out for the title of World Champion. These are the only ones left who have a chance to claim it. This is in no particular order. I do want to cover that. This is sort of in the order that they made it through and punched their ticket. As we saw it, we popped it on. Some of the players we saw earlier, some of them we saw pretty recently. 26 fantastic names there, guys. First thoughts?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good about my Japan prediction. Awful lot of really strong players from that region and from all over the world. I think when you were talking earlier, maybe Europe didn't get enough attention because, I mean, I don't know if there's anyone from Europe that like shocks me to be on this list, but like nearly all of the players that I thought from Europe who had a decent shot at it did make it to the top cut.
Oh, like Alex Gomez, recent IC champion. I mean, they put up some big names there. Alex Gomez, Michael Kelch, Victor Medina, who had a fantastic run at NAIC as well. Moving over to the other side, Marco Hermantha Caladura Silva in there, Federico Camporesi, Leonardo Bononomi, just names we've seen at these huge events. Anthony Luizzo, Matty Morgan, a name that just keeps cropping up, making it into Top Cut. Nikolaj Hoj Nelson as well, making it there. So plenty of names, old and new, mixing it up for Europe.
I think, honestly, what also kind of jumps out to me is not even just the familiarity of the European names, but let's talk about the players that are from the United States, North America. I had it on my predictions that North America would win the entire thing. I really believe that North America has had a lot of chances to prove itself, but has also shown just so much evolution in how they've approached this game over the course of the season. They're looking strong heading into the World Championships.
It's been a pretty interesting one. We can actually get into a little bit of the numbers game, one of my favorite things. Scott and I have already done some quick maths today.
Hit us with it.
And we can break down by region who is being represented in this one. We looked at the 26, and there's your split. North America.
Wow, that is so...
Whoa.
Feels so even.
Only at 7, so slightly behind, but big names representing North America.
On nous montre un petit peu les représentants au niveau de chaque continent. On voit qu'il y a 7 joueurs nord-américains, 10 joueurs européens et 9 joueurs japonais. Et par contre, on n'a pas de joueurs d'Amérique du Sud, par exemple, ou d'Océanie.
I love to see the split between these really old veterans. I think Emilio's a player that's been playing for over a decade, for example. And then you've got guys like Abdullah and Neo who just started playing in the last season or two, and they are here in their first World Championship Top Cut. I think when we think about Worlds and we specifically think about who is going to win the tournament, every world champion has really been a seasoned veteran for really the last decade, right? Like, we haven't really had a brand new player come up and just win the entire tournament, but Abdullah, a player from North America, Canada specifically, played lights out earlier today. I played against him a few months ago in the Vancouver Regional Championships. That was his first tournament ever, and I was like, I've never played against a new talent like this before. So my question is, can we actually see someone brand new rise to the top, not a player that's been playing for a long time? Because I think that would be incredible.
My question is why not, right?
Why not?
Why
Yeah.
is that not possible? This year has been all about it. In North America in particular, 3 regionals taken down by brand new. Well, I guess when you look at like Justin Tang's second, does it count as a new player? I'm going with
said
yes.
It counted.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm going yes. Like, that makes sense to me. So that one's pretty interesting, but it is the smallest represented region, right? It's got a little bit more work to do. I think you're right, Aaron. The players that are representing it are the best of the best of the best, and it's pretty interesting. Europe did feel a bit behind, but it's now got the most numbers. Where are they coming from?
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have been so surprised after the North America International Championships, right? Where I felt like I was smugly talking about how many North American players are doing so well at that tournament for like 90% of the time, and then we get to Top Cut, it's like, oh no, I see where it's coming here, and it's probably not going to be a North American victory. Two players who faced in the semifinals of that tournament and had to knock one another out, or both made it to the Top Cut of this tournament. And yeah, it's just a scary group of players, right? Where I don't think I would be surprised if any of the European.
Désolé Waluigi, je m'étais légèrement absenté. Tu me confirmes qu'on n'a toujours pas eu les appariements pour le Top Cut d'afficher, hein?
Pour l'instant, je ne les vois pas, effectivement. Je ne sais pas vraiment comment ils vont procéder, s'ils vont enchaîner d'autres rondes suisses jusqu'à se retrouver à un certain nombre de joueurs. Ils vont sûrement nous expliquer un petit peu comment ça va se passer.
The names are quite serious names in there. There's a mix of names I recognize from previous years, names that have been popping up this year for winning huge events. Those 9, I mean, it's not as much as Europe, but it still feels scary.
I think the 3 that I'm looking at in particular are Kaito Ari, who is the Japanese national champion, and there is this trend that in odd years of VGC, the Japanese national champion ends up just winning the World Championship or making it to the finals. The Japanese national champions are so good at this game. We also have Hirofumi Kimura, who is a 2-time Japanese national champion. When he went to Worlds in 2018, didn't do super well in day 2, then comes back in 2019 and almost.
Et si jamais certains d'entre vous viennent nous rejoindre, c'est donc la fin des rondes suisses pour ce jour 2, et nous allons bientôt entamer les phases à élimination directe, avec 26 joueurs retenus pour ce top cut, dont un Français, Anthony Liuzzo, qui est encore en lice en catégorie Master. Et nous sommes avec vous depuis 2 heures du matin, donc excusez-nous si par moment nous montrons quelques signes de fatigue. Si certains souhaitent nous poser des questions, n'hésitez pas à nous adresser vos questions sur le chat ou via le salon discussion sur notre Discord. Et également, je rappelle aux professeurs de la communauté que il y a un salon vocal professeur, et que s'ils souhaitent nous prêter main forte et venir épauler Waluigi pour la fin des commentaires de ce jour 2, il leur suffit de se connecter sur ce salon vocal pour prendre part aux commentaires. Nous risquons, Damien et moi, nous allons devoir, Damien et moi, nous absenter à un moment, puisque aujourd'hui, ce sont notre Magikarp célèbre ses 3 ans, et donc je continuerai d'assurer la régie de cette retransmission, mais je ne pourrai pas forcément, ni Damien, venir épauler Waluigi pour les commentaires, qui a eu une très longue nuit et qui fait un travail époustouflant, et nous l'en remercions. Donc si un autre professeur, au moins un, veut venir épauler Waluigi pour ne pas qu'il soit tout seul pour la fin de cette diffusion, ce serait vraiment gentil.
And some of their teams is going to be really helpful. But I do want to shout out, if I hadn't already committed, I think I'd be very, now that the top cut players are face up, the European roster looks really good. I will not be surprised if that's why I'm wrong.
You are not allowed on the fence, Scott. The fence is not your seat. You have to choose one. You're sticking with Japan, right?
Absolutely.
All right, Aaron.
I think I was definitely on the Japan train, and I still am, but there's one player in particular from Europe that I think will take it on. That's Alex Gomez. I think he is one of the biggest veterans in the scene. He has top cut the World Championships multiple times. The last time he top cut was top 8 back in 2019, and he had top 8 in the seniors division back in 2014 as well. This man was almost going to retire from the game after Worlds last year after he was eliminated, but he came back full force this season. think he basically made day 2 at every single tournament that he attended, went to NAIC, was really confident there, won the entire tournament. I was talking to him yesterday, and he said, I feel really good about this. This is my Worlds. And when you think about, once again, the players that have won Worlds, I feel like to get to the very, very top, the ones with the experience often do manage to take the entire thing. And I think Alex has maybe more experience than any other player in this field other than, I'd say, Emilio. Both of those players started playing around like 2011, 2012. But I'm going to bet on Alex for this one. And so EU specifically because of Alex.
It's a bold prediction. I give you a whole region to choose and you just pick one player. That's big, Aaron. I respect that one.
Go big or go home, right?
Oh,
True.
Okay. The world's mentality from Aaron. I like that a lot. Rose, you're up. What do you got?
I gotta stick to what I said before, North America. I really think that North America, this is their year to be able to shine. I think a lot of players eat, sleep, breathe playing Pokemon in North America, and I think a lot of players that you do see on that list not only were huge contenders in the day 2 race we had in North America, which was super intense this year, but also they just have been able to put up consistent top performances no matter what stage they have been on. But I'm also with Aaron on this one. I think if there is going to be a region to get an upset here, it would be Europe. I don't want to confidently put all of my eggs into the Alex Gomez basket. I think that's a little bit too hardcore for me. But I do think that out of all the regions, we have seen Europe just step up in such a big way. And because of players like Alex Gomez, like Eric Rios, that bring a ton of experience to the table, and the grassroots support that we see Europe have, I think that makes a very compelling and strong argument that Europe is very set up with practice in Regulation D to take the World Championships.
So I was kind of curious because all of our answers sort of a theme there. Would everyone agree that of all the regions competing today, that Europe impressed us the most relative to what we expected to happen today in this tournament?
That's a great way to put that.
That's actually an interesting question because I think North America, I really wasn't sure how they'd perform here. And to Rose's point, yeah, a lot of those day 2 players, I think it's really easy to get burnt out from the day 2 race, especially North America this year. All those players attended so many tournaments, maybe even double digits, right? Like 3 different internationals, probably 6+ regionals as well. I think one of the most difficult things about competing in a whole circuit of Pokemon, especially now that it's a whole year, is that you work so hard to get to Worlds, but then a lot of times it's really easy to burn out right before Worlds, get really frustrated. And this is a brand new format as well. You know, those players who were playing in day 2 had built up a lot of experience playing in Reg C specifically. So honestly, even though North America has the least out of all 3, I think to their credit, I was very impressed that the best players, especially players like Joseph Ugarte and Emilio Forbes, performed. I think Japan, everyone expected to do well, but yeah, for Europe to be have more players than NA and Japan in this top cut, I agree. I probably would not have bet on that. I would have bet on Japan having the most players.
It sounds to me like we got a couple of fence sitters and then Aaron pinning his hopes on one player. So not sure if the predictions are particularly conclusive right now. I'm not going to wade in because I'm actually going to bring you guys some additional evidence to maybe change your mind.
Okay.
We've obviously been going through a bunch of fantastic games, and I want to start things off by looking at one North American player in particular. Really impressed me. I think we'll be able to take a little look back. For me, it's Abdullah. We talked about it a little bit earlier, being able to, take down a really big opponent. His opponent, Mao, actually ended up in top cut as well. But this set, one of the most fun sets I've talked about in a while. The pleasure of casting it with Ray. Game 1 did not go Abdullah's way, but game 2 and 3 definitely did.
To me, what was most impressive, and I played Abdullah at the Vancouver Regional Championship, his very first tournament. We played in day 2. It was the second round, and it was super close, but you couldn't tell that he was a rookie at all. Like, he was playing like a seasoned veteran. He read me like a book, and essentially, I think what I was really impressed with is his mental game in particular. I think that was showed in this set. When I played Abdullah, he essentially missed a rock slide on turn 1 that would have just won him the game immediately, but he didn't tilt. Like, I was amazed at the fact that he had so much mental composure, especially for a new player, because I think that's one of the most difficult things about competitive Pokemon, and he kicked my butt, and I was like, this guy is special. And this set, his risk versus reward, knowing when to make these really crazy reads to get back into the game, especially in game 2 when he just went for a nasty plot with Golden Go in front of a Landorus, gets it right, and just wins him the game, it's incredible.
I liked as well, we talk about the mental. Ray was saying, I think Amoonguss is pretty good here. And if you're making the same call going into game 2 as Ray Rizzo, you're definitely on the right page, right? Like, that's a world champion level decision.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by him as a player. I was kind of remembering back to the Vancouver Regionals too, where I was trying not to too openly, shamelessly root for Aaron there, and I saw a couple plays by Abdullah. I was like, oh crap! Like, I don't think this is going to work out the way that I want it to. Yeah, just so impressive for a first-year player. And another one, even though he's so new to the game, I think him winning this tournament would not be too surprising to anybody.
I would agree with that. I think when we take a look at all of the players that we've had a pleasure of watching this entire season, Abdullah has stood out. We talked so much about some of the newer competitors that have come into the North America scene, and that's also happened as well in Europe. And I think that across the board, we've said this throughout the 2023 season, the play has gotten so good. This is the highest level of competition that we've seen from VGC players in many, many years, and it's just going to get better and better.
I also want to call out, we looked at that replay, we obviously focused on Abdullah, but his opponent, Mal Harada, made it through to Top Cut too, so was able to bounce right back and make it through. I thought game one in that was really comprehensive, right? Being able to use that defensive terrestrialization on the Amoongus, which, yeah, Abdullah stole from him in game two and won the game off that too. But I thought he played really well in that. In game three, it was incredibly close. So I sort of got an eye on Mao as well for that one. Just like, oh, yeah, you lost to one of the best up-and-coming players, but you managed to bounce back and make it. Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned that Japan is maybe deeper than we're thinking.
I thought it was kind of cool looking at that match, too, and both of the players. It's one of the few times we saw, like, an Amoongus-based set. Such a Pokemon we used to seeing like just so much be so effective. I feel like especially in Regulation C, it was so effective and so difficult to knock off the field that we saw the poor Amoongus trying to knock one another out so frequently. But in this tournament, it's really not been such a big thing. It's a weird thing to think about, but I actually think today, Amoongus is a Pokemon you could use to differentiate yourself from your opponents a little bit, just because it doesn't have such a prominent place in the metagame anymore.
I mean, talk about Amoongus. How many different choices did we actually see on Amoongus? It's gone through so many different iterations of how it has evolved over the course of the season. Water Terra is very popular now, but also take a look at now we're seeing like Sludge Bomb with also a secondary choice in Leaf Storm as a source of damage to be able to cover for a bunch of different Terra options right now. That's really cool.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating because we've seen a lot of different Amoongus sets. We casted a Focus Sash set, with Sludge Bomb and Leaf Storm. Citrus Berry feels like it's really popped back a lot more specifically. Rocky Helmet feels like an item people were really using earlier on. Mentor Bay I feel like isn't really that existent with Taunt not being as prevalent. But I knew Leaf Storm Amoongus was already trending upwards, and we've seen a lot of it as well. But however, we've also seen the return of Pollen Puff, right? Like Pollen Puff, Spore, Rage Powder, Protect. That was the standard set that we saw previously. Now you can kind of interject Leaf Storm into it. I think at one point, like Clear Smog had really taken up, but that was in Regulation C, and with Dondozo really not existing in this format nearly as much. At least Dondozo with Tatsugiri, you can drop that Clear Smog now. And Leaf Storm into Urshifu, it's so weird seeing an Amoongus get a one-hit knockout onto Urshifu.
Oh, no, I love it. I'm a huge fan. I'm really enjoying the Leaf Storm. We're going to take a look at another player from Japan, though, who made it into the top cut here in Yosuke. Played a little bit earlier on the stream, and I think just another one of those games where you're like, oh, yeah, Japan's players are really, really tip-top when they get the ball rolling. I thought I've been impressed all day, so I think every round that we bring up and take a look back at, I'm just going to say I was impressed. Let's just use that as a blanket statement so we can move on going forward. But this game was really, really fun to see.
This
is the Amoongus.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. For context, this is turn one of the battle for those that may not have watched it. And Yosuke went for a Shadow Ball in front of an Inity Arm Rouge combination. Inity can go for Follow Me, redirect Shadow Ball away, and just take no damage. And went for Sludge Bomb. They basically perfectly calling out that Inity was going to go for Grass Terra and Follow Me. Like, that prediction is insane. It's so hard to make.
Oh, yeah, it's the hardest of reads.
Yes.
And I think backstage watching it, it genuinely took me a moment to process it. But when you're looking at top cut matches, when your tournament life is in a best of 3, sometimes that hard read could win you a game that you're sort of looking a little bit out of. And yeah, I was just impressed with the way that this whole set went. I mean, Amoongus being able to hold on there, just very smartly trained. Nice to see Ursaluna making it too, a Pokemon that I think many of us had sort of, I don't want to say ignored, but it put in work.
Well, I think this was the Ursaluna as well that wasn't next to the Cresselia. And so that was really cool to be able to see the Ursaluna standalone.
If I remember the team correctly, I think it was Flutter Amoongus, and then he had Cresselia in the back, so the idea was like pivoting out Cresselia next to the Ursaluna, which you use to reverse Trick Room potentially.
That's right. So I think
one of the questions I had going into this was, can Cresselia Ursaluna do well? And I think a lot of players thought Japan would be the region to lead that to the very top. If this man can predict like he did in that set, like he might just be world champion at the end of this. You're gonna have to get a lot of sets correct, but my goodness, the predictions were insane.
Yeah, I think that team archetype really needs it, right? Like I think we were all kind of expecting some amount of like the Japanese like Cresselia Ursaluna thing, but one of the problems with it in this format is just that you don't get clean setups really ever, right? And like I think with the power of terrestrialization, you know, most teams have the offensive option just to kind of like power through and deny your trick room by blowing up the trick room setter. So how do you play around that, right? And ironically, I guess he was on the other side of that game where like actually I'll shut down your trick room instead. But I think it's like the flexibility that really matters, right? It's a team that requires a lot of adaptability, and I think it's going to be really cool to see him execute it. We didn't talk about the last Pokemon. I think Torkoal was his last. I think the way the team is built is really interesting.
Alors, je viens de voir apparaître chez les juniors un classement en top 69 et également je viens de les classements pour les masters vont bientôt apparaître ainsi que chez les seniors a priori. Donc au niveau des juniors, Avery figure dans le top 22. Il est à la 22e place. Et donc il faudra voir s'il participe donc au match à élimination directe. Laszlo, notre junior français, n'est plus en lice depuis un moment, de même que notre joueur senior Bilal. Et voilà. Donc je vous redonne les nouvelles lorsque je vois les affichages être mis à jour pour les seniors et pour les masters.
The plaudits are all you need. The social media impressions have pleased Scott. All right, let's move on. Let's get to the region we haven't talked about yet. Let's get into Marco Hermantha Caladura Silva, a player that I've been consistently impressed with, and yeah, this was a great showing. You know, just being able to really start racking up those big wins when you need them most, and I mean his opponent in Shohei as well. It was just another fantastic set that we had today.
This man was #1 in championship points in the European region. He won the 2020 Oceania International Championships. Like, he is one of the players that have actually been around for a while, but came up from the seniors division, so slightly younger than some of the other players in Masters, and just performed tremendously. His run at OCIC, especially in that finals, was absolutely incredible. And I think what's so fascinating is he just brought the same kind of balance team. Like, that is a Reg C team, right? But he plays it so dang well, and might be just the best pilot of that team in the entire world.
Yeah, I'm really glad we get the chance to talk about him here. We talked about Alex Gomez. I think he deserves the hype we just gave him, but I think if someone else, to me, is a heavy favorite from the European region, yeah, I would be 0% surprised to be talking about him again tomorrow.
I feel like every time that he is in a tournament, too, like, he's always a favorite. It's just, he's just so consistently good at playing this game that it's never a surprise to see him at a top table.
It wasn't all plain sailing, though. It wasn't a 2-0. I mean, Shohei's also going to be in Top Cup with him. Took it to 3 games. There was a lot going on, but Chiyu just really causing some problems there at the end. Nice to see Shohei bounce back from it, though. I think that's a name that a few of us wanted to see make Top Cut. So another one of our late rounds where both trainers made it, and now we've got a little more information on them. I'm thinking, okay, they're another one you do not want to be going up against.
Yeah, I think the thing with Marco in that set that we just saw in particular was game 2. I believe he just got crit on a Moongus on the first turn and kind of just blew the game wide open. So one of the things is his team, of course, does have a lot of moves that can miss. There's the Heat Wave on the Chiyu, as well as the Overhealer's Thunder Wave on Gyarados, for example. So it is scary, but the nature of a balanced team like that, I feel like Marco just has more experience playing that than pretty much anyone else probably competing in Worlds, quite frankly. It's something like he had a lot of comfort with in Regulation C as well. So it's really cool that he's obviously made some adjustments for this format, but clearly is so comfortable with it.
I love it as a bet, right? Where, I mean, I think that probably even he would agree, right? That like maybe like the perfect team using the newly available Pokemon Regulation D's maximum power is a little bit higher, but he's gonna be like, okay, well, your team might have more power available to it, but I'm going to use what I have perfectly, so I dare you to play well enough for that power to actually make the difference.
It's been a fantastic showing from a number of players. We're going to keep bouncing around the regions. We're not going to double up. One that we saw early in the real early in the day, in maybe arguably the set of the day, it really set the tone for us, was of course that first matchup of the day, and you brought him up earlier. Emilio is a name that's been doing well at regionals, been going on nutty undefeated runs for some reason, and just being able to make it. I think Emilio versus Eric Rios, yes, this didn't go his way. Eric didn't make it into top cut, so Emilio, with this unique Bramblegast as well, is a name that I think a lot of people are going to have to be a little bit wary of if that's what they hit on the pairings.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we saw Emilio compete in the 2023 season, and even before that, looking back to his win at the Secaucus Regional Championships, he ended up going on something like a 35-37 Swiss round match win streak. And I thought that was incredibly impressive because, like, not only was his Secaucus run undefeated, but he did the same thing at Fresno as well. And just being able to have these consistent performances whenever he shows up is always super impressive. And with some more particularly interesting Pokemon, like the Bramblegast, but even one of the first players to make Glamora work.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of funny where in that match we saw on stream, he's got the Bramblegast. You have to face down the Air/Tornadus. I don't know if we saw any other ones on stream. It's kind of unlucky because that's the version of that Pokemon that's best into Bramblegast. So, of course, right, typical round one. I guess I'm half kidding, but I'm kind of wondering if the format of Worlds will work for or against him, right? He's in this single elimination stage longer than normal, so he's shown that he can go on these long undefeated streaks, so maybe it'll be good for him. But also, I think he's like comfortably the best Swiss player in North American history at this point. So maybe less of the tournament being Swiss is to his disadvantage.
Let it be known, I was one of Emilios's maybe 4 Swiss losses across 2022 and 2023, but the only reason I won was because I had a crazy strategy that he would have never seen coming, and now we're in open team sheets, so none of that can really surprise him. So, that being said, he is actually one of the most decorated veterans in this field. He started playing back in 2013 in the seniors division. I remember him and I actually competed against a bit of regionals. He knocked me out in 2015 when he aged up to Masters, and he's had so many tremendous performances, especially in the recent years, obviously getting second at Worlds in 2018, and winning 2 of the most competitive regionals across the last 2 seasons. That Secaucus tournament was unbelievable. I mean, it's the most stacked top 8 ever. He defeated 3 players, all who could be world champion qualifying players and, caliber players. Just really cleanly defeated all of them. And then at Fresno this year, I remember he was like, I didn't really even want to go to Fresno. I just wanted to get enough points to qualify for Worlds, but okay, I won. Oops. So yeah, he's tremendous, and rocking that Bramblegast, of course, I think that's a really unique pick.
Do you feel better for that, Aaron? You admitted to your loss to Abdullah earlier, and then you just get in the little tidbit about being able to take down Emilio.
I gotta get my wins where I can because very few people have dethroned this man. He is so freaking good.
That's totally fair.
I can't be the only one giving myself clout, right? We're all just like trying to pull it in as much as we can there. I do want to comment. I love Bramblegast, right? Where I'm curious how it'll do, just because I don't think we saw nearly as many of like the Tornadus-centric Tailwind teams as I was expecting to. But I think that Pokemon can do a little bit more than that, right? And clearly, he's gotten this point in the tournament where he's going to have ways to win other matchups. The only last thing I want to say about him too is, I remember one of the past events we did where one of our teammates, Sierra, was talking about him kind of being like the final boss. At the time, I was like, well, I mean, that seems like a little aggressive, right? And then, he just dominated another tournament, right? So, I don't know. I think I've really gained a lot more respect from him this year. I didn't realize how good he was, and I would never want to have to play against him in a single elimination match.
One thing I want to say is, there's that saying, like, they might be your favorite artist's favorite artist, and Emilio, people are saying, like, that's your favorite player's favorite player. Like, he works with some of the greatest players in the world, like Eduardo Cunha, who's last year's world champion, like James Beck, who got top 4 at 2 different consecutive world championships. When you have a group like that is also something that I think cannot be understated for the world championships. When you only have a couple of matches left and you have some of the best players in the world to support you, to help you prepare for other matches, I think that is a huge advantage, and I think his group might be just the strongest group.
Nous ne sommes pas morts, hein, nous prenons une pause en attendant que les manches élimination directe débutent. Si jamais vous avez des questions, néanmoins, n'hésitez pas, que celles-ci concernent les championnats du monde ou les tournois locaux, la stratégie, ceux que vous voulez.
This is both an individual game and a team game in a lot of ways. Very few players are really coming up with their team, all their ideas alone. You've got to test against other people, especially in this format, right? Where I think the power of teamwork is more important than ever in this format, where you didn't have a bunch of like
Pas trop fatigué, Waluigi?
test tournaments to go at.
Ça va, ça va. Globalement, là, les casters ont beaucoup parlé de leurs favoris et ils sont revenus un peu sur certains matchs. Et, en attendant que le Top Cut démarre.
Moi, je suis mort. Je suis en train de m'écrouler là à côté de Pecky. C'est pour ça que Pecky parle plus que moi là en ce moment.
Oui, mais par ailleurs, je suis également en cuisine puisque c'est aujourd'hui on fête l'anniversaire des 3 ans de notre Magikarp et je surveille également un enfant dans son bain. Donc désolé Waluigi si je te laisse un petit peu tout seul. Et ensuite vers midi heure française de Paris, eh bien nous allons avoir bien évidemment les grands-parents de notre Magikarp qui vont arriver à la maison. Et même si j'assurerai toujours la régie, il me sera beaucoup plus difficile ainsi qu'à Damien de venir prêter main forte aux commentaires à Waluigi. Donc si on a des professeurs de la communauté qui regardent le stream et qui apprécient, n'hésitez pas à venir prêter main forte à Waluigi, il assure un travail de folie, mais c'est quand même beaucoup plus sympa de faire du commentaire à plusieurs.
This was treacherous. Rock slide made me very nervous.
I think we should remember that when we see what we're about to, right? The rock slide, pretty critical play, or so it seemed.
Yeah, it looked like it could have caused some really serious problems on this one. The surging strikes is adding up. Oh no, how will he deal with this Urshifu? I wonder if there was something that could deal with it. It's not this turn, he gets flinched.
He just like nods his head too, he's like, yeah, okay.
Watch the player cam. He's so happy as that Fisher hits and Urshifu is felled, and it's just, what a way to go that one step closer. Paul knows he's been caught by the funny button.
Yeah, one of the craziest things I've ever seen, where I think it's hard to tell back here, but I feel like, we're several miles away from the caster desk, but I feel like Rose and Aaron may still have heard me. I screamed so loud when that Fisher hit where I couldn't believe it. I mean, you dream of like the crazy plays like that happening at Worlds, but you get to use Fisher once, you hit it, it's a game-winning move. Like, it just doesn't actually happen.
And for it to happen after the flinch as well, like, oh my goodness. I think, to zoom out a little bit, Kenji's team I really think is unique, right? I thought Grimmsnarl had a lot of potential going into this format, but we've seen very few Grimmsnarl teams, and his team's like, okay, I'm not really going to knock you out very quickly, but Dondoza just stays on the field for forever. Cresselia can heal up with Lunar Blessing, and Lunar Blessing is a move that I think is fascinating. It's a new tool in Cresselia's move pool, and we have not seen it in previous formats, and I think a lot of teams just can't really use it that effectively, but it makes so much sense on a team like this where you just struggle to deal more than 30 to 40% to a Pokemon on a given turn. And I think Paul, to his credit, actually played phenomenally around the team. The way like he maneuvered around Cresselia specifically I thought was brilliant, but even then, still not able to get the victory, and it was such a close set. But yeah, I love the Dondoza set, I love the Cresselia set, and it's just so interesting to watch.
The closest 2-0 I ever did saw.
Yep,
it really
was, yeah.
It was a pretty impressive one. I think, being able to take down Paul, right? I mean, we talk about the final boss. Kind of got to be in that discussion, right? I mean, he had to win. It was the win and in. But if you can take down Paul, that's a good little bit of momentum, a little confidence booster to take into the knockout rounds.
Yeah, I gotta admit, when you asked earlier what you're hoping to see later in the tournament, but yeah, I kind of like to see Grimmsnarl and some stat increasing Pokemon. I may have been referring specifically to this team. I had seen it already. I was really hoping we could get it on stream. I just love it, right? Where, to me, I think if you're thinking about trying to solve a format that's kind of underexplored, where people's teams might not have kind of the completeness of answers that they normally do, I just think it's really hard to play against, right? Because there's a lot of ways you can kind of get caught, where, Cresselia can, not the most offensive Pokemon in the world, but like a little bit frustrating, can, bullet boost its special defense, become really difficult to knock out there, and then start healing its teammates with Lunar Blessing. Dondozo can do the same thing on the physical side, boost its defense. I think there's just a lot of ways you can kind of get stuck if you don't have good answers. And yeah, I think Paul played it really well, right? But it felt like a really uphill battle to me where, his opponent just like played his tools so well that it got tough. And yeah, I would be shocked if some of the players in Top Cut also just don't have a plan for this, because like, what is this team, right? This is not something that people were preparing for.
It's a solo Dondozo team, Scott. Do you not know this by now?
It's the curse that really, I think, makes things really interesting. It's the curse, the calm mind. There's a Volcarona on that team, although we didn't see that as well. That can boost itself. And I think to Scott's point, people will probably have played some games against Grimmsnarl compositions, but I think those Grimmsnarl compositions will use things like Golden Go or Galarian Moltres with Nasty Plot, for example. I can tell you I've played hundreds of games of Regulation D. I have not once run into Cursed Dondozo. Or, I mean, even this Calm Mind Cresselia, the Volcarona, it's like all three of those itself were already fairly neat. Now you have all three of those on a team plus Grimmsnarl. It's like, oh gosh, I haven't played against one of these. Now I have three of them. What do I do?
Yeah, I think, I mean, two more things about that. I mean, one is I love how that plays in an open team sheet, right? Where, you know, if Grimmsnarl plus like more than one of those things is a real problem for you, it's really tough to prepare yourself to be ready for all of them. You know, it's easy to kind of just like get team turn zeroed and kind of wind up in a bad spot. I think the other one, because this is now 2 tournaments in a row where that solo Dondozo is maybe surprising us a little bit. I think it's pretty funny, right? I think kind of like all year players are complaining that they wish that there was like that bulky water type Pokemon in the format, and it just didn't exist. And
it was there all along.
Yeah, it turns out Dondozo's been around all year, and maybe we're just overlooking a little bit because we're so fixated in that combination of Tatsugiri and Dondozo. And, you know, even though we're not going to see that combination in the Top Cut, you know, maybe Dondozo will, you know, get it done for Tatsugiri.
Oh, I mean, it was kind of about solo Tatsugiri at the beginning of Scarlet and Violet. We said, okay, yeah, Dondozo, Tatsugiri together, great. What about only bringing Tatsugiri to a game? That's kind of cool. Just go for Icy Winds or Big Draco Meteors and just try to get big knockouts there. And people might not be expecting you to be able to just bring one piece. But the fact that it has now moved to the Dondozo and just being able to bulk down a bunch of these sets, I think is really phenomenal, and also a testament to how we usually see metas develop over time too, moving away from some of the offense and going a little bit more defensive.
How foolish we look thinking it was the Tatsugiri that was going to be the problem. There is one more, we're talking a little bit about Paul there. I want to talk about one more North American player, one that I think really had a trickier way to go about it, only getting there in the last round. It's going to be Joe Ugarte.
Oh my goodness.
I'm ready to talk about this one because...
Donc pour l'instant on dispose du classement des joueurs juniors et des joueurs master, mais il n'y a pas encore d'affichage officiel des appariements en fait pour les phases à élimination directe.
Treasures of Ruin, I said, okay, yeah, Chiyu, Chien-Pao, great. Okay, we're going to see a lot of those over the course of the season. Tinglu, yeah, showed up a little bit more than I had originally expected it to. I always thought that Wo-Chien was a World Championship winning Pokemon. I said that at the very first broadcast when Treasures of Ruin ended up being entered into the regulation, so that is my clout. Thank you very much.
Okay, when you say very first broadcast, do you mean San Diego Regionals?
No, but I mean like when the Treasures of Ruin got introduced.
Okay. So, we'll figure out what regional that was. We'll roll it all the way back. It's Charlotte Regionals. So, let's get the Charlotte Regionals VOD. Was it an opening segment? Do you remember roughly what it was? You know what? I'm going to check the tape.
Really on this, man.
Yeah, he's really hunting this down. You give them all their credit.
Well, because I have the evidence.
I'm under the magnifying glass.
I don't remember it. That's all I'm saying. I don't remember it.
All this, I believe you. And also, I think it's really cool.
Scott.
I'm the nice guy on the team. I think we all think of me that way. I'm the nicest of all. I think that about myself. No, but seriously though, I really think it's interesting. Where like I'm shocked a little bit. Where I really wanted Wo-Chien to be good. I prefer the play style of using the more defensive Treasures of Ruin. I just didn't think it was going to happen. I think we were kind of talking in the run up to the tournament that we both thought Tinglu was a lot more viable than many of the players did. I'm kind of surprised that no one gave it a shot. Where I think that's a very like. There's something there, right? You can use it with stuff like Cresselia. Maybe we'll see later next season or something. But I'm really happy to see it. And I just want to say I'm pretty excited too because it'd be very funny to me if Joe were able to win the tournament with this Pokemon. You know, when people are entering their fantasy teams and you have to pick one of the Treasures of Room, I'm going to guess that the Wo-Chien choice is not going to be a very popular pick. Oh. So would really mess with a lot of people's totals, I think.
Did you go Wo-Chien on it for the fantasy team?
For the fantasy team? I didn't make one.
That is disappointing.
I'm hurt, Rose.
Yeah. So hold on.
I don't have time for this.
But first of all, not only am I now a bad cop in my duo with Scott, which That's an interesting angle. But I was wrong. It was Fort Wayne, so somebody can start scrubbing through that VOD and
I wasn't
help us
there.
out. Then how did you say it?
Probably a YouTube video.
This is a lot of footage. You know what? I'm just going to give it to you.
I'm going to interject because I want to talk about Joe.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you,
I'm waiting
Aaron.
to talk about Joe because this man is one of, if not the most passionate guy I've seen enter the VGC space in the last couple of years.
100%.
He might actually be the hardest worker in the world that I've seen. And when I first met him, he was like, I don't want to just be good. I don't want to just be great. I want to be the greatest of all time. And that's really difficult when you have guys like Ray Rizzo, you have Wolf Glick, you have so many incredible players that really have, it feels like, cemented themselves in the upper echelon of VGC. But Joe has worked so hard. He's won multiple regional titles. He's gotten multiple top 4 finishes at internationals. He top cut the world championships last year. This man is so impressive. And I want to call out his team in particular because I think it's really different from the teams we generally see from Joe. Joe likes to use really aggressive stuff. Wo-Chien is not aggressive in the slightest.
No.
And so I think it's fascinating to see the difference in play style. And this is not a team I would have expected him to bring to this tournament. So for him to have top cut alone, I am just so impressed by. And his drive, I truly don't think I don't think anyone in this world can match. I'm
glad we got to see the Wo-Chien, but it really wasn't the winning factor in this game.
Not in this set, that's for sure.
I'm glad he learned it.
It's the losing factor.
Yeah,
like.
He learned his lesson going into games 2 and 3, though, so I'll give him that.
I was going to say, to tack on to Aaron's point, though, I think when Joe started as a competitor, even though he was able to find success in like Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, he was still very underrated heading into Sword and Shield and also Scarlet and Violet. He was still a player that people were looking at and going, yeah, like he's good, but he has proven he's great. 2 top 4 finishes at an IC back-to-back last season, EUIC and NAIC, and he's been able to take down a regional since then too, when these regionals have been even more stacked than they have ever been before. And he is definitely a person that you would back to win the whole thing.
I think what impresses me most about him is that, you know, everyone wants to be the world championship, right? Everyone wants to be the very best, right? It's been ingrained in all of us here, but I think he's one of the few players I've ever seen who really has the vision to try to make that actually happen, right? You know, he's not trying to win one tournament. He's not just hoping he's going to win. Like, he really is putting the work in and then planning in a way that, you know, maybe someday will make him be the very best, right? I don't know if I've ever met 2 people I really thought had the potential to surpass what Ray has done. I don't mean that as offense to anyone, right? But like, it's a ridiculous thing to try to do, and I think that he both wants it and is willing to work toward it in a way that really no one else I've ever talked to is really cool. However, I'm a little scared about this Wo-Chien thing. I remember when, you know, it is kind of the joke member of this quartet. And if we think back a couple of generations, I do remember Tapu Bulu making it all the way to a finals and then losing. And I don't know if history is going to repeat itself, but like, I have bad vibes.
Welcome back to Bad Cop, Scott. You're the one doubting the Wo-Chien. I do want to just add on to the Joe thing. Like, this season at the regionals, watching him go back-to-back final losses, for most people, they'd be like, okay, like, this is ridiculous. It's just not going to
Alors, j'ai eu un peu plus d'informations concernant le Top Cut. On a notamment les 6 premiers joueurs du classement qui sont directement qualifiés pour la suite. Et on a ensuite tous les autres qui doivent s'affronter.
Merci beaucoup pour cette précision, Waluigi.
When he turns around and says, yes, I'm going to win this tournament and I will be the world champion, kind of inclined to believe him, right? Like, he hasn't lied to me about it yet, so why would he lie about this?
Yeah, I think one other point, Joe has watched, I think, probably every world championship match that has ever been streamed. And to Scott's point, right, like, you have to put in the work if you want to be the best, and Joe really does put in the work, I think, more so than any other player that I've met, maybe in my life. It is so impressive, and he's also really good at, like you said, bouncing back, right? He had a pretty rough start to the season from what I remember when Scarlet and Violet first came out, but really found his footing. I mean, second at 2 regionals, then first at a regionals, then top 4 at NAIC, and then now top cut at the World Championships, right? Like, that's a dream season for so many people alone, but I know Joe wants to win. Anything other than a victory, and he'll feel disappointed by it, but his mentality and his way that I've seen him improve across the last couple seasons is amazing, and like Scott said, like, a lot of people can say they want to be the best. I don't know if I really believe most people, but I think Joe truly has what it takes to maybe get there one day.
I think my favorite recent Joe set is that top 8 at the North American International Championships, where he had just like a hysterically bad team matchup against an incredible player, a world's runner-up, and Jody Azzarelli, and maybe he got like a little cute trying to make the big plays, but Joe somehow survived what should have been an unwinnable matchup to get to the semifinals there. And even though he didn't get the tournament win, I just came off really impressed. Where like I think so many players are kind of just like half tried that round, like I can't win out of this bracket, but the fact that he had the game plan and figured it out, like managed to at least get one round further, was really impressive.
All right, this is a lot of names that we've gone through, a lot of great plays, 7 rounds today that have just shown how good this tournament has been. I'm going to give you guys one last chance. I asked you for a region prediction earlier. Do you want to stick with that region? Do you want to narrow it down to a person? The final word from each of you before we go into Top Cut.
I don't know if I want to go down to a single player. I'm going to stick with Japan. Like I said, I think it's a little weak. Like, well, now that we have all this data, suddenly I'm changing my mind. I'm less confident than I was to start with. Don't get me wrong, but I'm going to stick with what I said. I'm predicting Japan, but looking at this field of players, I'm just really excited. Where I think kind of no matter who becomes the world champion, I'm really going to respect the journey.
Yeah, I wish we had time to talk about every single player, and I wish we were able to watch games from every single player, because we talked a lot about the veterans, but there are a lot of new names. It's from EU in particular that caught my eye. There's also, for example, Scott Iwafuchi, who I believe is an American player who I've seen at a lot of different regional level tournaments, and for him to have made Top Cut here, really, really impressive. And so, yeah, wish we could talk about all of them, but at the end of the day, I do think experience is what it takes to win the World Championship, and I think Alex Gomez has maybe more experience than any player in this field. He is so hungry, and I think he's so motivated after winning NAIC as well.
All right, we got stick, stick or twist, Rose?
Before I give my answer, I think that there are incredibly strong arguments for all of the regions that are being represented in the World Championship Top Cut. You could make a case for literally anyone at the Top Cut to win the World Championships, but I'm sticking with North America. I've been saying it all season. I'm gonna keep backing that up, and there's proof of this one. So you can go back and find it.
Okay.
But I really do believe that North America has just put in so much work. I mean, even just the argument about how Joseph Ugarte, again, eats, sleeps, breathes Pokemon. You can say that about so many of the players that are in the Top Cut from North America that have put in so much work this season.
Are you narrowing it down to Joe, or are you just sticking with North America as a whole?
North America as a whole.
Okay, so we've finally got all of you off the fence. We've picked something to make it
I was very...
Oh no, Aaron, you jumped off the fence. You completely made that bet. The Alex Gomez will take this. You've been sleeping in it for a couple of days. You're doing great on that one. But that said, we do need to get ready for Top Cut. I know all of us probably want to take a little breather, maybe try and figure out what we're going to be looking at in the Top Cut. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us. Hopefully, the evidence I have provided will allow you to make some predictions. Don't be afraid to go post them on socials with the hashtag Pokemon Worlds. Let us know what you're thinking. Let us know if you think any of these guys are right. You can back them up as best you can. I think, Aaron, you're probably going to get a lot of people jumping on your Alex Gomez bandwagon.
Go big or go home.
I agree. I'm really proud of you for that. But we're going to throw it to a short break while we get ready for those single elimination rounds. It's Top Cut here at Worlds.
Donc normalement, les phases à élimination directe devraient débuter dans à peu près 16 minutes 30.
Oui, on peut dire que ça démarrera probablement du coup à 11h. Et on n'a pas beaucoup plus d'informations. Mais j'ai pu voir quelque part un graphique des joueurs qui vont potentiellement s'affronter, mais rien d'officiel. Je peux toutefois partager un peu ce que j'ai vu. On aurait notre joueur français Anthony Luzo qui affronterait Federico Camporesi. On aurait Yuta Takahashi contre Zachary Thornberg. Abdullah Moayoudine contre Scott Iwafuchi, Joseph Ugarte contre Kenji Miura, Nick Navarre contre Nicolas Hoge Nielsen, Alex Gomez contre Victor Medina dans un choc 100% espagnol, On aurait Keito Hari, le champion de Japon, qui serait opposé à Kenji Yabata, qu'on a vu en stream lors de la 7ème ronde, avec son équipe, avec Dandojo et également Cresselia ainsi qu'Angoliath, donc une équipe assez défensive. On aurait ensuite Mao Harada contre Leonardo Bonanomi. On aurait un duel de Kimura, Shohei Kimura contre Hirofumi Kimura. Et enfin, on aurait Nai Patel contre Matty Morgan. Et comme je le rappelais tout à l'heure, on aurait les 6 premiers joueurs du classement des rondes suisses qui seraient directement qualifiés pour la suite. Et encore une fois, c'est provisoire. Tout cela dépend du seeding des joueurs, c'est-à-dire de leur classement lors des rondes suisses.
Merci beaucoup déjà pour avoir cherché ces informations, Jordan. Et donc, nous attendons la confirmation officielle. Devant cette très jolie vidéo commémorative des 25 ans de la licence et qui célèbre les 1000 Pokémon, avec le 1000e Pokémon qui était donc Mordudor ou Gros Mago? Non, il est 1000.
Qui est Gros Mago, je crois, effectivement. Oui. Une vidéo qu'on avait vue déjà par le passé, qui est toujours sympa à revoir. Et qui montre l'évolution des générations de Pokémon, du début jusqu'à la région de Paldea actuellement. Et ça donne lieu à plein de souvenirs pour les joueurs qui jouent depuis longtemps et qui connaissent les Pokémon.
Moi par exemple, j'ai commencé à jouer sur la licence sur Pokémon Rouge lorsqu'en fait les enfants de mes cousins ont eu le jeu, donc ça remonte à loin. Et lorsque je m'occupais d'eux, je les ai aidés un petit peu sur leur jeu. Ensuite, je n'ai pas touché à la licence. Je les ai aidés sur le Pokémon jaune aussi. Et mon premier jeu que j'ai possédé était le Pokémon Cristal. Et je n'ai plus trop retouché à la licence jusqu'à XY, personnellement. Après, j'ai joué brièvement au XY et vraiment beaucoup plus sérieusement à partir du soleil et lune en fait. Et pour ta part, Waluigi, tes souvenirs concernant la licence?
Je me rappelle que mon premier jeu a été Pokémon jaune. J'ai joué un peu plus tard à Pokémon Crystal, je l'ai pas eu à sa sortie, mais je me rappelle que le jeu qui m'a vraiment marqué, ça a été Pokémon Ruby Saphir, où j'ai vraiment commencé à être vraiment très intéressé par la licence. Et ensuite on a eu Diamant et Perle qui a été une étape au-dessus pour beaucoup de joueurs et notamment pour moi. Et c'est ensuite, après ces jeux-là, que j'ai décidé aussi de m'intéresser au compétitif Pokémon, qui est né un petit peu après cette période-là. On avait commencé à avoir des tournois en 2009-2010, et les premiers gros tournois ont eu lieu en 2011. Et j'ai toujours suivi la licence depuis là, et on découvre toujours de nouveaux Pokémon, de nouvelles histoires. Et ça nous fait toujours un peu retomber en enfance, on va dire, un petit peu.
Et je vais laisser Damien nous dire depuis quand il joue à Pokémon, brièvement. Sachant que c'est lui qui m'a en fait remis le pied à l'étrier sur la licence.
Bon, alors moi je joue à Pokémon donc depuis le tout premier épisode rouge et bleu chez nous. Donc ça date un peu. Ouais, j'ai connu la Team Rocket dans Kanto. Et bon, après, depuis, je joue à tous les épisodes, principalement. J'ai toujours suivi la licence. J'ai joué à tous les épisodes. Après, je me suis mis au VGC avec noir et blanc. Parce que j'ai découvert la scène compétitive à peu près à ce moment-là. J'ai décidé d'essayer pour voir ce que ça donnait, quoi. Après, j'ai lâché un petit peu la scène compétitive pour voir, pour reprendre un peu de distance avec la licence. Je continue à jouer aux jeux vidéo, mais sans forcément sans forcément faire de matchs contre d'autres joueurs. Et puis je m'y suis remis avec Soleil et Lune sur 3DS. Et puis depuis je suis dedans.
Et depuis,
Voilà, à peu
contaminé.
Ouais, voilà, c'est depuis t'as découvert Edin, Evoli.
Connaissez, Eda.
Donc voilà, et là on se donne corps et âme pour développer la scène compétitive VGC en France, quoi.
Merci beaucoup. Et donc, plus que 8 minutes 32 à patienter avant de connaître les joueurs masters qui pourront participer au Top Cut. Et je suppose également les seniors et les juniors. Voilà. Donc je vous laisse profiter de la fin de ce trailer, de cette bande-annonce. Et alors, avez-vous un Pokédex national complet? Là est la question. Et alors vous, est-ce que vous faites un Shiny Dex, un Pokédex chromatique complet? Avez-vous un Pokédex national des Pokémon chromatiques? Attention, hein, legit, nous ne faisons que de l'officiel ici.
Moi personnellement, je ne chasse pas vraiment les shiny, mais ça m'arrive parfois de les chercher récemment. Historiquement, j'en ai jamais vraiment cherché, mais dernièrement avec les jeux, j'ai vu que c'était plus facile d'essayer d'en avoir, mais bizarrement, c'est quand je ne les cherche pas que je tombe dessus.
Pour ma part, alors je procède généralement dans l'ordre des élevages que j'ai envie de faire. Et j'y pense puisque je vois Pokémon Go. De façon un petit peu opportuniste, j'ai attrapé des chromatiques complètement de façon opportuniste sur Pokémon Go ou dans Légendes Arceus ou également un petit peu dans Pokémon Écarlate et Violet, même si j'avoue être un petit peu gêné avec certains effets météorologiques au niveau des couleurs des Pokémon, étant donné qu'on n'a pas de guide sonore en fait et qu'on n'a pas les étoiles. Et je peux avoir du mal avec le soleil couchant ou des choses comme ça, certains effets météo ou certains Pokémon qui ont vraiment des subtilités de couleurs qui sont minimes. Sinon, dans les anciens opus, globalement, lorsque je cherchais véritablement à avoir des Pokémon chromatiques, c'est via la reproduction, parce que je suis quelqu'un qui est passionné au niveau de la reproduction. Et donc, dans ces cas-là, je fais de l'élevage stratégique et du Masuda. Donc, en général, je m'arrange toujours pour d'abord faire mon élevage stratégique. Et ensuite, quand j'ai des Pokémon qui ont déjà tout ce que je veux en version normale, si j'aime le chromatique, j'essaye d'obtenir le Pokémon dans sa version chromatique et stratégique. Et je suis loin d'avoir un Pokédex national complet, aussi bien sur le Pokédex classique que sur le Pokédex chromatique, parce que je suis une folle dingue qui veut, lorsqu'il faut que ma vitesse soit minime, avoir une vitesse en médiocre, qui veut, lorsqu'il faut que mon attaque soit minime, avoir mon attaque en médiocre, et qui en plus a sorti les balles au Pokémon, et qui a sorti les balles pour la version classique et ainsi pour la version chromatique. Donc voilà, j'ai un comportement un petit peu masochiste au niveau de l'élevage dans Pokémon.
T'as un comportement masochiste, mais c'est ça qui est bon.
Nous avons des enfants, peut-être, donc nous allons rester corrects, monsieur. Et donc, d'ailleurs, il y a même un enfant dans cette maison. Et il y a intérêt à couper le micro le reste du temps, parce que là, il fait des bruits d'animaux. Donc, dans 4 minutes 5 secondes, nous aurons les top cuts. Ah, et voilà, là, le joueur junior que j'aime beaucoup, Avery.
It means a lot, as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something.
Hey trainers, after a short break, the US regional circuit resumed in Portland. Keep Portland Weird was taken to heart by some of our trainers, with a mix of teams trying to break the established meta. Pokemon like Horlucha, Sandy Shocks, Revavroom, Lycanroc, Abomasnow, and Farigiraf showed there's more to Regulation C than the Palafin and Pals composition that was much discussed coming in. Day 2 didn't slow down, and we quickly whittled it down to the top 8. Zishu Ding dispatched veteran players Len Jewel and Nick Navarre, piloting a Dondozo squad. Joe Ugarte defeated close friend Navjeet Joshi and Ofamezi Amel by utilizing a Sun Core featuring a Jumpluff to earn his 3rd finals appearance in a row. In the finals, Joe got started with a quick double knockout and forced Zishu into the Dondozo mode. It took a bit more, but Jumpluff got the work done. In Game 2, Joe played more aggressively and applied pressure, but the Chiyu and Tatsugiri sent us to Game 3. Game 3 started with another huge play by Joe, and quickly only the Dondozo and its commander stood in the way. 3rd time was the charm, and Joe walked away as the Portland Regional Champion.
And back-to-back finals for Joe, and he is going to claim the Portland Regional Championship.
Check out Pokemon.com/compete for your chance to catch up and join in on the fun before the season ends.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. This is Gabby Snyder, here to break down what happened at the 2023 Vancouver Regional Championships. Coming off of Knoxville, Palafin seemed primed to make a splash in the tournament. Fluttermane...
Là, en attendant, on nous remonte également quelques résumés des différents régionaux qu'il y a eu, notamment aux États-Unis. On a vu Portland juste avant.
Oui, là pour l'instant, on voit les annonces des régionaux pour l'Amérique du Nord principalement.
Oui, et là on nous parlait du régional de Vancouver, un résumé de celui-ci qui a d'ailleurs été remporté par Abdullah Moahedine qu'on a vu tout à l'heure en stream et qui est qualifié pour le top cut de ces championnats du monde.
Nick Navarre popularized with his top 4 finish in Knoxville. Kicking off the finals with a Lilligan and Torkoal lead, Torkoal showcased its incredible firepower with a Sun, Charcoal, and Terra fire-type boosted eruption. Ryan tried to adjust with a water-type terastallization on his Arcanine, but it just wasn't enough to hold on. Abdullah, who showed up at his first ever event on Saturday morning, left Sunday evening crowned as this year's Vancouver Regional Champion. Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for all of the information you need to follow or join in on the action at future events.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here behind the desk for all the VG action this weekend. My name is Lee Provost and I'm joined, as always, by my co-caster, Eliza Actos-Fromy. How are you doing, Lou?
Honestly, I'm so excited. We are whittling it down to these last couple of competitors. One of them is going to be our 2023 Pokemon World Champion. The competition is getting fierce, and now Top Cut begins.
Yeah, I can't believe we're at this stage of the tournament already. We've had some phenomenal games today. We had some phenomenal games yesterday. But we're getting down to the crunch.
Je me rappelle de quand Lou avait juste un instant.
Record of progressing in this tournament. So we've whittled it down to the last 26 players that will be going to compete to move on to that top 16.
Exactly, it's an asymmetric top cut, which means we have currently 26 contenders who could still be world
Je me rappelle de quand Lou avait fait une tenue un petit peu comme le professeur Sonia et que Lee Provo avait une tenue un petit peu comme chez Rose. Ça leur allait très très bien cette année-là.
Oui, il me semble que c'était au championnat du monde l'année dernière à Londres. C'était assez amusant à voir parce que ça leur allait vraiment bien et ça faisait un petit clin d'œil au jeu.
And you may notice the Gastrodon have left the desk, and that's because there is Gastrodon in top cut of both Masters, Seniors and Juniors.
Alors pour l'instant, je reste avec toi, Waluigi. Damien est allé chercher le gâteau d'anniversaire pour notre Magikarp qui fête ses 3 ans. Et le Magikarp a décidé de s'installer sagement sur le canapé à côté de moi pendant mes commentaires. Il a arrêté de faire des bêtises et de vouloir toucher à toute notre installation de la régie. Donc si jamais il y a des comportements bizarres, ce sera de la faute d'un Magikarp.
It would be good to get kind of your input a little bit more, Lee, as well, because you are the wizened veteran of competitive play with your many years.
Alors j'ai vu également un graphique un peu plus détaillé. Et effectivement, les matchs que j'ai cités tout à l'heure étaient effectivement bien les bons. Et il devrait probablement nous en parler avant que les matchs démarrent. Je ne sais pas si ce sera mis à jour rapidement.
En tout cas, au niveau des pairings officiels, sur le site RK9, ils ne sont pas listés. Ah bah tiens, ça y est, j'ai surnommé notre enfant le Magikarp et il a fallu qu'il aille chercher sa peluche de Magikarp. Et je risque de le voir revenir au salon accompagné de Magikarp. Et qui emmène-t-il avec lui Elliot le dragon et Loclas. C'est bien, on va regarder Pomme. On va regarder les championnats du monde en compagnie de vrais Pokémon.
It's going to be Kenji versus Kaito Ari, who is actually the Japan Nationals champion from this year. Running a very different team to what he won Japan Nationals with. I remember it was amazing that he won with an itemless Talonflame. And if we go to stage now, you can see them getting ready. This time he has got items on all 6 of the Pokemon. They're very different. And Kaito is going to be really looking to try and take Japan Nats now to the world stage.
Yeah, I mean, you've said it many times.
Ah, ça y est, donc nous sommes sur la scène compétitive. Alors, qu'est-ce qui nous attend? Ah, j'ai l'impression qu'on nous montre des joueurs juniors ou seniors. Ah non, non, ce sont bien des joueurs master.
Non, non,
Désolé.
c'est bien des joueurs master et on va avoir effectivement un match en stream. Je crois entre deux joueurs japonais, on va nous donner un peu plus d'infos, je pense.
Hey, we're jumping right into it here. We've got Kaito on your right-hand side, Kenji on your left. There's a Grimmsnarl and Cresselia coming out of the blocks for Kenji. And on Kaito's side, there is...
Et on a Kenji Yabata qu'on a vu juste avant contre Keito Hari et on voit une scène assez particulière.
Oui,
C'est,
je n'ai jamais vu cette scène façon Matsuri pour l'arène de combat.
Et donc on a lead Cresselia et Angoliath du côté de Kenji et du côté de Keito on a choisi Flottmesh et Demeteros. Mais oui, ça doit être une scène spéciale pour les championnats du monde, je pense. Et d'ailleurs, j'étais en train de me poser la question si... non, ce n'est pas le mode spectateur. Ah si, c'est le mode spectateur, j'ai l'impression. Qu'on voit une... je suis pas sûr.
Non, ce n'est pas le mode spectateur puisqu'il y a les choix des...
Oui, il y a les choix des joueurs. Mais c'est vrai qu'il y a quelques personnalisations qu'on n'avait jamais vues jusqu'à maintenant.
Il y a toute une décoration en fait sur la place de la ville principale. C'est sans doute un habillage spécifique en fait pour les Worlds. Est-ce qu'il y aura un mini événement dans le jeu? On ne sait pas, on verra bien.
Effectivement. On a Keito qui a réussi à faire demi-tour et qui du coup a pu s'en aller. Et derrière on a un KO de la part de Keito avec le pouvoir lunaire sur l'Angoliath de Kenji. Et on utilise donc également encore une fois ce fameux plénitude de la part de Cresselia qui booste donc son attaque spéciale. Et ça fait déjà un KO pour Keito d'entrée de match qui prend un petit avantage dans ce début de match. Et on a Gorithmic qui rentre sur le terrain de la part de Kenji. qui pose donc le champ herbu.
However, when you take a look at the Urshifu, you know, something like the Surging Strikes is still going to be able to pack a heavy punch.
Yeah, and I think if you are Kenji this turn, I think you utilize that fake out and you go for your Trick Room. You give yourself the speed advantage going into the rest of this game because it's quite pivotal. I think the one thing that you have to watch out for, though, if you set the Trick Room up, is the Amoonguss. If that hits the field, has access to Sport, could be problematic. But the Rillaboom on Kenji's team does have access to Worry Seed, so you can self-Worry Seed, give yourself that Insomnia ability, and have the Amoonguss.
Donc Kaito switch son Flotte Mesh pour faire entrer Demeteros forme totémique et infliger l'intimidation à Kenji Yarata. Kenji de son côté choisit d'adopter une attitude offensive avec le marteau de Gorithmic et une attaque psy de Cresselia.
Oui, et on a également eu une info des casters qui nous ont informé, je crois que le Gorithmic possède l'attaque sous graines qui lui permet d'être beaucoup moins embêté par... je n'ai pas compris, mais j'ai entendu l'attaque sous graines, même si techniquement on n'est pas censé être embêté par Sport du côté du Gorithmic.
Very true, and of course, again, the Intimidate onto that Rillaboom is going to be really nice for Kaito here. Rillaboom getting in and out of here, wanting to reset that, and obviously have utility to...
C'est pas du côté de Gorithmic, c'est pour lancer en fait cette capacité sur ses alliés en fait. Cela va changer le talent de la cible par Insomnia.
Effectivement, ce qui peut donc aider pour se protéger de Sport pour ses partenaires. Et on a Bluff, on a Loriakata qui encaisse toutes les attaques à son arrivée sur le terrain. Et on a Demeteros qui de nouveau s'en va avec demi-tour pour de nouveau infliger une intimidation plus tard. Et on a le Flotte Mèche qui re-rentre sur le terrain du côté de Kaito, qui n'a toujours pas perdu de Pokémon. On a la distorsion qui est posée du côté de Kenji, qui maintenant va avoir l'avantage de la vitesse.
Oui, d'autant plus qu'il a fait rentrer son Oyakata, et dans ce cas-là, on peut supposer que c'est un Oyakata qui est véritablement taillé sur mesure pour profiter de la distorsion.
Effectivement, on a pu le voir dans le match précédent où Kenji était déjà en stream. Et on a pu voir un peu son équipe qui est assez particulière, avec notamment un Oyakata qui possède malédiction, qui lui permet, il perd un cran en vitesse, mais ça ne le dérange pas puisque son objectif c'est d'être le plus lent possible, et il augmente son attaque et sa défense.
Effectivement.
Et on a également vu qu'il était doté d'abîme, cet Oyakata, donc toujours à surveiller.
Un set qui plairait beaucoup, qui a d'ailleurs plu beaucoup à Damien. Et donc du côté de Kaito, il fait rentrer de nouveau son Démétéros totémique afin de réinfliger l'intimidation.
Effectivement, et on a donc le malédiction qui est utilisé par le Oyakata, qui donc booste son attaque et sa vitesse en échange d'une baisse de vitesse qui ne le dérange pas puisqu'il est sous la distorsion. Et derrière on a Écosphère qui est lancé par le Flotte Mèche qui néanmoins est bien tanké par l'Oyakata.
And you can do some big damage potentially to that Flutterman by doubling into that slot. Both these Pokemon are choice locked. Well, the Landorus isn't choice locked at the minute. It hasn't chosen its move, but when it does choose its move, it will be choice locked. Neither Pokemon have protect. So it's a pretty.
Et effectivement, les casters qui nous informent que du côté de Kaito Hari, on a le Flotte Mèche et le Démétéros qui sont tous les deux utilisés avec des
objets choix.
Le mouchoir choix pour le Démétéros et les lunettes choix pour le Flotte Mèche. Donc ils vont être maintenant bloqués sur des attaques et vont être obligés de battre en retraite, par exemple pour le Flotte Mèche.
Et en outre, les casters nous précisaient qu'aucun de leurs Pokémon n'avait abri également.
Effectivement.
Ce qui est tout à fait cohérent de toute manière avec l'usage des objets choix.
Effectivement, et du coup ça rendait la tâche compliquée à Kaito qui a été obligé de changer ses Pokémon, mais du coup Pomme de Fer tombe KO en arrivant sur le terrain, et je crois que Chifours a également pris un peu de dégâts. At least slow the game down a little bit, see out the remaining turns of this trick room, and then utilize these big physical attackers to kind of deal with the Cresselia and the.
Et on sent de l'hésitation du côté de Kaito. Alors, oui, Kaito fait rentrer Flotte Mèche.
Effectivement, Flotte Mèche qui pourra faire des dégâts à l'Oyakata avec notamment Écosphère, mais ne veut-il pas choisir une autre attaque pour inquiéter par exemple le Cresselia avec Ballombre? On va bien le savoir dans ce tour.
En tout cas, Kenji est un joueur avisé puisqu'il n'hésite pas à afficher les détails du match pour bien vérifier le nombre de tours de distorsion restants.
Effectivement, il veut bien être sûr d'avoir le contrôle de la distorsion et de son jeu, de son plan de jeu en tout cas.
Et il va terracristalliser Cresselia avec le terracristal fait, tandis qu'il va choisir d'être offensif avec son Oyakata avec une capacité eau. Je ne me souviens plus exactement quelle est la capacité eau de son Oyakata.
Normalement c'est Aquatacle qu'il a envoyé. Et on a le Flotte Mèche qui a terracristallisé et qui donc pourra prendre moins de dégâts de Aquatacle avec le type plante nouvellement acquis.
Et c'est une très bonne idée puisqu'il a bien anticipé donc ce qu'allait faire Kanji. Mais Cresselia tape fort néanmoins.
Oui, il fait quand même très très mal au flop mesh, même si la terra-cristallisation l'a sauvé. Et on a du coup torrent de coups qui est envoyé sur le Cresselia. Et ça va lui faire également des dégâts puisque Cresselia possède le casque brut, donc des dégâts du casque brut à chaque coup.
Et donc Kaito fait un double focus sur Cresselia, mais ça ne suffit pas à l'abattre.
Grâce là aussi à l'utilisation de la terra-cristallisation, les deux joueurs ont réussi à l'utiliser intelligemment dans ce tour pour garder leur Pokémon sur le terrain.
Et il ne faut pas oublier qu'il y a encore Champ Herbus sur le terrain, donc cela aide aussi bien Kenji que Kaito.
Effectivement, ils pourront reprendre des points de vie à chaque tour que le champ sera sur le terrain. Et ça peut aider à survivre à certaines attaques adverses.
Et donc, je pense que Cresselia va faire appel à une capacité de soin, puisque j'ai vu Kenji cibler ses deux Pokémon avec Cresselia.
Effectivement, et on a Shifours qui revient du côté de Kaito et à la place c'est Demeteros qui est envoyé une nouvelle fois pour infliger une intimidation et baisser l'attaque en particulier du Oyakata. Oyakata qui lance de nouveau malédiction pour augmenter son attaque et sa défense, donc il contre bien le plan de jeu de Kaito de recycler à chaque fois les intimidations.
Et Cresselia qui a fait vœu lunaire.
Oui, il a fait prière lunaire pour pouvoir avoir le maximum de points de vie pour de nouveau encaisser un bas l'ombre et également permettre à Oyakata de rester au plus haut de sa forme. Et on va dire que pour l'instant, le Oyakata a l'air de poser pas mal de problèmes à Kaito, puisque en plus de ne pas subir beaucoup de dégâts, il arrive à se booster avec deux malédictions déjà. Et donc les intimidations de Kaito ne semblent pas suffire à baisser les statistiques du Oyakata. Donc on a un éboulement de la part du Demeteros.
Ah, et ça y est, c'est le chaos sur Demeteros de la part d'Oyakata. Cela devenait risqué du côté de Kenji, parce que Cresselia s'est quand même pris beaucoup de dégâts, et Cresselia arrive à reposer la distorsion.
Effectivement, on voit pour l'instant une très belle maîtrise de Kenji qui arrive à bien timer ses distorsions. Également les malédictions posées sur l'Oyakata, notamment là au bon moment, au moment où Kaito ramenait son Demeteros avec intimidation. Du coup, il a totalement bien contré ça pour derrière avoir toute la force nécessaire pour mettre le chaos sur le Demeteros avec Aquatacle.
Alors, que va faire Kaito avec ses Pokémon? Il a fait rentrer de nouveau Shifours. De toute façon, il n'a plus que Flottmesh et Shifours, tandis que du côté de Kenji, ça y est, donc Kenji remporte la victoire face à l'abandon de Kaito. Kaito qui se trouvait pris à la gorge et sans solution pour cette première manche.
Effectivement, Kaito qui est le champion du Japon 2023 qui devra réagir dans cette deuxième manche qui a été parfaitement jouée par Kenji, qui a mis parfaitement en place son plan de jeu avec la distorsion et avec l'Oyakata qui s'est très bien setup, comme on dit, il s'est très bien monté en défense et en attaque, devenant imbattable et en même temps faisant d'énormes dégâts avec les malédictions successives. On va voir comment Kaito va réagir face à l'équipe de Kenji, et on voit à peu près le même plan de jeu qu'il avait adopté à la ronde précédente contre Paul Chua, qui va d'ailleurs éliminer. Et on va voir comment Kaito arrive à se réadapter face à ce plan de jeu.
Donc, d'après ce que je vois, Waluigi, nous sommes en fait sur les phases d'élimination directe sur un top 32. Je ne sais pas si tu as vu. Mais je n'ai pas accès aux appareillements en fait pour ce top 32. Je vais vérifier si je parviens à trouver un lien.
Alors j'ai mis sur le Discord normalement les matchs du Top Cut tout à l'heure. Et c'est le seul graphique où j'ai pu voir quelque chose parce que effectivement sur Arcanine ce n'est pas mis à jour et je pense pas que ça sera mis à jour.
Oui, effectivement, j'ai vu ce graphique, mais j'aurais préféré partager quelque chose qui émane d'une source plus officielle, hein, même si je reconnais la qualité du travail de ces intervenants. Mais j'aurais bien aimé trouver une source officielle ou qui s'en rapproche le plus possible.
J'avais trouvé un autre graphique qui est un peu plus simpliste également et je l'ai partagé également.
Oui, je l'ai vu également. Donc nous allons devoir faire confiance à ces sources, qui sont très certainement collectées directement auprès de joueurs qui sont présents sur place. Donc ce sont des données communautaires, mais il n'y a pas de raison de douter de la fiabilité de ces données, même si ce ne sont pas des sources officielles. Donc pour les gens qui voudraient voir en fait les infos pour ce top 32 pour les appareillements, vous pouvez très certainement trouver les infos sur le site de Victory Road qui a pu avoir les informations.
Something like that Calm Mind here, just making sure that it can't go for that trick room as well, that gives Kenji that speed advantage would be really nice to see. It's just the issue that there's the Rillaboom on Kenji's side as well that can really pressure into that Urshifu on Kaito's side, not only with the grass type moves, but also with that fake out.
Yeah, and the other thing I think of your Kaito is looking at your own Amoongus because
effectivement, les commentateurs qui expliquaient que Kaito n'avait pas ramené son Golé dans ce premier match. Et Golé est toujours un Pokémon très utile sous la distorsion puisque c'est un des Pokémon qui sera toujours le plus lent sur le terrain. Et donc on revoit de nouveau les équipes des deux joueurs qu'on n'a pas pu voir avant le match. Et
oui,
effectivement, il est très probable que Kaito ramène son Golé dans ce deuxième match.
Et ce serait intéressant de voir Kenji sortir son Pyrax pour voir de quelle façon il l'utilise, vu qu'il a un Cresselia et un Oyakata qui sont joués d'une façon intéressante. Je serais curieuse de le voir jouer son Pyrax.
Effectivement, parce qu'on a plutôt l'habitude de voir des Pyrax jouer avec Papillon Danse et également Giga Sensu et Lance-Flamme, mais vu la particularité de l'équipe de Kenji, il n'est pas exclu qu'il ait une surprise sur ce Pyrax. Et on voit également l'Arcanin d'Issui qu'on n'a pas vu du tout pour l'instant dans les deux matchs où il est apparu en stream. Et effectivement, peut-être un set particulier aussi sur ce Arcanin de Issui.
Alors, j'aurais un petit peu plus de doutes sur la particularité du set du Arcana de Issui, parce que je ne le trouve pas forcément aussi versatile. Mais pour Pyrax, je pense à plusieurs façons de jouer. Et donc, je serais curieuse de savoir de quelle façon Kenji joue son Pyrax.
Effectivement, oui, pour l'Arcanin, je parlais surtout, par exemple, de particularités dans le set, par exemple, au niveau de la Terra Cristallisation, quelque chose qui n'est habituellement pas joué sur l'Arcanin. D'habitude, on le joue plutôt Terra normale et c'est pas impossible qu'il soit joué différemment. Mais je ne sais pas si Kenji va vouloir l'utiliser dans ce type de match-up avec notamment le Chifours qui est présent dans l'équipe de Kaito.
can get in a position where you can attack it with that icicle crash and maybe even a U-turn or even a Terra flying Terra Blast from that Landorus, you're going to be doing a lot of damage and cleaning those targets up off Kenji's side of the field. So I think that's a really good option. I'd say the one thing that you have to say.
Alors, mes excuses hein, si à certains moments vous entendez des petits bruits de pas ou chantonner derrière moi. Il y a un petit Magikarp sauvage en liberté dans la maison. Hein. Il est 11h24 par chez nous. Et voilà, et c'est sa journée d'anniversaire. Et il est en liberté dans la maison.
You could even support something like the Flutterman with a fake out user to prevent the screens going up. So maybe Iron Hands coming in as a first turn, we know how.
Et je vais devoir aller empêcher ce Magikarp de faire une bêtise. Je reviens tout de suite.
Unboosted Moon Blasts even better. So that feels like a nice lead for Kaito. It does feel like, you know, it gives him a little bit more support. It lets you deal with the Grimmsnarl, not get the screen set up, and then I think from there, if you take the Grimmsnarl down, yeah, fine, the Trick Room goes up, but you can deal with that first round of Trick Room. You did that in the first game. That's no problem. Maybe switch to Landorus,
Me revoilà.
like a Mungus, it might give you a bit better defensive pressure in that Trick Room environment, and then, like you say...
Donc je fais les commentaires, la cuisine et la police de Magikarp. Encore heureux, Waluigi, lui, est pleinement concentré.
Et on passe un bonjour à Céléden qui est dans le chat. Bienvenue à toi sur le stream.
Céléden qui organise au niveau local, pour l'instant non officiel, mais on a bon espoir qu'il devienne professeur, et il organise à La Réunion.
Even if you led something like the Landorus theory in there with the idea in mind of going for a U-turn to maybe pivot into a Mungus if you miss the knockout, get some big damage onto the Cresselia and then follow it up with a Shadow Ball, you're going to do good damage, but if it Terraslizes there, you're not taking it down, and then you're kind of in the same situation, you know, the Trick Room's up, but I guess in that situation you could bring the Amoonguss in and instantly disrupt with your Spore onto the Cresselia, stop it getting a Calm Mind up. Maybe that is why Kenji went for the Calm Mind in game 1, to kind of see if the Landorus did pivot out for the Amoonguss before setting that Trick Room up, and not seeing the Amoonguss give him a lot more confidence with that strategy, whereas this game might be a little bit different. Kaito might have thought the Amoonguss is something that I need in this game, so I'm going to have to bring it.
The Cresselia is definitely the difficult Pokemon here.
Yeah.
Definitely the problem Pokemon, as it were. Because even if you bring in the Urshifu, and yes, you've got Chien-Pao on the field, Swords of Ruin lowering the defenses, Surging Strikes is going to be able to do decent damage. The Rocky Helmet on Cresselia makes that really detrimental. And then taking a, you know, with the Urshifu, it's not Focus Sash, it's Mystic Water, but it's still dealing a significant chunk considering with Surging Strikes you're going to hit it 3 times. So that's 3 amounts of Rocky Helmet damage you take without even necessarily being able to get the KO onto it.
Yeah, and I think if Kenji positions the Cresselia right, gets it set up before that Urshifu comes in, even +1 Moonblast after that Rocky Helmet damage is going to be enough to take it down. So you've got to be very careful with your Urshifu, and I think it's one of those Pokemon that you want to use against the Cresselia, which makes the Rocky Helmet choice on the Cresselia even better, especially paired up with that Calm Mind. It's a very difficult Pokemon to deal with, especially again with that Lunar Blessing, because any room that Kenji does get in the battle, he's utilizing that Lunar Blessing to heal his Cresselia and the partnering Pokemon, kind of undoing all of the work that you've done to that point.
It can be frustrating actually, particularly when you've got a bulky Pokemon like Dondozo and you've tried so hard to get its HP bar down low. This Dondozo has all the support. You've got the grassy terrain giving it a bit of recovery. It's also running leftovers, so it gets some recovery anyway. And then you've got Lunar Blessing as well. It's just such a titan of a Pokemon to be able to deal with. And, you know, if trainers are running them generally pretty bulky as well, it's going to be hard to get those hits through. Even if Grimmsnarl as well wants to set up a light screen or a reflect, that's going to make it even more difficult.
Yeah, and especially when it's utilizing those curses.
Apparemment, j'ai quelques infos concernant justement les matchs du championnat du monde. Apparemment, il serait possible de suivre le bracket du Top Cut sur le Pokémon Home.
Ah, je vais regarder ça.
If you are Kaito and you brought the Amoonguss in, the Dondozo did underspeed and hit that for sure and take your kind of best trick room counter out of play straight away. So there's a lot of factors. It's a very difficult match. I think there's a lot of things that you can do if you are Kaito to maybe force the hand of Kenji in regards to going for certain terrestrialization types, but I feel like it didn't really matter in that game. I think Kenji just had a game plan and he kind of ran with it regardless of what Kaito was going to do, because you think you could force maybe a terrestrialization on the Dondozo that opens the door for maybe Iron Hands to be a little bit more effective, but then the Cresselia just seems to be the main choice that Kenji's always going for. So then you look across to Kaito's side of the field and look, has he got any sort of steel type attacks that are going to be super effective? No, the Iron Hands unfortunately doesn't have the heavy slam, so it doesn't have a way to really hit it for super effective damage. The Shen Pao's not going to really be too good against it either. I mean, the Icicle Crashes will still be hitting for a decent amount of damage, but then you've got to consider the Grimmsnarl. Has it got the Reflective? Has it got Parting Shot that it can't use it against the Shen Pao because of its dog typing? But you know what I mean. I think there's not much on Kaito's side that really hits that Terra, Fairy, Cresselia wanted setup, so it does make a lot of sense for Kenji to kind of run with that one. But if you can maybe force the terrestrialization elsewhere, that might be a way around this matchup. Very tough matchup.
I think the fissure as well is definitely a card to be played. It's there on the team for
Effectivement, on a accès à ces informations sur le Pokémon Home. Merci beaucoup à la personne qui a pu te communiquer l'information. Donc on voit le top 16 en train d'apparaître sur le Pokémon Home. Alors pour les gens qui voudraient afficher donc ces informations, il faut donc que vous ouvriez l'application Pokémon Home. Alors si vous êtes sur votre téléphone, il faut donc aller sur le menu en appuyant sur les trois traits au bas de votre écran. Ensuite, vous allez sur Info Combat, puis sur Compétition officielle. Et dans En cours, vous pourrez voir la catégorie Master, la catégorie Senior et la catégorie Junior. Et donc cela nous indique qu'on est bien sur les phases à élimination directe du top 32. Et vous pouvez ensuite choisir votre mode d'affichage.
Et d'après les infos que j'ai, malheureusement, ça serait la fin du parcours pour Anthony Ludio, le dernier Français en lice qui aurait perdu contre Federico Camporesi, mais c'est encore en attente de confirmation. Mais quoi qu'il en soit, malgré si par exemple il aurait vraiment perdu, ça reste un très bon résultat pour Anthony, qui aura réalisé un grand tournoi.
Oui, dans tous les cas, on salue vraiment la performance à ce niveau de toute façon de la compétition, et pour cette saison compétitive 2023, toutes les personnes qui ont été en mesure, ne serait-ce que de se qualifier au championnat du monde de Yokohama au Japon, étaient vraiment pour le jeu vidéo extrêmement impliqués. Ils ont combattu d'arrache-pied pendant toute la saison compétitive qui était tronquée au niveau local. Donc au moindre régional, événement spécial ou pour les internationaux, il y avait une compétition extrêmement forte avec toutes les têtes d'affiche toujours présentes. Donc c'est tout joueur qualifié au championnat du monde a réalisé vraiment une très belle performance sur cette saison compétitive 2023.
Et oui, effectivement, on rappelle que pour cette deuxième journée de compétition, on a eu quand même 7 joueurs master français, plus un junior ainsi qu'un senior. Donc c'est un record pour les joueurs français dans ce jour 2. Et également pour revenir sur Anthony, il avait également participé au jour 1 hier, et il a réalisé une grande performance puisqu'il a réussi à atteindre le jour 2 et également à atteindre le top cut de ce jour 2. Donc ça restera une performance exceptionnelle.
Effectivement.
Et effectivement, Céleden nous confirme cette information, mais on lui souhaite, souhaite bien sûr une bonne saison pour l'année prochaine et on le félicite pour son parcours au championnat du monde qui aura été très impressionnant.
On précise que même des joueurs connus pour être les meilleurs et qui ont déjà été champions du monde, tels que Vovglik ou Arash Omati, n'ont pas réussi à réaliser une aussi belle performance. On a beaucoup de joueurs qui n'ont pas réussi à passer à ce second jour de compétition.
Effectivement, on a eu beaucoup de très gros joueurs qui n'ont pas réussi à passer le jour 1 de compétition. Effectivement, Arashumati ou encore Vovglik, des anciens champions du monde. Et ça a été également difficile pour certains grands joueurs dans ce deuxième jour de compétition. Donc atteindre le top cut, ce n'est pas rien.
Oui, on avait quand même 5 joueurs français qui sont partis du jour 1 et qui ont réussi à atteindre le jour 2 de la compétition. Donc ce n'est pas négligeable. Plus 2 joueurs master qui étaient préqualifiés pour le jour 2. On avait également un senior, Bilal, et un junior, Laszlo. Donc vraiment une belle sélection de joueurs français qui, même s'ils ne font pas partie de ces phases, de ce top 16, en tout cas, sont allés loin. Et un joueur qui faisait partie du top 32 en partant depuis le jour 1, Anthony Liuzzo. Donc vraiment une belle performance.
Effectivement, et on retiendra cette belle performance cette année de la part d'Anthony.
Et je dis bonjour à Céleden qui nous dit Alola dans le chat. Et oui, c'est l'anniversaire du petit dresseur qui pour l'instant daigne s'occuper sagement dans sa chambre, laissant maman faire les commentaires avec Waluigi.
Et oui, pour en revenir également à ce qui se passe actuellement, effectivement, on a toujours la deuxième manche qui doit se dérouler entre les joueurs japonais. Il semblait y avoir quelques soucis au niveau de l'installation, je crois, de Keito, donc ça devrait reprendre d'ici peu, en tout cas on l'espère.
Kind of support just for your partnering Pokemon, and if that's the only job that Grimmsnarl's going to do, that's fine, because that's all I need to get set up, because Cresselia, as long as it gets a Trick Room up, gets a Calm Mind up, which is pretty easy to do with something as bulky as Cresselia, especially with that Fairy Terra typing when you're not going up against some big steel threats in particular. It's easy to do that and then get one of your behemoths, your big physical attackers in next to it with the likes of Dondozo and the Rillaboom to kind of just take advantage of that speed condition.
Exactly, and of course, this is a really interesting team composition coming through. Again, the Hisuian Arcanine, a really great Pokemon choice, one of the new faces that have come through into Regulation D. But I think the players are getting ready for that Game 2 as well. So, focusing back onto Game 2, Lee, what do you think the leads are going to be? Are we going to see the same?
A priori, on devrait voir la deuxième manche entre nos deux joueurs japonais. Espérons que les soucis techniques soient solutionnés.
I could also see the Landorus coming again because it does give you the flexibility where you can go for that U-turn, pivot turn 1. And you kind of just have to... I think the big thing is you want to try and get rid of...
Et oui, pour faire une petite aparté également, lorsqu'on regarde, je viens de voir ça, quand on regarde les résultats du TCG, on retrouve dans le top 16 pour l'instant Sejun Park, qui bien sûr est très connu au niveau du jeu vidéo et qui cette année participe au niveau des cartes et qui est tout aussi bon. Et on va être bientôt fixé pour le début de cette deuxième manche entre les joueurs japonais.
C'est bon, ça démarre.
Et on démarre par le même lead, encore une fois, pour Kenji avec Cresselia et Angoliath. Et du côté de Kaito, on a Pomme de Fer et Chifours. Donc il y a bien sûr la menace de bluff sur le Pomme de Fer avec Pomme de Fer pour Kaito. Et bien sûr, on a un lead un peu plus défensif du côté de Kenji. Et on voit qu'il a encore une fois amené son Oyakata ainsi que son go rythmique.
Et Kenji fait rentrer son go rythmique sur le terrain
Voilà,
et il pose le champ herbu.
C'est lui maintenant du coup qui pose un peu cette pression de bluff également.
Et Urshifu fait une provoque pour empêcher Cresselia de poser la distorsion.
Et effectivement, provoque sur le Chifours, c'est vrai qu'on ne l'avait pas vu jusqu'à maintenant. Et il empêche du coup Cresselia de poser la distorsion. C'est très bien joué de la part de Kaito. Et on voit le Pomme de Fer qui du coup s'en va du terrain avec change éclair.
Et Kaito fait rentrer également des Météros forme totémique pour poser l'intimidation, pour infliger une intimidation au go rythmique et au Cresselia. Bon, ça n'a pas une grande importance pour le Cresselia, mais ça a une importance majeure pour le go rythmique.
Effectivement, je trouve que c'était un bon tour de la part de Kaito qui s'en est globalement bien sorti et qui a notamment empêché de poser la distorsion et en plus qui a baissé l'attaque des Pokémon adverses. Donc c'était un premier tour favorable pour Kaito.
Et Kenji décide donc... non, c'est... Kaito fait rentrer Pomme de Fer et Kenji décide de faire rentrer Angoliath avec sa lume argile, sans doute pour poser des murs.
Effectivement, et pour le Pomme de Fer, c'est plutôt pour poser bluff. Pour poser bluff, hein, plutôt pour empêcher justement un Pokémon en face d'agir avec bluff. C'est vrai que c'est un peu un rond d'observation ce début de match. On a quelques switches, on essaye de se positionner de chaque côté. C'est un peu comme un jeu d'échecs, je dirais. On place un peu ses pions, ses Pokémon pour voir réussir à aller positionner et à faire un peu ce qu'on souhaite dans l'équipe. Là, on fait revenir le Cresselia du côté de Kenji. Et on a bien bluff de la part du Pomme de Fer sur le Angoliath qui ne pourra donc pas poser ses murs. Et on a demi-tour avec le Démétéros qui donc est de nouveau de retour à côté de Kaito. Et celui-ci va ramener un autre Pokémon qui est Chifours. Donc pour l'instant, on ne sait toujours pas le quatrième Pokémon de chaque joueur qui se prive bien de le cacher à leurs adversaires.
Honestly, I think that's a great call there. Going for the Protect on the Grimmsnarl would make so much sense with the Pokemon choices on Kaito's side. And if you're worried about that taunt, well, try and get a KO. The one thing Urshifu can do, though, is go for a Terra Water hit, drop that Fighting type, which makes it less vulnerable to those Moonblasts. And that's exactly what Urshifu is going to go ahead and do.
On a du coup une terra cristallisation du côté de Kaito avec le Chifours. Une terra cristallisation haut pour, je pense, passer à l'attaque et commencer à faire des dégâts. On a un mur qui est posé du côté de l'Angoliath et de Kenji et du coup ça va lancer torrent de coups sur l'Angoliath pour essayer de le mettre KO. Et je pense que ça va faire le KO. Et donc on est débarrassé du Angoliath pour Kaito. Et voilà, on a une prière lunaire du côté du Cresselia, mais ça ne va le soigner que lui. Et derrière, il va prendre change éclair qui va permettre à de nouveau Pomme de Fer de partir du terrain pour ramener un autre Pokémon qui devrait être Démétéros pour de nouveau baisser l'attaque des Pokémon adverses. Non, c'est le Golé. Cette fois-ci, on découvre le 4e Pokémon de Kaito. Golé qui va pouvoir probablement rediriger les attaques et mettre la pression justement au Pokémon de Kenji. Et du coup, Kenji fait appel à son Gorithmique qui ne subira pas les attaques sport par exemple. Et il ne faut pas oublier qu'il a également un souci graine qui peut aider ses partenaires à ne pas prendre sport. On va voir s'il va être amené à l'utiliser ou non.
You've got to remove the Urshifu before you do that. So there's some things to do before Kenji can really start making an impact in this game.
There's definitely a lot that Amoonguss isn't worried about right now, but Fissure is definitely still one of them. That could, I think, quite rightly identified, be the only way Kenji can realistically deal with this opposing Amoonguss. Amoonguss is actually going to get out of there, maybe just using itself as a little bit of bait here in this situation. Again, there's not a lot that Amoonguss could necessarily do as well. Maybe a Pollen Puff into either of these Pokemon would have done a bit of damage.
Et on a le Golé qui est retiré pour sûrement remettre le Pomme de Fer. Pas le Démétéros pour l'instant. Et on a de nouveau Torrent de Coup qui part cette fois-ci sur le Cresselia. Et on va avoir les dégâts du casque brut 3 fois pour le Chifours. Mais on essaye absolument de faire des dégâts sur ce Cresselia et sur l'équipe adverse du côté de Kaito. Et Souci Graine qui est utilisé, voilà, on en parlait juste avant, par le Gorithmique pour empêcher le Cresselia d'être vulnérable à Sport. Et derrière, il peut poser la distorsion. Redonnant à l'avantage de la vitesse à Kenji.
Health at that point then to take another round of surging strikes while the Urshifu chips itself down even further. Now the Amoonguss not as effective anymore coming into this matchup because obviously it will be able to kind of take the big attacks from the Cresselia really effectively, but it's not going to really be able to disrupt as much as you'd like it to.
Honestly, I think Cresselia is in a great spot. Like you said, go for that Lunar Blessing, get a little bit of HP recovery, or leave the field. That's an option too, because Urshifu really can't risk.
Et on va avoir sûrement l'Oyakata qui va faire son entrée sur le terrain de la part de Kenji.
C'est effectivement le cas. Et Kaito fait rentrer son Golé sur le terrain.
Effectivement, et je vois bien Kenji de nouveau se servir de son souci graine pour rendre l'Oyakata immunisé à Sport. Pour l'instant, il va faire marque bois qui du coup ne fait pas grand chose au Golé nouvellement sur le terrain. On a vu Kaito aussi faire bluff sur le Yakata avec son Pomme de Fer pour l'empêcher de faire quoi que ce soit pour ce premier tour. Et je pense qu'on réfléchit pour Kenji à mettre en place une malédiction sur le et malheureusement voilà, on avait le plan de faire Souci Graine du côté du Gorithmique, mais Sport est passé avant et a endormi l'Oyakata qui voulait également se booster avec malédiction. Et on a le Pomme de Fer qui s'en va du terrain avec change éclair pour ramener probablement le Démétéros et baisser l'attaque des deux Pokémon en face. Effectivement, c'est bien le cas.
Et Golé qui a posé la Vampigraine, c'était à ce tour-là ou au tour précédent? Désolé.
Là, on a eu Souci Graine qui a été lancé par Gorithmique qui permet à Oyakata de se réveiller.
Oui, en changeant son talent pour Insomnia, oui, effectivement.
It will still pull it into the Amoonguss this turn, protect that Landorus, allow it to get maybe flying type terrestrialization and go for that flying terror type into the Rillaboom here. So the Landorus switch in actually really quite good here with that Amoonguss support next to it right now. Although you can't disrupt through the sport, you can still disrupt through a Rage Powder to help out that Landorus.
Well, a Pollen Puff from the Amoonguss switching to the offensive, going to do a significant chunk to that opposing Rillaboom. But the now wide awake Dondozo going for that curse, they're going to be boosting up its attack and defense.
Et on a Boule Pollen qui est envoyé cette fois par Golé qui passe à l'offensive contre le Go rythmique. Et on a une malédiction qui est mise en place par l'Oyakata pour booster son attaque et sa défense. Et en contrepartie, il baisse sa vitesse. Et Marteau-Bois qui part sur le Démétéros qui fait quelques dégâts. Demi-tour qui a failli mettre le KO sur le Go rythmique et qui permet d'activer l'AB pour le Go rythmique. Et le Démétéros qui lui va pouvoir s'en aller pour faire place à un autre partenaire à nouveau. Effectivement, il va falloir faire attention, comme disent les casteurs du côté de Kaito, que Oyakata ne puisse pas placer plusieurs malédictions. Sinon, ce sera de plus en plus difficile à la fois de le mettre KO, mais et également de résister à ses dégâts.
If Dondozo obviously staying as a water type, it's not going to worry about those water moves coming its way. It's going to be able to take them really
Et on a le pomme de fer qui rentre du côté de Kaito qui pourra essayer de mettre la pression avec Bluff, notamment pour empêcher l'Oyakata de se booster ou d'attaquer tout simplement.
Yeah, and it looks like Kenji has locked in on that for sure this turn. And I think into that Iron Hand slot as the Cresselia switches in for that Rillaboom, it's going to allow him to get the grassy terrain up later on. It looks as though the Amoonguss going for a Pollen Puff into that Cresselia, going to do some good damage there, taking it down to 24 HP as the fake out comes in, doubles up into that slot. The Cresselia does take it though, and it is
on a Golé qui envoie le Boule Pollen sur Cresselia qui résiste. Et change éclair, il résiste à 6 PV près. Je pense que Kaito espérait vraiment mettre le KO sur le Cresselia. Donc il n'y a pas de KO cette fois-ci.
Will need to come in here in order to keep Cresselia in the game. Dondozo starting to think about taking the KOs and wrapping up this game too if it can. Hovering over that fissure button, and it's going to target down into the Amoonguss it looks like here, because those Pollen Puffs are definitely going to hurt. There's not a lot that Iron Hands can really do to this Cresselia. It's about that Pollen Puff that's going to be detrimental. So the Lunar Blessing can maybe activate, try and get some HP, and then you can keep stacking them up a little bit while also healing up that Dondozo.
Yeah, and that's a big thing. I think you've got to preserve your Cresselia if you can, utilizing that Lunar Blessing. And we are going to see the Cresselia as low
Et quelque chose de très risqué que tente Kenji, puisqu'il va terra cristalliser son Cresselia qui n'a plus que 6 points de vie. C'est vraiment très risqué. Et voilà, je pense qu'il compte faire une prière lunaire pour reprendre ses PV et résister aux attaques adverses. Mais est-ce que cela va marcher? Effectivement, il opte pour prière lunaire.
En tout cas, il tient le coup du pomme de fer. Il tient le coup de Golé. C'est très très impressionnant. Il lui reste 4 points de vie et il est toujours sur le terrain.
Effectivement, donc une terra cristallisation qui aura peut-être payé sur ce tour, puisque du coup il permet de faire des dégâts aussi avec le casque brut, notamment sur le pomme de fer.
Et j'ai l'impression que Oyakata prépare un séisme.
Non, il prépare, je pense, il tente de faire abîme. De voir si cela va marcher, mais comme on dit, abîme ça a 30% de précision, donc attention, si l'attaque passe, ça mettra un KO en un coup.
Et la prière lunaire passe et Cresselia tient l'attaque de pomme de fer. Kaito change son Pokémon pour... nous allons voir qui il va faire rentrer sur le terrain.
Je pense que ça va être le Démétéros pour continuer de baisser l'attaque du Oyakata.
Oui, effectivement. Et Golé tente un sport. Le sport semble ne pas avoir fonctionné.
Si on voit le Cresselia qui s'est endormi.
Ah oui, effectivement, oui.
Les deux joueurs qui essaient de se positionner pour la fin de match, c'est assez intéressant à voir. On a un Pokémon d'avantage pour Kaito, mais rien n'est gagné puisqu'on peut tout à fait avoir l'Oyakata qui place de nouveau Machination et qui également pourrait placer un abîme qui pourrait peut-être passer et changer l'issue du match.
Et donc Kenji fait re-rentrer son Gorithmique sur le terrain qui pose à nouveau le champ herbu. Et Kaito tente d'apeurer son adversaire et d'endormir son adversaire.
Et j'ai l'impression que Gorithmic a évité l'éboulement, ce qui lui permet de tenir derrière Boule Pollen, là aussi encore à 6 PV comme précédemment avec Cresselia. Et derrière il reprend des points de vie avec son propre champ herbu.
Oui, effectivement, c'était Boule Pollen.
Et le fait d'avoir évité éboulement lui a permis de rester toujours en vie.
Il s'est bien pris éboulement, mais c'est juste que Boule Pollen n'a pas fonctionné contre Gorithmic. Si j'ai bien suivi. Hein.
Je crois qu'il a pris Boule Pollen, mais j'ai pas vu de dégâts pris après éboulement, donc c'est ce que je pensais au départ. Mais on va voir un petit peu comment vont se dérouler les tours suivants. On a Bluff.
Ah oui, effectivement. Et donc là, il s'est gaulé, mais KO le Gorithmic de Kenji, tandis que Oyakata met KO le Démétéros de Kaito.
Effectivement, et on a vu brièvement, je crois, à l'écran, avoir compris qu'il restait plus que 3 minutes au timer de ce match. Je ne suis pas sûr. Car ça s'est affiché en japonais, mais j'ai cru comprendre qu'il ne restait plus beaucoup de temps dans ce match qui effectivement est assez long pour l'instant avec beaucoup de positionnement et surtout l'Oyakata qui est extrêmement dur à mettre KO pour Kaito.
Oui, ça risque de se finir au chrono. Donc là, fatalement, Kenji va bien évidemment faire rentrer son Cresselia sur le terrain. Quel Pokémon va faire entrer Kaito? Nous allons voir. En tout cas, la réflexion est longue des deux côtés.
J'opterais plutôt du côté de Kaito pour Pomme de Fer, pour la pression de Bluff.
Et non, c'est Chifours qui rentre.
Et c'est Chifours parce que je pense que Kaito s'est rendu compte de l'urgence de mettre vite KO un des Pokémon de son adversaire, puisqu'il ne reste plus que 2 minutes au chrono. Et certes, il a l'avantage au nombre de Pokémon, mais ça peut vite tourner avec un abîme qui pourrait passer du côté du Oyakata. Mais on voit que par exemple le Cresselia n'a plus beaucoup de points de vie, donc ça ne devrait pas être difficile de le mettre KO pour le Chifours.
Oh, I love that showdown shot there of the Dondozo versus the angry Amoonguss. And it's really been a battle between them. You know, Amoonguss wanting to try to put Dondozo to sleep. Dondozo trying to KO with a one-hit knockout move into that opposing Amoonguss, but not able to do so. It's going to be all eyes on Urshifu here as the timer hits.
Et on a un abri du côté du Golé pour vraiment ne rien risquer et ne pas prendre par exemple d'abîme. Il reste 60 secondes au chrono.
Et Kaito arrive à éliminer Cresselia.
Oui, et il devrait l'emporter malgré les dégâts du casque brut, puisqu'il a encore 3 Pokémon en sa possession, pendant que Kenji est seulement avec son...
et Oyakata élimine Chifours.
Oui, non, il a réussi à passer Abîme.
Abîme,
il a réussi à passer Abîme sur
Je
le
me disais bien que
Chifours.
c'était une attaque sol.
Mais derrière, Kaito a toujours 2 Pokémon avec notamment le Pomme de Fer et le Chrono qui devrait tomber à son terme d'ici l'arrivée du Pomme de Fer sur le terrain.
you're able to go for that fake out, stop the Dondozo in its tracks, and push it towards a game 3.
Yeah, and what a great game plan from
Et Kaito qui donc s'impose au bout du chronomètre avec 2 Pokémon restants contre seulement un seul du côté de Kenji. Et donc on aura le droit à une troisième manche dans ce match de top 32 des championnats du monde.
Vraiment du beau combat. Avec
Effectivement,
beaucoup d'analyse et lecture de jeu de l'adversaire.
Effectivement, beaucoup de lecture de jeu, beaucoup de repositionnement, de jeu autour du placement de chaque Pokémon. C'était un petit peu comme un jeu d'échecs où chacun essayait de placer ses meilleurs pions en meilleure position. Et ça s'est joué jusqu'à la fin puisque dans l'équipe de Kenji, il y a quand même l'Oyakata qui est très dur à mettre KO. Mais Kaito a réussi quand même à maîtriser la situation et à garder le plus de Pokémon en vie possible malgré qu'il n'ait pas réussi à mettre KO l'Oyakata. Il lui restait encore 2 Pokémon de son côté. Et on va donc avoir droit à une troisième manche pour savoir quel joueur japonais va se qualifier, Kenji Yabata ou Kaito Hari. Donc Kaito Hari qui est le champion du Japon en titre. Et on voit d'ailleurs quelques replays de ce dernier match.
If you're going into this game thinking, my only way to deal with the Moongus is going to be that for sure, I don't think that's a really consistent or reliable way. You've got to look at other options that you've got available on your team, maybe switch it up, and that could be the opening that Kaito needs, because if we do see something else brought, you don't bring the Rillaboom, you haven't got a way to deal with the Urshifu well. You don't bring the Dondozo, you haven't really got that big behemoth and a Trick Room to take advantage of. The only one that you could really say could maybe come in and be replaced is that Grimmsnarl. It's very effective with its screen support, but it's probably something that you could consider switching out, because maybe the Volcarona is a nice option in here, because then it gives you an outlet against the Amoonguss, right?
I was going to ask, what's the call on Volcarona there? Why would it be the hot pick to switch in?
Well, I think it makes it difficult for the Iron Hands to go for the fake out as freely as it does, especially into that slot, which then might give you room to get a Quiver Dance up. And if you get the Quiver Dance up, then you've got the Water Terror type as well, so you don't really need to worry too much about the Urshifu in that situation. If you Terrasilize into the Water type, Urshifu's got to really consider if it wants to go for the Surging Strikes 3 times into your Flame Body ability, because it's more than likely if it does that, it's going to get burned, and then it really makes it very difficult for it to kind of do anything impactful for the rest of the game. So I think Volcarona could be an option. It is going to have a hard time though against that Landorus, and I think that's the big thing. The Landorus really makes it difficult to pick that, and the Grimmsnarl has been effective with its support options up to this point. And I think the screens, if you can get a bit more out of the Grimmsnarl, maybe get, you know, both the light screen and the reflective, especially if we do see the integration of Fluttermane again from Kaito, whether he brings that
on va voir également si les deux joueurs ramènent des Pokémon qu'ils n'avaient pas encore ramenés lors des 2 premières manches, qui pourrait être peut-être potentiellement une clé dans leur victoire finale dans ce troisième match. Les casteurs parlaient notamment du Pyrax, mais ils expliquaient également que face au Démétéros, il aurait un peu de mal à s'exprimer potentiellement.
So yes, you're able to get them set up, but to what effect, I think, really is the question.
Yeah, he got no result with it in that last game, which was unfortunate for him because his game plan just wasn't executed. Kaito though, changing it up. That Chen Pao and the Urshifu coming out onto the field with Kenji sticking with that Rillaboom, not the Grimmsnarl and...
Et c'est parti pour ce troisième match. On choisit Baojan et Shifours du côté de Kaito et Cresselia ainsi que cette fois-ci Gorithnik du côté de Kenji, notamment pour mettre la pression de bluff et également la pression d'une attaque plante sur le Shifours adverse, pendant que le Baojan est assez menaçant pour le Gorithnik de Kenji.
Your Rillaboom potentially to get that Trick Room set up, because you need that Rillaboom, like we've already mentioned, to help deal with that Urshifu pretty effectively.
Yeah, Chimpao definitely in a commanding position. You can see the time ticking down. Kenji wanting to make sure that every single move is picked correctly in this game 3. Last seconds ticking down. It looks like trying to get the speed momentum into Kenji's side is the strategy he wants to go for. But we're going to see a quick terrestrialization out of the blocks here. It's going to be on that Urshifu going for its Water Terror type, trying to hit even harder with something like a Surging Strike.
Et on a une terra cristallisation du côté de Kaito avec le Shifours qui passe en terra haut pour faire le plus de dégâts possible dès le premier tour. Et on a Bluff qui part sur le Baojan qui ne pourra rien faire pendant ce tour. Et on a Torrent de coups qui va partir sur le Go rythmique pour lui faire quelques dégâts dans ce premier tour. Et je suppose que Kenji a dans l'idée de poser potentiellement la distorsion avec Cresselia, on va voir ça. Effectivement, il a posé la distorsion et donc maintenant il a pris l'avantage de la vitesse.
Just looking at the Urshifu then, it does have access to that Aquajet option. So Aquajet, Sucker Punch could be something that could take that Rillaboom down, and once the Rillaboom's down, it does become a little bit harder, but you can see that the Cresselia has got the Trick Room up. It's got the speed advantage now. It can start going for maybe that setup, but not opting for that. Kenji is switching it straight out, keeping it for later on in this match, and switching in.
Et on a Oyakata qui va rentrer à la place du Cresselia qui a fait son travail en posant la distorsion.
Particularly when Trick Room is up. Let's capitalize on that and get the KOs a little earlier in this game than the last one. Urshifu wisely taking a detect here, not wanting to take any of the grass type moves that the Rillaboom can go for. But Rillaboom's like, my eyes are not on you. I'm backing up.
Et on a Pomme de Fer qui arrive du côté de Kaito pendant qu'il protège son Shifours avec détection. Et on a le Souci Graine qui est envoyé sur le Oyakata pour le prémunir de toute tentative de sport pour potentiellement le Golé qui aurait pu arriver du côté de Kaito, mais finalement ce fut le Pomme de Fer qui est arrivé sur le terrain.
It is going to go down, unfortunately, from the damage that we've already seen. But then that leaves the Dondozo open to kind of start getting those curses off, and that's the one thing you really don't want to see going forward in this match, especially now that it's not going to be affected once again by that spore from the Amoonguss.
Et on va avoir la malédiction qui va être lancée par le Dondozo pour se booster en attaque et en vitesse. En attaque et en défense, pardon. Justement, il va baisser en vitesse, mais sous distorsion, ce n'est pas un problème.
You want to make sure you're hitting those wave crashes for maximum impact. There's the curse, Lee.
Yeah, there's the curse from the Dondozo. The fake out coming out from the Iron Hand's going to prevent.
Et on a Bluff qui est envoyé sur le Go rythmique de la part du Pomme de Fer pendant que du coup voilà le Oyakata envoie une malédiction. Et on envoie torrent de coups de la part du Shifours sur le Go rythmique de Kenji. Et ça devrait peut-être... non, effectivement, il y a la baie qui est activée, donc ça ne suffira peut-être pas pour mettre le KO. La baie du Go rythmique qui est activée au bon moment et qui lui permettra de tanker une nouvelle fois torrent de coups, ce qui est très important pour Kenji qui démarre pour l'instant bien ce match.
It's a nice switch into Cresselia on that Rillaboom because it's got the Rocky Helmet, so you can bring that in on that side of the field and just say, well, yeah, go for your physical attacks into that slot because you're going to take a lot of damage in the process. Cresselia bulky enough to be able to take those attacks as well while my Dondozo sets up. Gets those curses off, and I'm going to set myself up while I've got the time to because, you know, you haven't really got the offensive pressure at the moment to kind of make that Dondozo's life a little bit harder.
Et on a Go rythmique qui revient du côté de Kenji, qui va envoyer le Cresselia. Et on a un tour défensif de la part de Kaito qui abrite son Shifours. On a Aquatacle qui part du côté du Oyakata pardon, sur le Pomme de Fer qui s'en va avec Change Éclair envoyé sur le Cresselia. Et on va peut-être découvrir le quatrième Pokémon de Kaito, à moins qu'il ramène un Pokémon qu'il a déjà emmené. Il ramène Baojan effectivement, donc c'est un Pokémon qu'on a vu en lead.
Boosting the Urshifu, now boosting the Dondozo.
That's the risk, right? Chimpao on the field is going to be allowing these wave crashes to hit even harder too. Even into something like the Urshifu, that's still going to really hurt. And particularly if the momentum on Kenji's side is able to keep rolling, able to deal out some good damage, following up with something like a Moonblast maybe from that Cresselia, that's going to be able to get some knockouts, particularly considering the focus sash on that Chimpao is already broken.
Yeah, and you know, I think that's the big thing here. Is the wave crash going to be enough to pick up the Chimpao? And you probably say it's going to be. while you can just launch, maybe even go for just a Moonblast into the Urshifu. We know protected that last turn, so it can't protect this turn. It's going to be susceptible to a big attack from the Cresselia. Might not do too much, but it's going to be enough alongside potentially Rocky Helmet damage that could come out on your side of the field.
Well, Chimpao may be realizing it's too risky to stay in the match. It
On va
switches
voir un
out
peu ce que
for
vont
the
faire
Iron Hands, getting some
les
big
deux joueurs. On a
going
le
into that
Baojan
next
qui
turn.
est
We're
retiré
going
du
to be able
terrain
to see the Dondozo go
pour
for the wave crash here, just trying to
emmener
get some
le
safe damage onto
pomme de
that
fer
Urshifu. Really not dealing too much
du
damage,
côté de
but particularly if
Kaito.
you're able to keep healing up and keep going down into that Urshifu with a double up
Et
with the
du
Moonblast,
côté
whether or not
de
he's gonna have
Kenji,
to
on
take
fait
more
Aqua
of these.
Attack
We can get the
sur
drop.
le Chifour. Ça ne fait pas beaucoup de dégâts, mais c'est toujours des dégâts de gratter. Surtout avec le pouvoir lunaire qui est envoyé par le Cresselia qui en plus obtient une baisse de défense spéciale du côté du Chifour, ce qui peut avoir potentiellement son importance.
I mean, Iron Hands now, who would you target with the fake out
On
here,
a
Lee?
chaque
Is it
Pokémon
more
qui
important to
récupère un
stop
peu
the
de PV
Dondozo
grâce
with
au
the wave
champ
crashes,
herbu
or stop the
posé
Cresselia
précédemment
going for
par
some
l'algorithmique
supportive measures?
de Kenji qui vient de disparaître.
It's really difficult.
It's a
I think
50-50,
it
right?
really is. Yeah, I think and I don't think there's a bad choice in this really at all because you do have that taunt there that you see coming out and
Et
it is
on
going to
a
stop that
Cresselia qui essaye de poser la distorsion. On a Bluff envoyé sur le Oyakata et on a Provoque qui est lancé sur le Cresselia qui ne pourra pas poser la distorsion. Donc un bon tour de la part de Kaito qui empêche Oyakata de soit se setup, soit attaquer. Et le Chifours qui a provoqué le Cresselia et donc l'a empêché de poser distorsion.
But it can start throwing out the surging strikes with a little bit more comfortable position that it's in now.
No, I completely agree. That was a great turn from Kaito, shutting down the Cresselia. The only option it has move-wise now is Moonblast. You've gone for Terra Water and dropped the fighting type on your Urshifu. The Iron Hands is rocking the Assault Vest. It's not going to worry too much about those Moonblasts coming out. You can almost basically ignore the Cresselia at this point and just target down that disruptive Dondozo.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Doesn't want to even contend with that Rocky Helmet damage and getting some respectable
Et
damage.
on va décider de faire un torrent de coups, pas sur le Cresselia mais sur l'Oyakata pour gratter quelques dégâts. Ce n'est pas grand chose mais c'est important face à cet Oyakata, surtout que je suppose qu'il va viser également Oyakata avec son pomme de fer. On a d'abord le pouvoir lunaire qui part sur le pomme de fer qui encaisse bien effectivement de gros dégâts sur l'Oyakata qui se retrouve plutôt bas en point de vie. Il réplique avec Aqua Attack qui met KO le pomme de fer. Mais voilà, il va prendre des dégâts de recul et se retrouver dans le rouge. Et malgré tout, il va récupérer des PV avec les restes, mais il n'est pas forcément en bonne position, cet Oyakata. Et on découvre le quatrième Pokémon de Kaito qui n'est pas gaulé, qui est Flottmesh. Et si on se souvient bien, je crois que ce Flottmesh a Écosphère, donc il pourra faire les dégâts nécessaires sur l'Oyakata.
I feel like Surging Strikes might even be enough to pick up the KO. Even if you wanted to bait the Fluttermane, switch it out, bring Chimpao in, get the defense drop to guarantee that knockout against the Dondozo. And like you said, Fluttermane can maybe come in, lock into something.
Oui, c'est un bon choix quand même de la part de Kaito parce qu'avec Balombre, le Flottmesh sera capable de faire des dégâts à la fois à l'Oyakata mais également au Cresselia. Et Balombre qui va donc partir de la part du Flottmesh sur le Cresselia qui le met très bas en point de vie. Et derrière on a un torrent de coups qui va partir sur le Yakata et probablement en mettre le KO pour se débarrasser d'une grosse menace de Kenji. Voilà le Yakata qui est mis hors de combat. Et Kaito qui est en bonne position pour l'instant. Il a réussi à contrecarrer les plans de Kenji en l'empêchant notamment de poser la distorsion. Il ne prend vraiment pas grand chose de la place de pouvoir lunaire, il prend une nouvelle fois une baisse en défense spéciale. Mais avec le Terraou, il encaisse plutôt bien ce pouvoir lunaire. Et on a le Arcanin de Isui dans l'équipe de Kenji, donc il l'a finalement ramené. Mais je ne sais pas s'il est en bonne position face au Chifours de Kaito et décide quand même de le mettre sur le terrain, notamment pour poser une intimidation et baisser l'attaque du Shifours. Mais il faut surveiller également que Kenji n'a pas encore terra cristallisé de Pokémon. Et ce n'est pas le cas, je crois, c'est le cas par contre de son opposant Kaito.
Against that Fluttermane, but it's going to be risky. Whether you want to lock into that extreme speed or not is a decision Kenji has to make.
Yeah, and I think if you are looking at what's remaining on Kiatsu's side of the field, if you go for that grass terrestrialization, there's not really too much you need to worry about here. Once that Fluttermane
Et oui, j'ai cru voir qu'on allait terra cristalliser du côté d'Arcana, et je crois que c'est le terra plante, donc ça va lui permettre de résister au torrent de coups du Shifours, et on va voir effectivement ce qui va se passer dans ce tour. Effectivement, on a la confirmation du terra plante du Arcanin de Issui. Donc c'était pas si bête de le ramener sur le terrain. Et on a Balombre qui part sur le Cresselia qui va le terminer. Et on va voir les dégâts qu'on va faire sûrement torrent de coups sur le Arcanin de Issui avec le terra plante. Je pense qu'il va prendre beaucoup moins de dégâts. Et il va pouvoir bien résister à ces 3 attaques, malgré qu'il est déjà mis à la moitié de ses PV. Et on va avoir une réponse avec derrière un KO avec bout de feu du Arcanin qui permet de mettre KO le Flotte-Mèche, mais ça va lui faire des dégâts de recul et il est déjà très bas en point de vie, donc oui, c'était le prix à payer pour mettre KO le Flotte-Mèche, mais derrière il est un peu vulnérable cet Arcanin de Issui, surtout qu'il y a toujours le Baojan qui peut notamment l'inquiéter avec des attaques de type glace, et on a le Gorithmique qui revient, et par contre il va pouvoir faire bluff sûrement sur le Baojan pour empêcher Baojan de faire mal à l'Arcanin, mais Kenji est un peu en mauvaise posture, puisqu'il n'a plus que 2 Pokémon et avec très peu de points de vie contre 3 pour Kaito. Et on a le Baojan qui s'abrite parce qu'il avait vu venir, je pense, le bluff. Et on a on a détection pardon, du côté du Shifours, 1000 points. Donc un tour prudent de la part de Kaito, qui ne veut pas prendre de risque dans ce tour.
And I really think as well, this combination, Chi and Power and Urshifu has been so strong throughout this tournament, and now trying to get it through for Kaito's top 16 at the Pokemon World Championships is a great position to be in.
Yeah, it really is. As we do see the crunch come out into that soon Arcanine, not even going to want to risk that Icicle Crash return, just knowing that it's so low health at the moment, the crunch is going to be enough to pick up the knockout.
Et on a le Baojan qui lance Machouille, je pense qu'il avait un peu peur de lancer Chute Glace et avoir peur de le rater, donc ça assure le KO sur l'Arcanin. Et Kaito arrive qui est très bien placé pour l'emporter et qui va faire le KO avec torrent de coups contre le Gorithmique, et c'est donc une victoire de Kaitori, le champion du Japon de cette année, qui donc atteint le top 16 et qui élimine son compatriote Kenji à l'issue d'un joli BO3.
Merci d'avoir assuré les commentaires comme un pro pour cette 3e manche, Waluigi. J'ai été obligé de m'absenter à cause de problèmes de tout petit et tu as assuré.
Pas de souci, pas de souci. Oui, le match était plutôt intéressant à voir. Et on peut voir que Kaito a bien maîtrisé cette 3e manche en empêchant Kenji de mettre son plan en place. Et on revoit les meilleurs moments justement de cet affrontement entre les 2 joueurs japonais.
Exactly, and you can see here from the replay as well, that Cresselia doing its utmost to try and make sure that it was victorious for its trainer.
Je rappelle à nos professeurs présents sur le Discord que si l'un d'entre eux veut aller soutenir Waluigi et lui prêter main forte pour les commentaires, nous risquons d'être occupés quelques heures pour l'anniversaire du Magikarp. Et ce serait quand même dommage pour Waluigi de devoir se retrouver tout seul pour les commentaires, même si on va essayer de suivre. C'est forcément un peu compliqué en gérant un anniversaire de Bamba.
Potentially another fake out taunt coming your way so you could allow the Cresselia at least some ability to support like it had done in that game one. But I think that the really smart thing from Kaito was he saw through that. He knew that the Rillaboom was going to come out there and leading out with the Shen Pao instantly put the Rillaboom under a lot of pressure there, leaving the Urshifu to kind of terrestrialize and get just free damage off onto
Et on va également essayer de suivre les autres matchs de ce top 32, même si pour l'instant on n'a pas énormément de résultats. Mais on va essayer de vous informer des résultats des autres matchs dès qu'on les aura.
That could have been quite nice, but then it's hard to intimidate a Pokemon that's always going to hit critical hits, right?
Yeah, and that's the problem, I think. I think at that stage when the Hisuian Arcanine comes onto the field, you kind of want your Rillaboom to be a lot healthier at that stage because it does help out a lot more. It's not going to go down. And I think it goes more of a testament to show how Kyoto used and utilized that Urshifu in that game, because I think the fact that it's unlikely that you most of the time want to lock into Surgeon Strikes and something like a Rillaboom. But with that end game in mind, that's probably just getting the damage onto it now that's going to be very important for later in the game when I bring in my faster offensive Pokemon like that Chimpao and the Fluttermane. It's going to be really useful. So if the Urshifu goes down in the process, it's done its job, and then I can try and slowly kind of clean up after that.
And one team building bit of genius I want to highlight is the taunt on that Urshifu as well. Really not something we've seen before. Urshifus tend to really just be all hyper-offensive mode. And that taunt actually playing a really pivotal role in shutting down that opposing Cresselia. And you can imagine in any situation where you've got a Trick or a Muser or a Pokemon that likes to go for those setup moves, whether it's maybe, you know, something like a Swords Dance even, you can just shut them down with a taunt.
Yeah, it's an incredible, really good utility move, and really kind of showed how strong it was, in particular for this match, because I think that was the one thing that Kaito could really fall back on and stop the basic premise of what Kenji was trying to do. Dealing with the Dondozo as well really effectively, I think, with the utilization of the Iron Hands, and then again using that terrestrialized Urshifu just to chip away at it and getting that enough damage before it was able to go down and not really have an impact like it did in that game one.
Exactly, and of course, things are really hotting up here. I mean, we're now in the situation where we have only 16 players left. You know, there is a top 16 that will be coming up very shortly, but also around the venue, hopefully you guys can hear at home as well. We've got Pokemon Unite, Pokemon Trading Card Game all going on around us on this side of the stage, and the atmosphere is just electric. In all of these games, Pokemon Go as well, these players are getting down to the very
Et on a effectivement quelques résultats sur le Pokémon Home. On nous indique que Federico Camporesi l'a remporté 2-0 contre Anthony Luzo. Yuta Takahashi l'a remporté 2 manches à 1 contre Zachary Thunberg. Abdullah Mouayudin l'a remporté 2 manches à 0 contre Scott Iwufushi. On a le japonais Kenji Miura qui a fait une petite surprise en éliminant Joseph Ugarte 2 manches à 1. On a Nicolas Olsnissen qui s'est imposé 2 manches à 1 contre Nick Navarre. On a Victor Medina qui a éliminé Alex Gomez dans un choc 100% espagnol. On a Petori, donc il s'est imposé en stream 2 manches à 1 contre Kenji Yabata. On a le japonais Mao Arada qui s'est imposé 2 manches à 0 contre Leonardo Bonanomi. On a eu un autre choc japonais et un choc de Kimura, et c'est Shohei Kimura qui s'est imposé contre Hirofumi Kimura. Et enfin on a Matty Morgan qui l'a remporté 2 manches à 0 contre Neil Patel. Voilà pour les quelques résultats que vous pouvez retrouver sur le Pokémon Home concernant ce top 32 des championnats du monde.
And I like that adjustment on Amoonguss. Instead of trying to go for spores, it was going for pollen puffs. Yes, it wasn't doing huge damage, but they kept adding up. And all of that kind of adaptation that Kaito was able to make, again, is testament to how good he is as a player.
It was the old saying of slow and steady wins the race, really, wasn't it? Because it was just chipping away and being very patient with what he was doing the whole time.
Particularly
and I
game
think
2.
the thing that we haven't mentioned is the Amoonguss didn't even come to game 3.
That's so true, yes.
You know, I think that is a big testament to Keto's and how impactful it was in Game 2. It really made life very difficult for Kenji, but it didn't come in Game 3, and the switch out for that to the Shen Pao was in the end game, one of the best calls I've seen, I think, this weekend.
Well, we're going to keep the Pokemon action rolling here. We're going to throw to a very quick break, and then we'll be back with Top 16.
Et il va y avoir un petit break en attendant le top 16. Et pendant ce temps-là, on va revoir de nouveau les meilleurs moments de ce dernier match en stream.
I thought I'd trade in the casting desk for the Players 4 to catch up with some of the players who are battling it out at the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. I'm joined by Eduardo Cunha, our reigning champion.
Et on a notamment une visite dans la salle de la part de Luke Romy, qui va voir un petit peu, qui a fait un petit peu un tour, et notamment il est allé, elle a interviewé Eduardo Cunha, qui est le champion du monde de l'année dernière.
What Pokemon are on there and how does it kind of run?
So I'm using some old school combinations like Lender's Therian, Amoonguss, Heatran, and I'm mixing it up a bit with Fluttermane, Urshifu, and Champao. I was practicing a lot with Cresselia over Champao, and I kind of regret making the change last minute. But I think the team is still pretty solid, and I really like how consistent it really is.
And last but not least, who's your favorite Pokemon and why is it Gastrodon, Edu?
It's actually Mudsdale, but I really like Gastrodon. Go get my Gastrodon at the event. Absolutely love Gastrodon. I've used it for so many years, different formats.
Une petite interview où il a parlé un peu de l'équipe qu'il a joué ce week-end avec notamment Golé, Demeteros, Itran, Flotmesh et je crois qu'il avait également un Chifours. Et il a expliqué qu'il a fait un peu un changement de dernière minute qu'il a un peu regretté. Puisqu'au final, il a fini en 1-3 hier et n'a pas passé le jour 2. Et il parlait également de la distribution de son Tritosaur qui est bien sûr toujours disponible jusqu'au 14 août. Le Tritosaur qui a fait partie de son équipe victorieuse l'an dernier. Et là on revoit un trailer de Pokémon écarlate et violet. Plus précisément un trailer des DLC, donc je vous laisse voir ça. Même si je pense que la plupart des gens l'ont déjà vu. Et ensuite on aura le top 16 qui sera lancé un petit peu plus tard. Et normalement, pour s'avancer un petit peu pour ces matchs, on devrait avoir Luca Mussolini qui était déjà qualifié puisqu'il a terminé les rondes suisses de cette deuxième journée en 7-0. Et il affrontera Federico Camporesi qui a donc battu le dernier français en lice Anthony Guzzo. On devrait avoir Abdoulaye Mohayoudine qui sera opposé à Yuta Takanashi. Ensuite, on aura normalement Yusuke Takayanagi contre Nicolas Hoj Nielsen, le joueur danois. On devrait avoir derrière Kenji Miura qui a éliminé Joseph Ugarte qui sera opposé au joueur allemand Michael Kelch. De l'autre partie du tableau, on aura Marco Silva qui sera opposé à Shohei Kimura. Et ensuite on aura Matty Morgan contre Emilio Forbes. Ensuite on retrouve normalement Keito Hari qui a gagné le dernier match en stream contre son compatriote Kenji Yabata, qui sera normalement opposé à Mao Harada. Et dans le dernier match on devrait retrouver Victor Medina qui sera opposé au japonais Taro Okada. Mais bien sûr, on attend confirmation de ces matchs sur le stream officiel. voilà, pour en revenir à ces informations, on peut les retrouver sur un graphique qui est présent sur le site ou le compte Twitter Victory Road où vous pouvez voir le détail de ce graphique. Mais je pense que Pokémon devrait nous présenter également un graphique de ce top 16 quand celui-ci sera prêt.
The last time we played was back in 2015 when I had just graduated from seniors, and it was my first Masters Regional, and it was best of one. He's an incredible player though, and I'd love to play him again.
On voit notamment les meilleurs moments du régional qu'a remporté Emilio Forbes à Fresno. Il affrontait notamment en finale Gavin Michaels qui avait remporté plus tôt dans l'année le championnat international d'Océanie. Et on peut voir un peu les coulisses du tournoi.
I wish I could say I was super confident, but the competition's so steep. Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me.
Welcome back to beautiful Yokohama as we are trying to whittle down our competitors here in the video game to just 2. That is what we'll be left with at the end of tonight. I'm Adam Doricott, joined once again by the ever knowledgeable, ever present, wonderful Scott Glaser. Scott, what are we thinking about going into top 16?
Et on est de retour avec les casters, donc on devrait pas tarder à voir le match en stream du top 16.
Felt like North America didn't have the best run in the round of 32-ish. And because of that in this round, perhaps we'll be seeing Europe and Japan facing off.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a bit of a running.
Je vais te laisser l'antenne, Jordan. Si jamais tu as besoin de quoi que ce soit, on va mettre le retour sonore sur le téléviseur. Et si tu as besoin que je t'affiche quelque chose ou que tu as besoin que je vienne, tu n'hésites pas à me le dire et j'accourrai vers toi. Merci d'assurer la suite de la diffusion pour l'instant.
Pas de souci. Et donc maintenant on voit le bracket du top 16 et donc on voit les matchs dont je vous ai parlé. Donc on aura Luca Mussolini contre Federico Camporisi dans un choc 100% italien. Yuta Takahashi contre Abdullah Moahidoudine. Michael Kelch contre Kenji Miura. Yosuke Takanagi contre Nicolas Oz Nissen. Taro Okada contre Victor Medina, Keito Hari contre Nao Harada. Bon, donc un nouvel affrontement d'un compatriote pour Keito Hari qui venait d'affronter son compatriote Kenji juste avant. Et ensuite il y aura Marco Silva contre Shohei Kimura et enfin Emilio Forbes contre Mati Morgan. Et on approche vraiment des derniers matchs, des dernières confrontations décisives dans ces championnats du monde. On arrive vraiment à des manches très décisives dans ce top 16, avec bien sûr que des affiches de prestige dans ces matchs.
From the North American roster who perhaps the most likely to move on. Certainly losing Joe Ugarte is a big hit to the odds for North America. But the two remaining players, I think, both have very impressive tournaments and very impressive seasons. We've been talking about Emilio Forbes frequently throughout the end of his season. He's just been so impressive. And then Abdullah doesn't do anything but win, right? He's still looking for that first tournament loss at a premier event. Perhaps he won't find it this weekend after all.
It's going to be a long journey, but he's definitely got the momentum and definitely seems to be in a position to shock the world, essentially, right? See if he can take it down in his first appearance at Worlds in his first season. That said, we want to get back to what we're going to be focusing on. We're going to be looking at Europe versus Japan. It's going to be a lot of those games out there, so it could set us up for a really neatly balanced top 8 potentially, and the only way to get through to top 8 is to play out top 16. We've chosen our matchup. It is going to be Victor Medina versus Taro Okada. It's, I believe, Spain's dwindling numbers, right? Victor having to take out, another Spanish player. It's going to be a tough one. So let's get on down to the stage and meet our players a little bit more.
On aura donc le match en stream qui sera Victor Medina contre Taro Okada, donc un duel entre un joueur espagnol et un joueur japonais. Et on va nous présenter donc les équipes des joueurs qui sont déjà en place sur la scène. Donc on voit le palmarès de Victor qui a réalisé 2 top 4 au championnat international d'Europe en 2022 et cette année au championnat international d'Amérique du Nord. Il a également réalisé le top 8 dans la catégorie senior en 2018 et il avait gagné le spécial de Madrid dans la catégorie senior en 2017. On voit son équipe composée de Pokémon assez offensifs et assez présents dans la méta, à savoir Flottmesh, Tifours, Baojan, Boreas, Itran et Gorithmic. Et on va voir l'équipe de Taro Okada dans quelques instants. On va d'abord voir son palmarès. Il a fait top 64 au championnat du Japon cette année. Il avait atteint le jour 2 des championnats du monde l'année dernière et il avait également réalisé le top 64 l'année dernière au championnat du Japon.
Yeah, really impressive run. You know, I think I can't be overstated how difficult it is to qualify for that Japanese surrogate. So I think we're about to see some really impressive play.
Yeah, and there is the team up on screen for you. It's going to be the Fluttermane, Urshifu, Qianpao, Iron Hands.
Et on voit son équipe composée de Flottmesh, Chifours, Baojan, Pomme de Fer, Demeteros et Golé. Donc un 6 également qui est assez vu dans la méta. Et notamment on voit Pomme de Fer du côté de Taro Okada et Gorithmic du côté de son adversaire Victor Medina. Et ils ont à peu près le même rôle, tous les deux sont là pour poser la menace de bluff et chacun tape un petit peu sur les mêmes Pokémon avec le type électrique et le type plante. Mais ils ont chacun un rôle légèrement différent malgré tout, puisqu'ils vont être amenés à faire d'autres choses dans l'équipe.
Perhaps decide, if you can't beat him, join him using Qianpao himself. And once again, facing down an opposing Qianpao as well in this Masters top 16 match.
Yeah, that Qianpao definitely changes some of the calculations in a really nasty way too, because, you know, we talk about making slight changes to the stat boosts. Qianpao just does it a little bit differently, so I like that he maybe learned his lesson from NAIC and decided to play it himself. I think it's one of those Pokemon. It's gone a little bit under the radar, I guess. I mean, it just makes sense to me when you've got so many Urshifu around. Why not make that Urshifu even better?
Et on remarque du côté de Taro Okada qu'il possède un Golé et ça pourrait peut-être l'aider dans le match-up à rediriger les attaques. Mais attention car dans l'équipe de Victor il y a un Baojan comme dans l'équipe de Taro. Ils partagent quelques Pokémon en commun, 4 je crois pour être, non 3 pour être précis. Ils ont Baojan et Flottmesh ainsi que Tifours. 3 Pokémon en commun donc, mais 2 équipes plutôt équilibrées et assez offensives, je dirais.
Which of those could be the difference maker in this one? I mean, I've been really big earlier today on Amoonguss and how it can slow the game down a little bit, try and make some plays a little bit more awkward. But you are going up against a team with Tornadus. That's a pretty solid answer, sometimes kind of forcing that water terrestrialization from the Amoonguss, which we've seen seems to be one of the best defensive plays available right now.
Yeah, I guess I should be hoping to see the Rillaboom in this matchup as one of my caster predictions. You know, glad to see it making it to this point in the tournament, but I'm really excited to see the way these teams match up. We've kind of been talking all weekend about how players at this caliber, even when they have similar looking teams, often play them very differently, how important the differences between these teams are, and we're really going to see that play out here, right? We saw many players throughout the course of this weekend using similar teams. These are the two players that have gotten the furthest using this sort of like general team archetype. And now we'll have to see which can use the differences between their teams better in order to move on to that quarterfinals.
Et on voit les deux joueurs qui sont au summum de leur concentration avant le début de ce très important match de top 16. Les joueurs qui s'échangent leur liste d'équipes et qui donc vont découvrir un peu quelques détails sur l'équipe adverse, notamment le Terra Crystal des Pokémon et les objets qu'ils utilisent ainsi que les attaques.
Things in the same way that the Tornadus does. Of course, that Tornadus does have access to the Taunt as well. Could shut down the Amoonguss, not just with knocking it out, but being able to take away something like the Spore and the Rage Powder.
On apprend avec les casters que les deux Chifours possèdent l'eau mystique pour booster les attaques de type eau, mais du côté de Taro, on a Provoque sur le Chifours pendant que Victor a choisi de garder une option offensive, à savoir Close Combat. Et cela peut être important de pouvoir provoquer un adversaire pour le forcer à attaquer. Donc à voir comment les deux joueurs vont jouer leurs équipes dans ce match-up.
Terastallization for that Heatran, but otherwise, kind of just going to have to take what Amoonguss throws at it.
Yeah, that Amoonguss could cause a lot of problems if it's not respected, and I think that's something we've seen in a couple games already, is if you leave the Amoonguss alone, you're going to sleep, and oh no, I'm asleep and not applying any pressure, things certainly take a turn very, very quickly, with the trainers getting ready to dive on into the game, mulling it over. This is, of course, for those of you just joining us, this is going to be an elimination game, so if you lose here, your tournament run is done. The leads have taken the field though here in top 16. It's going to be Tornadus and Fluttermane for the side of Victor and the Iron Hands.
Et on démarre pour cette première manche avec un lead de Flutmesh et Boreas du côté de Victor. Et on a Taro Okada qui lead avec Pomme de Fer et Chifours. Et j'ai l'impression qu'on a cette fois-ci le mode spectateur.
Victor's side of the field, while on the other side of the field, two physically attacking Pokemon. Both sides have to keep in mind if they've brought the
Et on va voir un petit peu, je pense que Victor va essayer de poser le vent arrière pour donner l'avantage à son Flutmesh. Et du côté de Taro, on va essayer de faire bluff sur ce Boreas avec Pomme de Fer, donc à voir comment les deux joueurs vont aborder ce lead de chaque côté.
As it's going to be the Urshifu taking that water terastallization for the side of Taro. So really trying to make sure that with the Mystic Water.
Et on a une Terra du côté du Chifours de Taro. Une Terra eau. Et on a Éclat Magique qui est lancé, qui fait quand même pas mal de dégâts au Chifours, mais qui tank. Et on a Pomme de Fer qui évite le typhon hivernal de Boreas. Et Chifours qui résiste à 10 points de vie près. Et qui va pouvoir mettre le KO sur le Flutmesh dans ce premier tour. C'est vraiment parti très vite dans ce match où les deux joueurs sont partis à l'offensive. Et le Boreas qui résiste à l'éclair fou de Pomme de Fer à 13 PV près, mais on va dire un meilleur départ pour Taro dans ce premier tour de combat.
Iron Hands, not enjoying the damage it took on that first turn, and we see Urshifu coming in, perhaps looking to capitalize on the weakened Iron Hands.
Well, we've got
et on a Chifours qui rentre du côté de Victor.
Access to the Aqua Jet, so maybe able to tidy up something on the opposing side of the field. It could come down to which one moves first and which one is going to get most value out of its potential big attack. The Iron Hands managing to get out of the way.
Et il est possible qu'avant que le Boreas de Victor tombe, ils veulent poser vent arrière. On va voir comment il va faire Victor dans ce début de match. On a Golé qui rentre du côté de Taro. pour protéger le pomme de fer et pour prendre moins de dégâts. Et on a une Terra qui est également choisie sur le Chifours de la part de Victor. Terra haut, bien sûr, Terra offensive pour Victor. Et effectivement, il pose bien vent arrière le Boreas pour regagner l'avantage de la vitesse. Et on a Aquajet qui part du côté du Chifours de Taro pour éliminer le Boreas de Victor. Et donc a déjà perdu 2 Pokémon contre 1 pour Taro. Et voilà, il y a le Golé qui va bien encaisser les torrents de coups du Chifours. Et très bon switch de la part de Taro qui a fait venir le Golé au bon moment et qui donc a amorti les dégâts effectués par le Chifours. Et on a Gorithmic qui arrive du côté de Victor. Et grâce à vent arrière, du coup, il sera plus rapide ce Gorithmic et il peut appliquer une grosse pression sur le Chifours. On peut penser que Taro va vouloir rediriger les attaques vers son Golé. Mais on peut dire pour l'instant que dans cette première manche, ça va très vite. Les joueurs attaquent très fort. Et on a Bluff qui est lancé sur le Golé de la part du Gorithmic. Et on va derrière achever le Chifours de Taro pour Victor avec son propre Chifours.
Thanks to that fake out. Yeah, so I mean, like, pretty safe play, right? I mean, you get the fake out there, but it doesn't really change the board state that much. Urshifu on Taro's side doesn't really have a very good matchup there, so you don't really mind losing it. It doesn't really change the problem, right? You still have a Mungus there. You probably can't. You'd have to dedicate both Pokemon to knock out, and even then it might be a little bit close. So whatever this final Pokemon
on va voir quel Pokémon va choisir Taro pour rejoindre le terrain. Taro qui a toujours un avantage au niveau des Pokémon puisqu'il lui en reste encore 3. Et il lance au combat le Démétéros qui va appliquer l'intimidation pour baisser l'attaque des 2 Pokémon de Victor.
Kind of an awkward spot here. I mean, the Landorus does have the option of protecting. We see a lot of Landorus that don't, but could perhaps anticipate an attack in event slot, go for a protect and try to spore. But I think at this point, he kind of needs a read, right? He really needs to take advantage of these turns of Tailwind in order to get back into the game. We don't see a protect from the Landorus.
Effectivement, un peu difficile pour Taro qui voit les 2 Pokémon en face être plus rapides. Et il lance Victor torrent de coups directement sur le Démétéros qui va être KO en 2 coups. Le Chifours qui fait énormément de travail et également le vent arrière qui a payé posé par le Boreas puisque en étant plus rapide il arrive à enchaîner quelques KO et à faire des dégâts, pas beaucoup de dégâts sur le Golé qui va récupérer des PV avec sa baie citrus. Et par contre il arrive à endormir le Chifours avec son Golé, ce qui est plutôt bien pour Taro qui va pouvoir arrêter un peu ce Chifours de mettre des KO.
You need to rage powder in order to mitigate the damage there. Instead, we're going to see the Iron Hands come back in. And really what that last turn was about was a choice that Taro was making on which of these
on va voir le dernier Pokémon de Taro. Enfin, le Pokémon de Taro qui normalement est le pomme de fer. Qui pourrait faire la différence contre le Chifours adverse. On a Bluff qui part du pomme de fer de Taro sur le Gorithmic de Victor pour l'empêcher d'attaquer attaquer dans ce tour. Et le Chifours, bien sûr, est endormi. Et on a Bull Pollen qui est lancé du golet pour remettre un maximum de points de vie aux pommes de fer et le placer idéalement pour cette fin de match. Et Victor, je pense, doit compter sur un réveil de son Chifours le plus tôt possible.
Yeah, gonna have to pick up this Urshifu knockout in a hurry, right? You really want to pick up that knockout before it wakes up, does a bunch more damage to his Iron Hands, because a surging strikes and a stopping tantrum in the same turn is still going to be pretty devastating to his Iron Hands, and Urshifu is not going to care about the Intimidate if it gets the chance to attack, because its attack automatically critical hits.
Yeah, well, there's Zimungus trying to keep things safe with the Rage Powder, trying to keep the Urshifu from throwing attacks.
Et le Chifours qui est toujours endormi et qui malheureusement va sûrement subir de gros dégâts. Et le Golet qui redirige vers lui les attaques, donc l'attaque du Gorithmique. Non, puisque techniquement avec le type plante, il ne voit pas ses attaques redirigées, mais le pomme de fer qui fait le KO sur le Chifours. Oui, c'est vrai que Gorithmique avec son type plante n'est pas affecté par les redirections du Golet, ni par Sport. Mais ça va devenir très difficile pour Victor, qui n'a seulement que son Gorithmique face aux pommes de fer et au Golet de Taro. Et voilà, Victor qui abandonne cette première manche, ne pouvant pas gagner avec son Gorithmique, et donc il décide de passer à la seconde manche. Et on va voir comment il se réadapte suite à ce premier match. Et effectivement, on parlait de Golet dans son rôle très important dans le match-up pour rediriger les attaques, et ben, on peut dire que Taro en a fait très bon usage dans cette première manche. Mais on peut dire également qu'il a un peu mieux joué, et notamment, c'est toujours par rapport à Golet, il a réussi à endormir le Chifours qui était la menace de Victor dans cette première manche. Et on revoit du coup les meilleurs moments de cette première manche.
Was what he needed to use to win the game against the Urshifu, and then just leave the Rillaboom struggling for damage. So a lot of fast-paced trading, which, yes, Victor got the tailwind set up, he got something in that could take advantage of it very, very quickly, but it wasn't the right choice. I don't think the Rillaboom provided the same kind of endgame threat that he was hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, I think to me the really critical thing for him to adjust in that game is, I'm assuming he expected to pick up a knockout in that first turn, right? I think things were really bad for Victor right from that first go there, where even though he was able to do a decent amount of damage to both of the opposing Pokemon and almost knock one out, failing to get that knockout caused him to lose a Pokemon and nearly another. I think that was just really tough to come back from, right? Even though he was able to get the Tailwind up, he had to trade another Pokemon to do it, and then it made the endgame very simple, right? All 4 Pokemon revealed, no one could switch. At that point, the Intimidate's very difficult to deal with because there's no way to shed the attack drop, and even though Urshifu can ignore it, it can't ignore the Rage Powder from that Amoonguss, allowing him to create a very easy endgame in the sense of there not being a whole lot that could go wrong from a probability or strategic standpoint.
Yeah, it felt like the game, there was a lot of attempts by Victor to get that advantage, to find that position, and I like that you called out turn number 1. I think that's something we need to focus on in this game number 2. Does he get turn number 1 right? Does he find an advantage? Does he find a play? Because, if you're scared of something like the Urshifu going Water Terror, well, maybe you need to bring something that can deal with that earlier, like the Rillaboom, right? Just being able to say, okay, I'm just not going to let you do that. I'm just going to Wood Hammer you turn 1, whether you fake out or not. So definitely needs to ask another question. The Fluttermane felt a little bit underwhelming for my tastes, and maybe trying to pivot that around to something could be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one thing to keep in mind. Maybe just expected to do more damage, right? That Fluttermane does have a defensive Terra type with the Terra Water, so it's not like you have the option of going for a Fairy Terra type, Fairy Terrestrialization rather, to do more damage and pick up the knockout. So I think likely going to need a different lead matchup this time. Sometimes the map just doesn't work out the way you expect. That is kind of one key element of this open team format, right? You see the Pokemon, you see the moves, you see the items, you do not see the stats, so there's no way to eyeball that without having the battle.
Well, the one thing that was left at home that intrigues me is a Heatran. Honestly, the Terra Grass could be big here. There's going to be some variety in the leads, though, immediately from both sides. Rillaboom and Fluttermane for Victor.
Et c'est reparti pour la deuxième manche avec un lead Demeteros Baojan du côté de Taro et Gorithmic Flotmesh du côté de Victor. Donc voilà l'intimidation du Demeteros qui touchera essentiellement le Gorithmic qui voit son attaque baisser. Et ça touche un peu moins le Flotmesh, sachant que c'est un attaquant spécial. Donc cette fois on ne lead pas Boreas du côté de Victor. On préfère faire confiance plutôt au Gorithmic qui pourra potentiellement bluffer un des Pokémon en face et permettre à Flotmesh potentiellement de faire plus de dégâts, et on va voir comment Taro va réagir à cela. On a un Terra feu du côté du Gorithmic de Victor, qui lui permettra de prendre moins de dégâts du Baojan. Et on a également un Terra au premier tour pour le Demeteros de Taro, un Terra vol. Et voilà, on décide de viser le Flotmesh qui résiste avec cette chute glace. Et derrière, on a Éclat Magique qui fait des dégâts aux deux Pokémon, mais surtout au Baojan qui est déjà amené à sa ceinture force. Et on a le KO sur le Baojan dès le premier tour avec un demi-tour du Gorithmic qui donc revient vers son dresseur et qui va amener sur le terrain un autre Pokémon qui est Boreas. Donc finalement il l'aura bien emmené sur ce match, mais pas en lead cette fois-ci. Et du coup le Terra Explosion vol partira sur le Boreas qui ne le craint pas vraiment, même s'il prend quand même des dégâts dans ce tour. Mais derrière, je pense que Victor a l'idée d'opposer vent arrière dans ce tour pour prendre l'avantage de la vitesse.
Pokemon being traded pretty quickly this time, but this time it is Victor that has the early knockout. I kind of like how both sides played this a little bit. I think, great to have the advantage, and I think now we'll get to see what Victor does with the advantage. But on the other side of the field, that was actually a pretty good trade.
Et on a un Pomme de Fer qui arrive du côté de Taro, qui bien sûr va apporter la menace de bluff, notamment sur probablement le Boreas qui voudra poser vent arrière. Tout dépendra aussi de l'objet du Boreas, puisqu'il pourrait très bien ignorer bluff et poser vent arrière quand même.
I think the Tailwind would definitely help out with some of those calculations and throw a wrench into Taro's plan. He's obviously got a game plan. Maybe this is going to have to be one of those big trades for Victor, where he just accepts the Tailwind but accepts a knockout in response.
You see a protect here, perhaps only trying to give up one knockout in response instead of the two that likely would have happened, and the Bleakwind Storm coming down instead.
Yeah, Bleakwind Storm getting a little chunk
Et on fait abri du côté du Flotmesh pour Victor. Et on a Typhon Hivernal qui est envoyé par le Boreas qui baisse la vitesse du Pomme de Fer, même si ça ne change pas grand chose parce qu'il était de toute façon moins rapide. Et ça gratte un peu quelques PV du côté des deux Pokémon, mais le Boreas qui va être mis KO par le Pomme de Fer de Taro. Et donc on a 3 Pokémon partout et un KO de chaque côté après 2 tours. Et on a Pomme de Fer qui rentre du côté de Victor, là aussi pour potentiellement bluffer un des Pokémon en face.
Yeah, Iron Hand just not feeling it right now, not able to Terrasilize away from that. So he's going to make that switch in once again to the Amoonguss. Landorus keeping himself safe.
Et on rappelle le Pomme de Fer du côté de Taro pour amener le Golé. On fait abri pour le Demeteros du côté de Taro pour vraiment se protéger. Et effectivement, il y aura des dégâts seulement d'éclat magique sur Golé et il ne va pas y avoir sûrement grand chose. Voilà, pas beaucoup de dégâts. Et on a un marteau-bois qui part sur le Golé qui ne fait pas non plus beaucoup de dégâts.
now what, right? Where Amoonguss gets out there basically for free, and neither of these Pokemon want to be fighting against Amoonguss, right? Rillaboom really struggling against this, we kind of mentioned in the pregame, and yeah, I mean, we could see another situation where there's sort of an uncontested Spore into that right slot.
Yeah, the Spore though has to be vital to set up for the remaining.
Et on voit bien Taro avoir ramené son Golé pour rediriger les attaques et potentiellement endormir les menaces offensives de Victor. Donc attention pour Victor qui devra être prudent face à ce Golé. Même si avec éclat magique, ça ne l'empêchera pas de toucher le Démétéro s'il décide de s'abriter sur ce tour pour voir ce que va faire Taro et de faire un marteau-bois pour finir le Démétéros qui n'est donc plus sur le terrain. Et rappelons effectivement que Gorithmic étant de type plante, il ne peut pas avoir ses attaques redirigées. Et le Golé qui a tenté d'endormir le Flotte-Neige qui du coup s'était abrité bien heureusement pour lui. Donc bien joué ce tour de la part de Victor qui a réussi à contourner on va dire le Golé.
It no longer has the benefits of being a grass-type Pokemon now that it's terrestrialized. So Amoonguss's matchup is much better against it in the first game. Certainly, it's not like it has a Fire-type Terra Blast, but we'll have to see. Iron Hands is really going to need to do a lot of damage individually to come back in this one.
I'll own up, I did check the Terra Blast. I'm not going to hide that one. It would have been a very
Et on a Pomme de Fer qui rentre du côté de Taro.
I mean, the Iron Hands is going to take a lot of damage for its troubles, not able to terrestrialize, and of course not able to fake out. So Fluttermane might be kind of done, right? Fluttermane's taken a lot of pressure, taken a lot into its couple of protects, and got to be feeling real good about maybe just landing another Dazzling Gleam, maybe even just firing off something a little bit more offensive, maybe, I don't know, a Moonblast to try and deal with this Iron Hands. It is, of course, the Assault Vest. It will go fake out into Rillaboom, but it's going to take a lot of damage for its troubles. It's not enough for the knockout, though. The Assault Vest keeping it around. Rillaboom flinches, and then the Amoonguss.
On a Bluff qui a envoyé du Pomme de Fer sur le Gorithmic qui a un gros pouvoir lunaire sur le Pomme de Fer qui résiste et qui ne tombe pas KO. Et derrière, cette fois, Golé réussit à endormir le Flotte-Neige.
The safest play here, in extreme air quotes, would be a Rage Powder to protect this Iron Hands from attack and maybe trying to knock this Fluttermane out, but like, can you even afford to wild charge and take any potential recoil?
Et on a plus de champs herbus sur le terrain maintenant. Et à voir ce que va faire Victor avec son Flotte-Mèche endormi maintenant. Malgré qu'il ait réussi quand même de gros dégâts sur le Pomme de Fer. Et il redirige le Golé vers lui les attaques. Mais Flotte-Mèche ne s'est pas réveillé. Et de toute façon, on a le Gorithmic qui décide de faire demi-tour sur le Golé pour ramener notre coéquipier, à savoir Chifours. Et on a quand même un vent pour point qui part sur le Chifours qui permet à Pomme de Fer de récupérer pas mal de PV. Et je pense que ça n'a pas fait plaisir aux Chifours de prendre quand même pas mal de dégâts sur ce vent pour point. Effectivement, là maintenant, pour Victor, c'est un peu difficile. Il va devoir compter sur un réveil de son Flotte-Neige. Un réveil assez rapide, sinon la partie semble difficilement gagnable dans cette deuxième manche. Puisqu'on sait que Pomme de Fer avec Hyperfou peut mettre KO. Ah, mais il se réveille avec le Flotte-Neige, ce qui lui fait vraiment plaisir et ce qui lui permet de mettre le KO sur le Pomme de Fer. Le réveil était bienvenu pour Victor qui maintenant peut l'emporter dans ce match. Et il était bien embêté s'il n'aurait pas pu le faire. Et on a Torrent Coup qui va partir sur le Golé qui mange sa baie, donc il permettra de récupérer un peu de PV.
let's see if it's got any kind of angle in this one. It's going to be the miss on the pollen puff, banking on that Iron Hands to still be around, and this one's heading over
Mais
to
voilà, il
game
résiste
3.
encore, mais face aux deux Pokémon, ça va être assez difficile. Il a essayé de soigner son allié, mais malheureusement son allié n'est plus là.
I think that's the only way to
Et Golé se retrouve seul au monde. Et je pense qu'on va aller dans une troisième manche, puisque la deuxième est remportée par Victor grâce au réveil rapide de son flotte mèche.
Decides to land one of those huge dazzling gleams, more than enough to pick up this Iron Hands even through the assault vest.
Yeah, really impressive knockout, and yeah, I think it's a critical play, right? I mean, kind of in the first game, it was pretty clear that the decisive turn was that first turn. I guess in this one, maybe the same thing, right? Where both players are just trading so aggressively at this leads. Perhaps we kind of just can't avoid it with these teams, but
Et voilà, la partie est abandonnée du côté de Taro, et donc on se retrouve à un partout. Et on aura droit donc à une troisième manche dans ce match entre Victor Medina et Taro Okada.
Victor, just won game number 2, bounce back, feeling pretty good. Do you make a change at that point?
I mean, maybe not, right? Yeah, I guess let's remember what happened this second game. Maybe help us figure out what's likely to happen to the third.
Well, yeah, it was double terrestrialization on the first turn, just making sure that both Pokemon were in a great position, and that Landorus went down early, but big attacks from this Fluttermane, being able to start causing the easiest problems with the vast amount of damage. It does wake up at the crucial moment, gets the knockout on the Iron Hands, and Victor feeling pretty good about that one as Amoonguss. Oh no, missing the pollen puff.
Et on revoit les meilleurs moments de cette deuxième manche, remportée donc par Victor Medina.
Whether Fluttermane woke up or not, there was a critical difference where there's definitely a world where that one gets or ends in a different direction. So it'll be exciting to see what both these players do in this game. I'm curious if either of them will try something a little more conservative to start this one out, or if they're going to keep playing these decisive turn ones.
Yeah, I feel bad for that Amoonguss at the end. Like, the pollen puff play was so fashionable in Regulation C, and the Fluttermane just says, you weren't thinking of using that, were you? And just is able to shut it down. It was a really, really tough one to see. But if you're Taro, you've got to do something to bounce back, right? I mean, it had a great game one. Did change up when he decided to terrestrialize, and maybe going back to that Urshifu would be something a little wiser for him.
Yeah, I think if nothing else, too, maybe just the way they played those turns, even if they don't change Pokemon, I guess kind of as you said, either using different moves, switching differently, using different terrestrializations. There's lots of different ways that these same combinations of Pokemon can play out and have a very different, decisive finish to the turn. So maybe this will come down to a mind game. Exciting to see, can Taro take this one, or maybe Victor can show he has a little more magic left and make it to the top 8 of the Masters World Championships after doing the same thing in the senior division.
Either of these players are going to be a worthy addition to our top 8 as well. It's going to be a really, really fantastic tournament. But we got one more game to go in our round of 16. Very, very excited to see who takes it. Best of one just adds a little bit more pressure, a little je ne sais quoi to the match, if you will. Just no mistakes available, right? No mistakes available in the fabled turn 0. No mistakes available in turn number 1 either. Let us see who can get this one. As they're in team preview, I can see that they're lasered in, they're ready to go, because every decision, every button press here matters.
It's always fascinating to me in these third games which player locks in first. In this case, it was Victor by a lot, right? And I don't know, I always wonder, during game 2, are you planning ahead to game 3? Are you trying to kind of lead your opponent into certain lead matchups? To me, if you select quickly, it shows a lot of confidence, right? So I'm excited to see what his plan is here.
Yeah, really digging into the mind games of this one, which could be important. They could be a factor, as one of these players, one of these very deserving players, is going to be going home. Pretty devastating to see, but they're putting on a great show for us here in Yokohama. Top 8 is such a great achievement. Top 16 is no slouch either, but to keep on going, to be the very best, to take down the World Championships, you got to win this single game. No room for error, no pressure, guys.
I'm excited to see what these leads are. This could make a huge difference. What Pokemon will come out of the Pokeballs?
Chien Pao and Iron Hands for the side of Taro. Fluttermane and Tornadus for Victor Medina. So really
et donc c'est parti pour cette troisième manche avec un lead Baojan Pomme de Fer pour Taro et Plopmesh ainsi que Boreas du côté de Victor.
a sticky situation, right? In a couple games, it's been really free to do what it wants. Qianpao says absolutely not.
On va voir un petit peu comment vont faire les deux joueurs. Est-ce que Victor va vouloir poser d'entrée le vent arrière avec son Boreas ou va-t-il compter sur Typhon Hivernal et Éclat Magique pour faire des gros dégâts de zone sur ce premier tour?
Yeah, Tornadus makes it interesting because the Qianpao, it's very, very fast. It could put down a huge amount of damage, but it's certainly going to be a very, very interesting opening turn. We are kicking things off though with Terastallization. Tornadus going with the Steel Terra.
Et on a une Terra dès le premier tour de la part de Victor, si je ne m'abuse, sur son Boreas. Une Terra acier pour résister aux attaques glace du Baojan. Et effectivement, c'est par contre, non, c'est plutôt viser le Flotte Mèche là avec chute glace. Mais Flotte Mèche résiste et amène à la Sature Force le Baojan et fait également de gros dégâts aux pommes de fer, mais pommes de fer qui évite Typhon Hivernal, ce qui est assez important dans ce premier tour. Mais voilà, derrière quelques dégâts également avec éclair fou, mais il ne prend pas le KO puisque le Terra acier couvre bien cette faiblesse de Boreas. Donc un premier tour assez intéressant.
Wonderful to see perhaps the Urshifu coming in here with both these Pokemon at Celestial Health. Aquajet's looking pretty good here. Certainly Bleakwood Storm the other way would be not ideal, but you know, I mean, I wonder if
oui, comme disent les casteurs, Victor a un peu appris la leçon de la première manche où il avait emmené son Boreas, mais il n'avait pas Terra cristallisé, du coup il avait été rapidement mis hors de combat et n'avait pas servi beaucoup dans le match. Et on a Shifours qui arrive sur le terrain du côté de Taro.
You ignore the Tornadus, those Bleakwind Storms start to add up. That's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, it's going to be a really important turn once again. Is either side going to be able to make the read that decisively takes them into the round of 8?
Well, it's all about damage now.
Et on va avoir une Terra du côté de Taro, je suppose, du côté du Shifours pour faire beaucoup de dégâts dans ce tour. On va voir comment va réagir Victor en face. Et on a un Aquajet qui va partir du côté du Shifours pour terminer le Flotte Mèche. C'est plutôt bien joué pour apporter un KO sur l'équipe de Victor. Et on a encore une fois Pomme de Fer qui évite Typhon Hivernal 2 fois en 2 tours. Et on a par contre un drop de vitesse pour le Shifours. Et par contre on a le Pomme de Fer qui du coup peut finir le Boreas avec Vampipoint. Mais vraiment deux miss, de ratés importants de Typhon Hivernal, pardon, qui a évité 2 fois le Pomme de Fer en 2 tours. C'est très malchanceux pour Victor. Mais c'est un peu l'aléa de cette attaque, elle peut faire très mal comme elle peut rater. Et on a le Gorithmique qui entre sur le terrain et qui donc met la pression du bluff notamment et également pour faire des dégâts sur le Shifours. Et on a également le Baojan qui est rentré du côté de Victor. Je ne l'avais pas vu. On a déjà 2 Pokémon éliminés pour Victor contre 1 pour Taro. Donc il va falloir bien jouer ses tours pour Victor s'il ne veut pas être surpris et battu par Taro.
But it's not giving itself up. We're going to see what the 4th Pokemon is right now, Scott. As there's the confirmation, you were right. It's going to be the
Sachant que maintenant il a également utilisé sa Terra alors que le Pokémon Terra Cristallisé est toujours en place du côté de Taro qui échange son Pokémon pour Golé. Encore une fois, Taro qui fait confiance à son Golé. Et bon, là il ne pourra pas rediriger les attaques du Gorithmique et par contre il pourra rediriger les attaques du Baojan. Et il y a le KO avec le Gorithmique sur le Shifours, un match qui va encore une fois très vite. il y a un peu des KO dans tous les sens. Et on a Pomme de Fer qui va revenir sur le terrain pour Taro. Et on va se retrouver donc à 2 Pokémon partout pour une fin de match assez excitante. Avec notamment aussi le Pomme de Fer qui peut faire bluff sur un des Pokémon pour l'empêcher d'attaquer. Et malheureusement, on a un double abri qui a été tenté par, je crois, le Baojan de Victor, mais ça n'a pas réussi. Et derrière, on a un énorme marteau-bois qui finit le Pomme de Fer avec Gorithmic. C'est impressionnant les dégâts qu'il a fait. Et derrière, il endort, Taro endort le Baojan avec Golé, mais Golé est encore une fois tout seul dans cette fin de match contre les 2 Pokémon de Victor, malgré que le Baojan est endormi, donc il ne pourra rien faire dans le prochain tour. Rien n'est encore fini, on a un trépignement qui part sur le Golé. Ça ne fait pas énormément de dégâts, mais derrière on a de gros dégâts avec Boule Pollen sur le Baojan qui ne peut pas attaquer dans ce tour. Ce n'est pas encore fini, on risque de se retrouver avec un duel final entre Golé et Baojan Gorithmic si voilà, il se réveille, encore une fois un réveil instantané du côté du Baojan qui se protège. Et on a Trépignement qui part sur le Golé encore une fois. Un incroyable réveil rapide comme dans la manche précédente où son Floatmesh s'était réveillé rapidement pour conclure le match. Et là on a le Baojan qui aurait été mis KO par Boule Pollen s'il ne s'était pas réveillé. Et là il se réveille au bout de 2 tours de sommeil ou même 1 tour de sommeil je crois. Ça a été le même scénario que dans la manche précédente. Et c'est assez incroyable, même Victor avait du mal à y croire puisque maintenant il peut mettre le KO sur le Golé et l'emporter dans ce match de top 16 et atteindre le top 8 grâce à ce réveil rapide. Encore une fois, il a eu chaud dans les 2 dernières manches, Victor Medina, qui a eu un peu de chance d'avoir des réveils rapides du côté de Floatmesh dans la deuxième manche et du côté de Baojan pour cette dernière manche qui lui a permis de l'emporter dans ces 2 dernières manches et donc de se qualifier pour le top 8. Un match qui était très intéressant et où il y a eu beaucoup d'offensives. Et voilà donc Victor qui est qualifié pour la suite. Et on va surveiller les résultats des autres matchs. Je regarde ça sur le Pokémon Home où vous pouvez retrouver les résultats des championnats du monde dans l'onglet Info Combat. Et donc dès que j'aurai d'autres résultats, je les transmettrai sur le stream. Et on va revoir les meilleurs moments de ce set vraiment très plaisant à regarder avec beaucoup d'offensives. On a eu une première manche remportée par Taro Okada notamment et ensuite les 2 manches suivantes ont été remportées par Victor Medina qui a réussi à renverser son adversaire, notamment grâce, comme on l'a dit, à des réveils instantanés du Floatmesh comme on voit ici dans la deuxième manche, voilà, qui a rendu Victor très heureux puisqu'il a pu l'emporter alors qu'il aurait pu s'arrêter là. Voilà, il a eu très peur et dans la dernière manche, on a eu voilà un petit peu les joueurs se sont rendus coup pour coup et encore une fois le Baojan qui se réveille très rapidement pour s'abriter. Voilà, encore une fois, Victor n'arrive pas à y croire et derrière il place Chute-Glace qui termine le Golé. Et voilà le soulagement pour Victor qui l'emporte 2 manches à 1 face à Taro Okada.
A photo finish, if you will. The Amoonguss just wasn't able to clutch it out, though. I mean, the Amoonguss tried. Honestly, I was looking at that like, okay, well, if Chienpao stays asleep and it gets Pollen Puff, that's Rillaboom eating Pollen Puffs for a little bit there, and it could have got really, really dangerous. But a fantastic set, really showing just how good Europe is as well. This was a European player, top 4 at NAIC, and I know some people are really big on that region. That's a big statement of intent, taking down a Japanese player here in Yokohama too.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think if the European players are hoping to see one of their representatives win the championship, it's a great player to keep in the field, right? We've seen how good he is over the course of this season. Definitely someone that has a real chance at pulling this one home. Only 7 more people to finish ahead of.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was a very refreshing game. Thinking about some of the games we've looked at over the course of the weekend, they've been good games, don't get me wrong. But watching some of the switches, some of the trades as well, any slower and they'd be going backwards. This was the complete opposite of that, and it was a really nice change to see just both trainers absolutely going for it, particularly in Game 3, where they figured out what the win condition is, what board position they need, and they're just firing off huge attacks.
Yeah, I think it's some of the fun of this Regulation D format, right, where it can kind of go either way. We've seen some really successful slower teams, especially the stat-increasing moves, healing from Amoonguss or from Cresselia, from held items. This time it kind of goes the other way, right, where there's some healing options, there's some defensive options, but ultimately they're just not able to keep up with this offensive onslaught. And even Amoonguss, once again, forced to go on the offense. Seems like it's been a theme this season. I don't think I've seen Amoonguss attacking the other side of the field as many times this year, perhaps more than the rest of the time I've been watching the video game championships combined.
It was a nice little throwback to, I think in Regulation C, we were seeing the big pollen puff attacks, and then, all right, we got treated to one in the side of, you know, the Leaf Storm earlier, but we're back to what we know. Back to what we know and love. Pollen puff doing 75% to a Chien Pao.
Yeah, I mean, there was a world where that could have happened, right? Where for a second there, I was like, oh no, should we have set this up a little bit more? How is this happening? But Chien Pao not sleeping, the other was Fluttermane, and that's just what happens sometimes, right? You know, Amoonguss is such a powerful Pokemon, but when you're using it, some of the cost of having that power on your team is you are reliant on those sleep turns, right? You know, sometimes you're going to get a lot of twos, sometimes you're going to get a lot of longer sleeps, and in this battle, Amoonguss just couldn't quite get it done.
Well, the big thing there is, it's like, okay, well, let's say the Chien Pao stays asleep, gets knocked out by the pollen puff. Whatever I think the Rillaboom throws next activates the berry. Then it's looking real healthy again. It's actually starting off better, assuming you don't get something like a critical hit. Probably in a better position, and you can just start pollen puffing it down. That comes down to a calculation that I'm sure Victor has done, right? Like, how much does Amoonguss pollen puff actually do? But I'm sure not everyone is used to seeing that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a really well set up end game too, right? Where there was a world that was just right. You know, Iron Hands had to go down there just to get that fake out. But hey, you know, you pick up that knockout. Amoonguss versus Rillaboom's not so bad, right? The stop and cantrip keeps Rillaboom in the game, but from a tight matchup, that's exactly what you want, right? You know, Rillaboom known mostly for those really strong grass type attacks and boosted by that grassy terrain, and that just won't work against Amoonguss.
No, Amoonguss is able to completely shut that one down, and I'm impressed to see that it's still around, what, 12 years after its release. It dropped into the video game championships. It's been ever present, but Rillaboom was the victor in that one. You know, we've talked about changing out the water types, change out the grass type there, and it seems to be working out for him. A slightly more offensive team did get it for him there. It's been a fantastic match. We've obviously got one of our players already into top 8. We're going to head on down to the stage to talk with him right now.
Thank you, casters. I am joined by one of our top 8 competitors, Victor Medina. Huge congratulations. How are you feeling? You're in the top 8 of the World Championships.
I'm so nervous to be
Et
here,
on
but
va
I'm
voir
feeling
une interview
amazing.
de
I
Victor
want
Medina.
to play
Je vous
the top
traduirai
8
un petit peu
already.
ce qui a été dit à la fin de
I'm
celle-ci.
so ready for these matches that are coming up, and I want to do my very best.
We loved watching that match. It was an absolute thriller, particularly towards the end. Chien Pao was a Pokemon that we were talking about a lot backstage. Can you talk us through your thoughts towards the end of that Game 3?
For sure, my Chien Pao needed to either a double protect or wake up turn 1. He woke up turn 1, and that's why I'm here in the top 8 of this World Champion. If he didn't wake up, I wouldn't be here. My opponent played amazing, I have to say that, and it's been great, it's been great.
Well, you played amazing too, and it was great that Chien Pao was able to wake up. We don't have too much time for the interview, but I can see a huge group of friends and supporters out there. Is there anything you'd like to say to them or some viewers back home?
Thank you so much, especially to Roxanne, Sufi, and Miguel, and to the whole Spanish community who is supporting, and the support is overwhelming. Thank you so much for this. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm sure they're going to be rooting for you as you advance into top 8. One last question for you before we allow you to go get ready. Do you have what it takes to be our next world champion?
I do.
You heard it here first, Pokemon trainers. Right, we will let you go and get ready, and we're going to be throwing it back to the casters to continue all the epic Pokemon action.
I'll be honest, I also want to see his top 8 match. I'm really excited to see if he can keep that momentum going. A fantastic performance and a very worthy player into our top 8.
Voilà, du coup, Victor nous expliquait qu'avant le match, il était très nerveux et même pendant le match, avec ce qui s'est passé, notamment avec les différents sports de Golé. Et il a expliqué que son adversaire avait très bien joué et que c'était essentiellement grâce au fait que son Baojan se soit réveillé au bout d'un seul tour dans le dernier match qu'il a pu l'emporter et donc être encore en course pour ce championnat du monde. Mais il a expliqué qu'il avait déjà hâte d'être à son match de top 8 et quand on lui a demandé s'il était prêt pour être champion du monde, il a dit que oui, il était prêt pour devenir champion du monde. Donc on verra bien son parcours également. C'est vrai qu'il a eu pas mal de chance d'avoir un double réveil rapide dans les 2 manches, mais ça fait partie du VGC et honnêtement, c'est ce qui fait que les matchs sont excitants à voir et c'est pour ce genre de moment qu'on aime voir le VGC parce que ce n'est jamais pareil. Il peut y avoir 3 tours de sommeil comme un seul quand il s'agit de sport. Et là, en l'occurrence, il n'y en a eu qu'un seul pour cette 3e manche, et ce qui a permis à Victor de l'emporter en mettant le KO sur le Golé de son adversaire japonais.
We do have to wait a moment. We've still got some games out in the field getting played. Even though there was a best of 3, they were pretty prompt games. So we're going to throw it over to a quick break, and we'll be back as soon as we can with top 8 here in Yokohama.
Et on revoit les meilleurs moments justement du match précédent avant de faire un petit break. Et je surveille les résultats pour vous les communiquer dès qu'ils sont en ligne.
Hi there, I'm your host Anna Prosser here in Yokohama for Pokemon World Championships 2023, and we're here in the Play Lounge. We're here with Judge Kaza to talk about first steps. What's first step?
ここはティーチングエリアです。カードゲームを最初にやる場所です。
If a player is just learning about Pokemon for the first time, what would you tell them when they come here?
まずは楽しんでくださいと。
What games can players learn here in the Play Lounge?
すべてのゲームできます。
Do they need to know anything before they come here, or can they start brand new?
Nothing. 初心者でも大丈夫です。
What is your favorite thing about the Play Lounge?
ティーチングが大好きです。
It looks like you're having a great time. We'll let you get back to it.
めっちゃ楽しいです。
ありがとうございます。
I'm so excited about this WCS in Japan.
And that's it from the Play Lounge. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Good night.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Andrew Ford and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game and I didn't think I was going to win. I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best player in North America.
Et là, on va revoir les meilleurs moments de la dernière compétition officielle en date avant les championnats du monde, à savoir le championnat international d'Amérique du Nord. Donc on va voir un peu ce qui s'est passé dans tous les jeux, que ce soit Pokémon Go ou le jeu de cartes également et le VGC, je pense également.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something. It's the journey, it's the friends, it's going to other parts of the world. I will be at the World Championships. I think I am definitely going to make day 2, and I'm sure with a little bit of luck, I can roll my way all the way to the top.
My name is Alex Gomez. I'm from Spain, and I'm the new North American International Champion. It feels great to win a tournament again. I actually cried. I was really emotional. I was happy, of course, but so long since I won an event. I thought I couldn't do it anymore. My advice to other trainers is keep trying, never give up. You gotta trust yourself and believe that you can do it. If a tournament goes badly, you can still try. You're gonna bounce back, and I'm gonna try to win at Worlds.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Aaron Zhang, and I'm joined by my friends Ray and Yuki, and we are here to break down some of the action at the Pokemon Video Game World Championships. We are wrapping up the round of 16 right now to determine our final 8 players. And it has been a bloodbath, especially for North America, as there is only one North American player left in this tournament, and that's Abdullah.
There's still hope, though.
There's still hope.
The Ray Rizzo hot take is still alive. Abdullah, honestly, I'm rooting for him. We streamed his game earlier. It was an incredible set. And seeing the interview, I mean, that kind of story where this is your first year competing, you win your first regional you go to, you win pretty much every tournament you attend, and now suddenly you're in top cut of your first ever world championship. I mean, that would be awesome if he could take down the tournament today.
Yuki, I know you were big on Japan. Japan looks like it's been doing really well. What is interesting is I think a lot of the favorites we were talking about, especially the Japanese national champions, have both been eliminated. So, Yuki, as the local Japanese expert, who's your money on from Japan at this point?
Yeah, like you said, yeah, we had some Japanese get eliminated, but I'm still, pretty bullish on Japan. The team I keep talking about is this team that a lot of the Japanese have been sharing the kind of good stuff that maybe we talked about earlier on the stream with Wolf and Marcus. But we just saw one of them get eliminated. My Victor Medina, but there's actually at least 2 still left in Mao Harada and Shohei Kimura, which I believe was the originator of the concept. And yeah, I think it's really exciting to see like one specific archetype do really well and all from Japan. So yeah, I think Shohei Kimura definitely has the chance, the big money to make it home.
And speaking of eliminated by Victor Medina, that match we just saw, that game 3, I mean, it looked like Amoonguss 1 against 2, the little Amoonguss that could.
Oh my goodness.
Amoonguss, honestly, if that Chien-Pao didn't get that timely wake up, that Amoonguss might have traded out those Pokeball hands for some boxing gloves. He might have been able to do that 1v2.
Absolutely, yeah. You have to consider when the Chien-Pao, I believe it only had taken 1 turn of sleep. So the odds of waking up there actually aren't great. And if Chien-Pao faints, then Rillaboom does less damage with that stopping tantrum as well because you don't have that defense drop anymore. And Amoonguss' Pollen Puff honestly does pretty significant damage into the Rillaboom. So I really wanted to see how things would have played out if the Chien-Pao had stayed asleep.
Yeah, that would have been a photo finish. Absolutely crazy.
One thing I want to point out that's kind of like maybe a nuanced thing is the fact that Victor decided to protect the Chien-Pao the turn it woke up. I think it's kind of a nuance because, I think maybe the obvious move would be to go Icicle Crash to knock out the Amoonguss, but it's actually not an entirely accurate move, so you can miss. And if you do miss, then the Pollen Puff still knocks you out, and you might actually lose the one with Rillaboom. But by protecting, you kind of hedge your bets, and you get 1 extra Stomping Tantrum. And yeah, I was really impressed by that. I've talked to Victor Medina before, and I think he has a lot of really strong fundamentals, and I think it really kind of shown through that move. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And Victor really just on a tear over the last couple of years, specifically top 4 at NAIC. This most recent NAIC knocked out by Alex Gomez, I believe. And he actually knocked out Alex, who I picked as my favorite to win this tournament going into Top Cut in that very first round. So truly having such an incredible season. And the best players from Spain have just been so powerful. Eric Rios, Alex Gomez, Guillermo Castilla-Diaz, who finished second at Worlds last year. Of course, Victor now in that top 8. But we also have some newer faces in that top 8. I believe there is a player, Nikolaj, who we have not featured on the stream yet, but newer player coming over from Europe. And I believe he's one of the players actually using Ursaluna, Pokemon we've talked about a fair amount throughout the course of this tournament. And I think Ursaluna was probably the #1 threat for a lot of people when Regulation D first started, just because the premise of how much damage it can do. I'm curious to see if it can go the whole way. But what do you guys think about Ursaluna?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting pick because, like you mentioned, Aaron, it just does such insane damage if you can set the Trick Room up and get it enough turns to keep firing off those attacks. And it gets spread damage from Earthquake, which is really nice. However,
alors, on aurait quelques résultats avec notamment Matty Morgan qui se serait imposé contre Emilio Forbes et également Federico Camporesi qui se serait imposé contre Luca Miglioni.
Then it's just really tough because Ursaluna
Et qui donc serait qualifié en top 8 comme Victor Medina qui est passé en stream.
really want to be burning a turn protecting because you only have a limited amount of Trick Room turns, and so you really want to be able to switch it in for free, but it's kind of tough to do when there's a lot of offensive threats in the format.
Yeah, I really like your point there because I think when I was talking with my friends when first Regulation D was announced and we all started talking about Ursaluna, we were saying, oh yeah, like Ursaluna is one of the Pokemon that really requires speed control the most. Like I've never seen a Pokemon that requires more speed control than Ursaluna, and based on how naturally fast it is, I think Trick Room is usually the option that we like to go for. And I think maybe in day 1, there may have been some teams that really didn't have the opportunity to shut down the Trick Room or didn't have the opportunity to shut down its powerful attacks like Facade, whether it's in the playing or in the actual Pokemon that the opposing player has. But now that we're in day 2, all these players are very well prepared. They have their lines for how to prevent Ursaluna from really getting out of control. And I think that's kind of represented by how I think that player is the only one who has Ursaluna so far in the top 8. So I would love to see, maybe see them actually play and see, like, is there a playing style that's different? Do they have some kind of niche pick on their team that really makes Ursaluna go through that other people really couldn't find?
Definitely. I think one thing that we've seen a lot of throughout the course of this tournament is the combination of Iron Hands and Amoonguss.
Yep.
This isn't really anything new, but it is a huge centerpiece to those Japanese teams that you were talking about earlier, Yuki, and Abdullah also has it on his kind of pseudo-rain team with Pelipper and Golden Go as well. So what is it about this combo that just makes it so good? We've known about this for a while. It's not like this didn't exist in Regulation C. Why is it having such a dominant performance at Worlds?
It's their hands, but seriously, I mean, it's just they're both so bulky. They can switch in and out so easily. I mean, we've seen Iron Hands with Assault Vest specifically. I mean, it can just tank hits, insanely powerful hits. And then Amoonguss, we all know how bulky Amoonguss is, but the fact Amoonguss can even heal back up with Pollen Puff, heal the Iron Hands, heal itself by switching out. You've got Fake Out Pressure to give your more damaging Pokemon some free turns. I mean, they're both just so bulky, so consistent. And in a metagame like this where you need some safe switch-ins, they can just be those pivotal members of the team to give you the flexibility to allow you to switch out your more offensive threats when they're in positions where they need to switch out.
Yeah, and the great point by Ray, and what I want to add on is that it was such a solid Pokemon in Regulation C, and I think the things that kind of threatened it a little bit more recently is the increase in the usage in Flutter Mane A, and B's introduction of Urshifu, specifically Rapid Strike, being able to really damage Iron Hands a lot. But thanks to the support from Amoonguss, you can redirect the attacks. And I think that's just a really great defensive synergy between the two. Like, you can tank a lot of these hits and fire back really strong Drain Punches, Wild Charges, etc. So I think, yeah, they have really good synergy, and that's probably what makes them shine so much in Regulation D, when I think earlier on in the format, people didn't really know like good defensive cores. We just saw a lot of the Torrendus teams and Ursaluna teams just going for hyper offense. So I think this defensive core is what's really stabilizing this format, and we can really see that in these good stuff teams that really fuse those two together as a defensive core.
I think the good stuff thing has been really interesting to me because it feels like I don't know if you would classify the Japanese team as kind of a good stuff team, but interesting to see. It's just so much offense across the board, but you have a lot of defensive capabilities with the Iron Hands and the Pollen Puff of Mungus. You know, I feel like some players have started dropping Pollen Puff for maybe like Leaf Storm, for example, but Pollen Puff is still just so valuable. And I feel like every time I see it being used, it's like, oh, Iron Hands is taking like 60% of health from a couple Dazzling Gleams. A single Pollen Puff just heals it all the way back up. So such a valuable tool. But do you guys think there's any major weaknesses of that team? And we did just see it lose on stream. What does it take to actually beat kind of this good stuff team that the Japanese players are really prioritizing?
Yeah, it's tough because, like you mentioned, Iron Hands and Amoonguss, they can kind of be the glue to hold a team together. Just because they're so good defensively, and so it allows you to run a lot of more offensive Pokemon, like we've seen Fluttermane, Urshifu, Landorus, etc. And so in order to take that kind of team down, I feel like it's really tough because it is such a balanced kind of team, and so it really just comes down to your actual play style in the game. You know, are you able to read your opponent's moves? Because they are likely going to be, you know, longer matches, you're going to have to switch in and out a lot. And so if you can call some of those turns correctly, over time just slowly gain advantages turn after turn and eventually get a situation where you can have your opponent kind of in a pin where regardless of whether they stay in, terror defensively, switch out, regardless of what they do, you're in a situation to capitalize. So if you can over time set up a situation like that for yourself, that's how you can take that team down.
Yeah, I think Ray covered well the playing aspect of how to beat those two, and I think from a team composition perspective, a really easy answer would be Goldengo. It's a Pokemon that is immune to Amoongus's, you know, really Spore, which is its really strongest move. And then on top of that, it doesn't really take any super effective damage from Iron Hands. Its strongest move usually is Wild Charge, which does recoil to itself. So it's not the most reliable answer to Goldengo. And imagine if you can pair your own Amoonguss with Goldengo and keep healing yourself back as you set up something like a Nasty Plot to make its attacks a lot stronger. I think you can really capitalize on that. And I think we can see this advantage, or I guess maybe this characteristic being exploited by even Tornadus teams. I've noticed some Tornadus teams which usually prefer like a Choice Specs Goldengo, which focuses more on immediate damage output. Some of them I've seen actually have Nasty Plot Goldengo because they probably are maybe a little bit weaker to Amoonguss in general or in Iron Hands, that combination, but just by having Goldengo, you can kind of flip it on its head.
Well, you mentioned that Pokemon. Of course, we have to talk about one player that we know has that Nasty Plot Goldengo in the top 8. That, of course, is the remaining North American player, Abdullah, representing Canada. And I think what's really interesting is going into the top cut, we did a little segment here in the lounge and talked about the players that we thought had the best chances of winning. And historically at the World Championships in VGC, the world champion has been a player that has had a lot of experience, either being a Japanese national champion or top 8, top 4 at the World Championships in a previous year. I think at this point, I'm not sure if there are any of those players remaining in the field. I think coming in, we were talking about, for example, Kaito Ari, who is this year's Japanese national champion, Hirofumi Kimura, who's won multiple Japanese national championships previously, Alex Gomez, who's top cut the World Championships before, Emilio Forbes. All those players are eliminated at this point, so I am really interested in seeing who within this top 8 is going to rise out on top. And this rising star Abdullah, I have never seen a rookie season like this before.
No, it's really incredible. I mean, how often can you say you've won every tournament you've gone to? I mean, that's just crazy, especially nowadays with how insane the competition is. I mean, you have so many players competing at each event, and then this is the World Championship. I mean, this is the best of the best, and so to do it again here, I mean, that's just hat off to him. I mean, incredible performance.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, maybe some people might say, oh, it was a fluke if it just happened one time or something, but you can't win a regional and then some other local events and then make it this far in the World Championships on a fluke, right? Like, there's definitely something inherently strong about this player. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see how far they can push it.
Yeah, I'm just really excited because when I played against him at that Vancouver tournament, I just, like, it's in Pokemon, I feel like it's such a mental game, right? And I know, at least for me, it took me so many years really to get used to all the variants that can happen in the game, especially just when things don't go your way, obviously, when you have high expectations on yourself and you don't meet them. But just like Abdullah's mental game is just unbelievable. It feels like a 10-year-old veteran who's been playing VGC for so long. It is honestly surreal to me that this is his very first season. He made it through day 1 as well, right? So his overall record just in VGC this season is probably, the win rate's probably like 80 to 90%, which in itself is really crazy. But his team is also a little bit different from a lot of those other teams that we see in this current top 8. I believe we also have Maddie from Europe, who has advanced to the top 8, defeating Emilio Forbes in top 16. Nicolaj, a player that we haven't really been able to feature very much, but a little bit newer, and I think also a player I have my eye out on. I mean, to really come in one of your earlier seasons. I'm not sure if this is his first season or he's been playing for more than that. I know him and his twin brother actually both qualified for the World Championships, and I believe both previously played Hearthstone competitively, and so it's really interesting to see the switch from that game over to competitive Pokemon. But I mean, to get top 8 of the World Championships obviously is an incredible accomplishment in itself, but for those players that really are doing it in their first World Championship, that's just unbelievable.
Yeah, it really is, and honestly, it's so inspirational too. If you're a newer player and you're looking to make the jump into competitive Pokemon, to actually witness this happen live, a player in their first season or one of their first seasons, or at least their first World Championship, to actually have this kind of run and be a serious threat to win the entire event, I mean, that's gotta be inspirational to just take the shot. I mean, you know, might as well attend a regional, attend a premier challenge, attend a local. There's so many around the world available to players, and it's just a great opportunity to get your foot in the door. You never know, right? Take a chance, see what happens, and you might get hooked on competitive Pokemon. You might do a lot better than you maybe think you might do. So, you know, it's gotta be an inspirational moment to witness this.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just like a great way to show how accessible Pokemon can be. Like, you can be a rookie, quote unquote, and still make it this far. So like you said, very inspirational. And I think what I'm most curious about is to see, can Abdullah really pull through and go even further? Because kind of what you talked about earlier about experiences. I mean, you two have been playing this for so long. Like, you know, you can, you know, be in a tournament for 12 hours or something and have to go all the way through. And, you know, this might be Abdullah's first time. So, like, is he able to, like, you know, kind of rise up to the challenge of playing Pokemon for, you know, maybe longer than the typical
Et
regional,
effectivement,
and still
d'après les infos, que donnent les casteurs, il y aurait également
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's funny because I feel like when Ray and I were playing in Worlds
le
back
joueur
then, it was just
canadien
way
Abdullah
shorter of a day, right? At this
Moaizin
point,
qui se serait
these
imposé
competitors
contre
have been
Yuta
here for way much
Takanashi,
over
le
half
japonais,
the day,
pour sa toute première saison en VGC, donc une déjà très bonne performance puisqu'il atteint le top 8 et on va attendre un petit peu les derniers résultats.
So fogged up, and like having to learn how to deal with that, I think, is an interesting part of the game, because it's not something that you inherently practice very frequently in this game, right? And so you're kind of relying more on just stamina and it kind of just improvising on the spot. But I'm curious, I mean, Ray, obviously you've won multiple World Championships. What was like back then, even with fewer rounds?
Yeah, it's really just the adrenaline, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, for a lot of these players, it's their first time. Like you mentioned, you almost 12 hours perhaps playing Pokemon straight, or at least thinking about Pokemon, you know, thinking about your upcoming matchup or your previous matchup or whatnot. I mean, that's a lot of time to spend focusing on a strategy game where you got to use your brain at full power for a lot of those 12 hours. I mean, it really does require a lot of stamina. You need a really good mental state to make it all this way. But these last few rounds are going to be some of the hardest. And so to be this tired, this deep in an event, and you're playing the most important Pokemon matches of your life, I mean, that's why it's all adrenaline. I mean, it really comes down to that.
And I think I also want to argue the open team sheet format makes it even more of a maybe taxing format to play in, because the information game is like out there, right? Like before it was like, oh, you know, like, you know, I think this person might have this move on their Amoonguss or something like that. But now, because the teams are open, it's a lot more accessible to find out what people are playing, and that means you can think through your matches a lot more, right? You can kind of flowchart the matchup in your head if you want to beforehand. And I think while that might be advantageous for you if you know how to flowchart better than other players, I think it's actually not so great if, you know, if you are constantly just thinking about your next match or you're actually playing in one.
Absolutely agreed. Looking ahead to this top 8 now, shifting gears a little bit, I'm curious, are there any surprises in terms of Pokemon or strategies that you didn't expect to see? Any Pokemon you think overperformed or underperformed? How do you feel about the remaining players and teams that we've seen?
Honestly, coming into this, we did kind of expect to see a lot of those most common Pokemon. I mean, when you see a Pokemon like Fluttermane that's on over 70% of teams, I mean, Iron Hands, Urshifu are on quite a large number of teams. We kind of expected to see this, right? It's mainly just what kind of sets do these Pokemon opt for? Like, Fluttermane can run Booster Energy, boosting either speed or special attack. Choice specs, we've seen Rocky Helmet earlier. I mean, there's so many different items, Focus Sash, Pixie Plate. It can do so many different things. Likewise, Urshifu, we've seen Taunt make an appearance, we've seen Swordsdance make an appearance, but even things like Amoonguss, I mean, we've even seen Focus Sash on Amoonguss, but it could go Rocky Helmet, which changes the Urshifu matchup a lot. It could go Citrus Berry to just give it some overall more bulk in more general matchups. There's a lot of things that you can do with some of these more common Pokemon, and I think that's kind of what we expected heading into it, that we would see those Pokemon. It was just, how would they be played, right? Things like Taunt, Urshifu, maybe we didn't expect as much, but it's very cool to actually see it have this kind of success.
Yeah, I kind of want to tag up on your comment on Flutter Mane because it's, like you said, it's a very versatile Pokemon. It can hold many different items, hold different many moves, and I think the recent innovation around that is the Terra Grass Energy Ball Choice Specs Flutter Mane. I think it's very strong for mainly two reasons. One is that you can knock out most like Rapid Strike Urshifus because they usually Terra into water, and you get rid of the fighting weakness from Moonblast, but you still have the grass weakness from the water. So being able to exploit that with the Energy Ball and being able to Terra, I think is really good. It's also a very defensive terrestrialization where even if you're under Tailwind, you might be able to survive by
Et voilà, aussi également des casters qui parlent d'une nouvelle tendance, notamment pour le flotte mesh, qui a surpris en étant utilisé avec le Terra Plante et Écosphère, qui permet notamment de contrer efficacement les Chifours 1000 points. C'était une stratégie ingénieuse qui a été vue pendant les Worlds. Et effectivement, ça sera peut-être vu lors des prochaines compétitions de l'année prochaine. Alors on a vraiment maintenant tous les résultats de ce top 16. On a effectivement Federico Camporesi qui s'impose 2 manches à 1 contre Luca Luciloni. On a Abdullah Moayoudine qui s'impose 2 manches à 0 contre le japonais Yuta Takahashi. On a Michael Kelch qui s'impose contre Kenji Miura 2 manches à 1. On a Nicolas Hoge Nielsen qui s'impose contre le japonais Yusuke Takayanashi. On a ensuite Victor Medina donc, qui s'est imposé en stream 2 manches à 1 contre le japonais Taro Okada. On a Kaito Hari, le champion japonais 2023 qui a été éliminé par son compatriote Mao Harada. On a Shohei Kimura qui s'est imposé contre le numéro 1 européen de cette année, Marco Silva. Et on a Matty Morgan qui s'est imposé 2 manches à 1 contre Emilio Forbes. Et on va sûrement du coup entamer les matchs du top 8 très prochainement. Et effectivement, vous l'avez bien remarqué tout à l'heure, pendant les matchs, on a vu donc un mode spectateur qui a été mis en place pour ce top cut des Worlds.
And just really see how these players battle. But yeah, I think those two in particular feel like a lot of either the heavy favorites, either fan favorites or just the kind of people champion with Abdullah. But really excited to see how this top 8 shakes up. So guys, thank you so much for joining me, and we're going to throw it to a short break.
Et donc également quand on remarque le top 8 et les 8 derniers joueurs restants, on remarque quand même beaucoup de joueurs européens, puisque tout simplement il y a 5 joueurs européens dans le top 8.
Now, what has brought you here? What are you most excited for at the World Championships?
So my partner's actually competing. He got top 8 in EUIC, so we were really excited to finally come to Japan. We wanted to anyway, but it all fell into place, and it's just incredible to finally be here.
And are they competing now?
Yeah, he's just gone in for his next round, so good.
How is it going so far?
Yeah, pretty good. He's doing quite well. He's playing Miraidon, so we know that Guardy's going to be hard to be against, but he's got his ways.
Fingers crossed. Now, what about you? What's brought you here?
My 2 children and my partner, they're both playing today. So my son plays tomorrow, day 2 for video game, and my eldest is also playing TCG today. So fingers crossed for a day 2 invite after today.
Wow, you must be very proud. They must be playing very well.
They're doing really, really well. Really pleased, yeah.
What would you say about their play style?
Ooh, so I am the bag carrier and watcher, and their dad does everything for them when it comes to things like that. So they are very, very confident and very passionate about the game, both of them. As much as they both play different games, they're both passionate together and support each other through everything when it comes to Pokemon. Yeah, they're so happy to be here.
That's wonderful. Now, a lot of people at home are watching and supporting from home, but have never been to an event like this. What would you tell them it's like actually being here?
It's quite surreal. If you've ever been to a Comic-Con, it's like that, but much, much larger. And I love how Japan's done it this time. Like, I've been to a few different ones now, but this one specifically stands out as extremely well organized in knowing where to go, what to do. There's lots of little events and stuff. It's an amazing day out, even if you're quite new to it. Because I've got a little Eevee tattoo. I'm like very supportive of my partner. It's his main passion, and we just like live through it. It becomes part of your life, so it's cool to actually be in a space where you know you're going to enjoy yourself, you know you're going to have a good time and see all your friends. It's like an accidental squad trip to Japan.
They've also done a great job of kind of Pokemonifying the whole city. There's lots going on. What can you say about what it's like even outside of the convention center?
It's so exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favorite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Mom, can I stop for a photo? And it's every 5 minutes, and it's just fantastic. It's such a good atmosphere. Everybody's so happy and wonderful, and Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
I agree. You guys are just a beacon of joy as well. So before we go, I have to ask, what's your favorite Pokemon? Is it Eevee?
Yeah, it's Eevee.
What about you? Do you have a favorite?
I do. Mine's Galarian Ponyta.
Oh, those are two of my favorites as well. So I think we are very well matched here. We'll let you all get back to watching and you all back to watching, but we will have more coming your way from the Pokemon World Championship.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Championship Series for Worlds 2023 in Yokohama, Japan. With me, I have got Scafo, one of our top competitors with the Stadium Elite team. Let's ask him just a couple questions about his team and see how he's doing here in Japan. So Scafo, welcome to Worlds.
Thank you so much. I'm pretty excited to be here and compete at the World Championship.
Incredible. Could you tell us a little bit about what team you brought here and some of their strengths?
So my team is like double flyer and double steal strategy, and I'm actually liking it pretty a lot because of it's pretty obvious that I'm gonna try and run like a double steal or double flyer, but then like you can surprise the opponent just by not running that, and then just play around some situation depending on what I think it's the best steal or the best flyer. I'm not like forced to use every Pokemon. And I think like my team is working pretty well, and I'm pretty happy with it.
So what are the two flyers and the two steals that you brought with us?
So I do have Altaria and Noctowl as flyers, and the Shadow on Sandslash, and the Galarian Stunfisk.
Very, very powerful Pokemon. All right, now let me ask you a little bit more about what type of Pokemon and situations you found yourself in that you found was a big surprise to you here today.
So like I think Altaria is working really well this weekend. Like most of the teams, they are like quite weak to Altaria. Like almost everyone does have a Medicham, like Sableye, or like even like Lickitung. Like I saw some Water Lantern, and I even saw like one opponent that wasn't running a Steel type, so I actually could have saved swap Altaria, which is something that you usually don't see. But it worked pretty well. And actually, I think that's like my main strategy. Like try and see what it's good against my opponent and then play around that.
All right, I think that's going to do it for Scafo. Thank you so much for the interview, and we'll see you in the next battles coming up here at the World Championship Series 2023.
Hello Pokemon trainers, we're about to kick things off in the top 8 here at the video game side of things at the 2023 Pokemon World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. I am Lou Agdrosh-Kromi, joined as ever by the wonderful Lee Provost. You ready to get into top 8, Lee?
Oh, I cannot wait to get into top 8. It's going to be brilliant, and you know, to get this stage of the tournament now where everything's on the line, you know, it's going to be an amazing match to get into.
Et on est de retour avec les commentateurs pour le top 8 qui va démarrer d'ici peu. Et on va voir quel match va passer en stream. Peut-être qu'on en aura même droit à plusieurs.
Yeah, definitely. And you're right. I think at this stage you've got to be confident. You've come all the way from, you know, some of the players have come from day one to this stage. So you've gotten this far, you may as well just go that little bit extra and take it all the way and get to finals tomorrow and try and become the 2023 world champion.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the bracket and see who are still in contention to be able to take that coveted world champion spot. You can see our top 8, and that very first one between Federico and Abdullah is going to be the feature match for top 8, but there are still some fantastic matches to be
Et
held
voilà, on
as
voit
well.
le
Michael
bracket
Couch
de
holding it out
nouveau,
for Germany
où
with
on
a
voit
very
les matchs
interesting
du
team
top
as
8,
well. That's
donc
definitely one that
qui
you
est
can try and
l'équivalent
track
des
from the
quarts de
sidelines
finale
in the
de ces
venue if
championnats
you're
du
here.
monde.
Victor
On
Medina
aura
as well, the player we
Federico
recently spoke
Camporesi
to.
contre
Really, really
Abdullah
proud of himself getting
Moaïdine,
through into this top 8. And then,
Michael
of
Kelch
course,
contre
Shohei Kimura,
Nicolas
big
Hoge
favorite here as well
Nielsen,
in that last pairing.
Victor
Yeah,
Medina
going up
qui l'a
against
emporté
Matt
donc en
Morgan, who's
stream
representing
précédemment
Ireland in the
contre le
tournament,
japonais
and
Mao
incredible game that
Arada.
one way. I mean, all the
Et
tournament
enfin
players will be
Shohei Kimura
incredible,
qui sera
and a massive
confronté
congratulations
à
to all the
Mati
players getting to
Morgan.
this stage in the
Donc on
tournament.
voit,
It's such
comme
an
on a dit tout à l'heure,
accomplishment
5
in itself.
Européens,
You've got to take your hat off to all
2
the players, but
Japonais
there is
et
still a little bit extra to
un
go, like Lou has
représentant
mentioned
de
already.
l'Amérique du
Federico
Nord, à
and Abdullah
savoir
is the matchup
Abdullah
we will be
Moaouidine qui
featuring next,
représente
which is
le
going to be very
Canada.
good because we haven't seen Federico yet on the stream, but we have featured Abdullah earlier on today.
Honestly, speaking to Abdullah at the end of his match earlier, where he knew he'd made it into that top cut, I think was a beautiful moment of today's tournament. Knowing that he not only
Et
has
donc
made it through
on
the
a la
far, but he
confirmation
believes in
des
himself and
casters
says, hey,
que
this is my
le
tournament,
match
I
en stream
believe I
sera
have.
le
What it takes
premier
to go all the way was incredible
à
to see, and
l'écran
you heard it there
Federico
first. He certainly
Camporesi
could be our next world champion.
Abdullah
Yeah, and coming all the way, you know, from
Moaouidine.
day one
Donc je veux
through
dire
day
en
two
haut de
to
l'écran,
top 8
le
the
premier
World
match.
Championships, and this is really his second major tournament of the season.
It's almost unheard of to be able to battle it out in day 1 to then get through day 2. I think Wolf Glick was the only world champion to actually be able to do that, to battle it through to day 1. And who knows what history is going to be made here. Again, all of these top 8 matches will be concluding to get to our top 4. We will find our finalists, and then tomorrow in Championship Sunday, we will crown not one world champion in the Masters division, but also our junior and senior champions as well.
Yeah, Championship Sunday slowly creeping up, but we have a few matches to go before then, but very exciting all the same. And, you know, I think the match itself that we're going to be going into next with Abdullah, it's going to be, it is a bit of a fairy tale story, of course. And, of course, if he makes it on to the final, but he does have Federico standing in his way, and he's got a very, very interesting team, which we'll get into in a minute. But I think that's the next test for Abdullah in this tournament, to get through Federico. And can Federico, you know, he has taken down Luca as well, the only player that went undefeated in day 2. So doing incredibly well himself. And it's going to be nice to feature him in this top 8.
And that's where the momentum starts building. Like you say, Federico coming off a fantastic win in top 16 to get into the top 8. If you can keep riding that wave where you're kind of going, hey, I'm doing excellent right now. I know what my Pokemon are doing. I've just got to focus. Make those moves and counter moves we talk about a lot when it comes to Pokemon to enable that game-winning position. Then you're going to be able to advance into that top 4. But I really want to talk a little bit more about the journey that Abdullah has come on this particular year. You know, winning a regional
Effectivement, on avait les casters qui nous expliquaient que ces deux joueurs, tout simplement, viennent tout simplement du jour 1. Ils ont fait déjà tout leur parcours sur la première journée de compétition et ils ont réussi à trouver leur place parmi le top cut en réalisant un fantastique parcours. Et donc, un des deux intégrera le top 4, donc les demi-finales de ces championnats du monde. Et c'est franchement un parcours fantastique pour ces deux joueurs.
Like Ray said, why not give it a go? I mean, Abdullah is a great example to everyone out there who has not competed in the video game championships yet. Give it a go, because you never know what's going to happen, and you might even surprise yourself, like he said. So I think just a perfect example to pull in new players to the format, and you know, anything like that is just inspirational and great for the video game.
That's definitely words of the wise to the newer players from the older players as well. Not only yourself there, Lee, but obviously Ray Rizzo as well, 3-time world champion, veteran of Pokemon video game. Great advice to be giving out to these players. I mean, let's talk a little bit about the Pokemon as well. Not necessarily in this match. We want to wait until we know our players are seated and ready. But I want to talk about some of the key Pokemon that are coming out in Regulation D, particularly Chienpao and Urshifu. I think that combination was something that we knew had a lot of potential, but being able to see these players pilot it so well in the World Championship shows why it really is a key established core of Regulation D.
Yeah, and it just seems to be doing it. Like every round that we feature it and they're included, they always seem to appear and do so much work, you know, and just kind of solidifying why players are kind of relying on them and having so much success with them, just between the two of those Pokemon and, you know, the Pokemon that they are playing with, surrounding those two with. But they are the kind of the mainstays that keep popping up throughout the tournament and doing so well. Urshifu has actually, I thought it would do well, but I didn't really expect it to do as well as it has done. Another Pokemon that I really think has kind of solidified its place in this Regulation D is Einhans.
Yes.
I think it just seems to be on every single match that we featured and just doing the same things. Being, with the Assault Vest seems to be the kind of common item. I did expect coming into this tournament to maybe see a bit more of an offensive build, but maybe that was what a lot of players did, but they didn't really progress, whereas the Assault Vest variant was the one that carried a lot of players through matches, and you can see why the Assault Vest is really a crucial item on it. It is able just to sit on the field for that long time and just rotate out, get back in, utilize that fake out support, and kind of just do bits of chip damage that it needs to kind of get you in a position to close the game out.
Do you know who Iron Hands kind of reminds me of? Incineroar. In a little way, because it can come in, it goes for that fake out. Bigger hands, bigger feet, I think, as well. Generally speaking, a bigger physique. But the reason I allude to that Pokemon is because Iron Hands has done a lot of what Incineroar used to do in the past. Yes, it doesn't have Intimidate. Its ability is kind of irrelevant, to be honest, on Iron Hands' side. But the fact that it gets to go for that fake out and then pivot in and out with something like a Volt Switch allows it that maneuverability on the field and the support that the partner Pokemon tend to need, as well as having a pretty decent range of moves. Often seeing things like the Heavy Slam on there as well to have nice coverage for those Fairy-type Pokemon. And I think when you, again, allude to that Assault Vest you just mentioned, that was an item we used to see on Incineroar from time to time as well.
Yeah.
And, again, having this flexibility with the natural bulk that you've got does show why it's kind of fitting in the shoes where we don't have Incineroar in the format. Another Pokemon's got to take its place.
Yeah, and I think Iron Hands, I think you spell out brilliantly there, has filled that role with what players are looking for. Pokemon to kind of have that slow pivot out, to allow you to readjust your board positions, just give you a little bit of room when you need it with that fake out support, and it does offer some good offensive pressure as well, especially now when you're seeing more flying and water types. In particular, Terra Water is kind of a more chosen option for a lot of players. So those offensive options that Iron Hands does have at its disposal, the fighting attacks and the electric attacks really do help it out in that situation. So yeah, it might just be an Incineroar in disguise though. You never know for Scarlet and Violet.
Who knows? You just can't get rid
Big
of that
suit on.
pesky cat, can you? Incineroar's always lurking around a corner here or there. I think as well, talking about flexibility and the coverage that Iron Hands has, I think it was number 2 in the usage ranks, right? Pretty much from day 1 to day 2. That number 1 spot though? Fluttermane.
Was Fluttermane, yeah.
And Fluttermane's always had really good coverage, Ghost-type moves with Shadow Ball, Moonblast, things like that. But I've been really impressed with the Grass Terror that we've been seeing, running them with that Energy Ball to be able to hit all those water types that are running around. Thankfully, Gastrodon seems to be avoiding it quite a little bit. It didn't quite make it out, I believe, of top 32 here in the Masters Division, but there are still plenty of water types running around, or Terra water types as well, that Fluttermane can maybe catch with one of those energy balls. Yeah,
interesting when we talk about Fluttermane as well and how popular it has been throughout its entirety since it was introduced back in Regulation B, was it introduced?
Yes, I think that's when the Paradox Pokemon came in, and then Treasure of Ruin was Regulation C.
Yeah, so I think since then it's been at the forefront and probably top of the usage stats since then. And the interesting thing is Abdullah isn't running it at all, and he's got this far without it. Obviously, Federico is running the Fluttermane, taking full advantage of it. But interesting to see that it's not a Pokemon that you have to use, but it is only 70% on the usage, so
I love how you say only 70%. That's a pretty overwhelming majority.
There will be 30% of players that didn't bring it.
Yeah, that's true. And
whether or not they all got into top 8, I don't know.
But I mean, we got to see this earlier when we featured Abdullah. There is no Fluttermane on that team. So Abdullah being one of those players who has opted not to bring the number 1 used Pokemon in the format, and pretty much since it got unleashed upon us has been so dominant. Why is it, Lee, though, one of the best Pokemon out there? Why are players constantly picking up? Is it just the fact that it can hit really hard, has a nice move pool coverage, or what is the secret behind Fluttermane? It's speed, it's typing. I think a lot of players have been using it as a tool just to get damage out onto the field, because the terrestrialization, you can increase the damage output and you can really put kind of a dent in your opponent's team, because maybe they haven't got anything that naturally outspeeds it, or they haven't got access to really good speed control at the start of the game. So the Fluttermane's always going to be in a position to kind of just throw out that damage. And not many Pokemon have the resist to be, even if they do have a resist to, they're still taking a
big chunk of damage for the troubles, you know. And I think with terrestrialization as well, you can kind of mitigate a lot of the weaknesses from Fluttermane, and you've seen the transition from when it first got introduced to now, where players have adapted their EV spreads and trained it way more defensively, reduced that speed because it's not quite needed to be a max attack, where it's a bit more investment in defense is a better utility.
Exactly. So many different Pokemon choices that you can make. Have there been any big surprises for you, Lee? I know for me in particular, seeing Pokemon like Roaring Moon coming out and being pretty strong was nice to see, having that Tailwind option in a lot of teams. And of course, Basky Legion, a Pokemon that I was expecting to see a little bit more successfully, I have to admit. I think it's a really, really good pick, but it doesn't seem to have really made its way fully into these top 8s.
Yeah, I don't know if there's been anything that's like really jumped out and surprised me. I think the Cresselia team that we saw.
Cresselia's been great.
Kenji's team, I think, with that Cresselia, with the Terrafairy, Calm Mind, that was really, and the Dondozo as well, the solo Dondozo with the Curse, I think a really, really unique team build. But unfortunately wasn't able to kind of go any further in the tournament after that top 32. But that's probably been the big surprises. I think everything else you could kind of see working well. It's obviously surprising that Abdullah's kind of had so much success with this particular build. Not saying there's anything wrong with it, but you know, it hasn't got that Fluttermane on it, and it is such a
Et là, actuellement, on a des casteurs qui parlent un petit peu des Pokémon qui les ont marqués ou des équipes qui les ont un peu marqués. On parlera notamment du Fluttermane. Pourquoi Fluttermane est si joué, bien sûr, pour son bon coverage. Il peut faire des dégâts à pas mal de Pokémon. Il a un très bon double type, qui est le type Fée et Spectre. Et il parlait également des équipes qui les ont marquées. On notera notamment l'équipe du joueur japonais Kenji, qui utilisait un Cresselia avec un certain set différent, avec Plénitude notamment pour booster son attaque spéciale, et avec un Pomme de Fer, avec un Oyakata qui évoluait sans Nigirigon et qui avait Malédiction pour booster son attaque et sa défense. Et on avait également l'Angoliath qui posait les écrans et les murs. Et il parle également de Gros Mago qui est un peu vu forcément dans ces championnats du monde, car il a toujours sa carte à jouer, car c'est un très bon attaquant spécial. Qui est d'ailleurs immunisé par exemple à tout ce qui est sport ou à d'autres éléments avec son talent corps en or.
They want to make sure that they are advancing into that top 4. There's only 7 other competitors to them, like individually, that they've got to try and battle it out through, because the winner of this match will be going into top 4.
Et voilà, on va pouvoir aller sur le match de top 8 avec les joueurs qui doivent être prêts sur scène.
Incredible as our players have it all to play for here as they're getting set up, and we can start off looking at Federico here, and a very accomplished player coming into this World Championships 2023, top 64 at the EUIC event, and it was a top.
Et on présente d'abord Federico Camporisi et son palmarès. Il a réalisé un top 64 l'international d'Europe cette année, ainsi que le top 16 au régional de Liverpool. Il a également été 2 fois finaliste en catégorie senior d'un international, et il a également gagné, je crois, des régionaux dans la catégorie senior. Et on voit son équipe composée de Floatmesh, également Chifours, de Ursa King, également Pomme de Fer, on a également Cresselia. Et on voit maintenant Abdullah Mouayaoudine, et on voit son palmarès, et tout simplement il a démarré son aventure VGC cette année, et il a démarré par une victoire au régional de Vancouver, et il a également gagné 2 premières challenges à Calgary au Canada. Et on voit son équipe qu'on a vu un peu plus tôt en stream, composée de Becky Pan. Également on a le Chifours Baojan, Pomme de Fer, Gros Mago et le Golé. Donc il y a un petit peu un mode pluie dans cette équipe avec le duo Becky Pan Chifours. Et on a également beaucoup de Pokémon offensifs et un Pokémon qui redirigera les attaques et qui servira beaucoup de support, à savoir le Golé.
Dazzling Gleam from the Fluttermane. So there's an array of different spread attacks that can come out and affect your side of the field. So really nice option. Let's see if it comes into play in this one.
Here we go, Masters top 8 at the Pokemon World Championships. There's an Iron Hands apiece on the field. Federico pairing up with the Cresselia, and then on the opposing side for Abdullah, it is
Et
that
on est prêt pour cette première manche avec un démarrage avec Baojan et Pomme de Fer du côté d'Abdullah et toujours Pomme de Fer mais avec Cresselia du côté de Federico. Donc deux leads assez différents avec un lead assez agressif du côté d'Abdullah et un lead plutôt pour poser la distorsion du côté de Federico qui refait revenir son Cresselia pour emmener Chifours. Donc il change un peu de tactique probablement et Abdullah lui remplace son Golé, son Pomme de Fer par Gros Mago. Donc on a eu des changements de chaque côté et on a Mashui qui part sur le Chifours de la part du Baojan qui ne fait pas grand chose puisque Cresselia est sorti du terrain.
To not only the Wicked Blow, but that Sucker Punch, and with the Chien-Pao on the opposite side of the field, that Swords of Ruin ability will be increasing the damage from that single strike Urshifu as well as that Iron Hands.
Yes, the fact that it is the single strike does mean it's applying a lot of pressure with those dark type moves. It's going to be
Et effectivement, on nous précise que le Chifours de Federico est le point final, donc forcément il va menacer le Gros Mago qui de nouveau s'en va. Et on fait revenir Pomme de Fer sur le terrain. Et on a un Cryo Pirouette qui part sur le Pomme de Fer. Et on a Point Obscur qui part sur le Baojan. Donc des dégâts faits un petit peu de chaque côté du terrain. Et on a du coup le KO sur le Baojan de la part du Pomme de Fer de Federico. Qui est le premier à infliger un KO à l'adversaire dans cette première manche.
Because obviously it's going to fall victim to something like a sucker punch from that Urshifu that's very, very tempting.
Et c'est un peu un coup dur pour Abdullah de perdre son Baojan aussitôt. Et on va voir comment il va être capable de réagir. Il envoie son Golé, notamment potentiellement pour rediriger les attaques. Et pour mettre un peu la menace du sport sur les Pokémon adverses.
So if you time the spore correctly, you're going to be able to put a Pokemon to sleep and try and gain a little bit more momentum. Going to be some adjustments, however. Cresselia is entering the fray here.
Et on rappelle le Pomme de Fer du côté de Federico qui va ramener son Cresselia. Et on a Point Obscur qui part sur le Golé et qui fait quand même de gros dégâts. Et Pomme de Fer qui réplique en mettant KO le Chifours avec Vampipoint. Et le sport qui allait partir sur le Cresselia, mais le Cresselia est protégé par les lunettes filtres. Donc un bon changement de la part de Federico concernant le Cresselia qui était protégé de sport. Et on a l'Oursaking qui a fait son entrée sur le terrain du côté de Federico. Et on va, je pense, essayer de poser la distorsion du côté de Federico et de faire probablement de gros dégâts avec séisme. Mais peut-être qu'il a une autre idée en tête.
Put itself in a position where the Iron Hands is in the back, so it can come in again and utilize that fake out maybe to help stall out the trick.
Et on fait rentrer le Gros Mago du côté d'Abdullah. Et on abrite le Oursaking du côté de Federico. Golé qui allait essayer de faire sport sur le Oursaking et c'est bien joué de la part de Federico de l'avoir protégé puisqu'il peut poser distorsion avec le Cresselia.
Ground type attack comes out from the Ursaluna and can do some devastating damage, but look at the Terra type on that Golden God is a flying Terra type, so the goes for that, it can give itself an immunity for one turn at least from a big threatening ground type attack from the Ursaluna, and maybe be enough to get some damage off in return as well.
That's honestly a really nice trick for Abdullah to have up his sleeve at this point, because the Golden Go is going to be severely threatened. We take a look at Ursaluna as well. If you are the flying type
Et
Golden
donc
Go,
on vous indique qu'il y a encore 4 tours de distorsion. Donc Federico qui a pu mettre en place sa stratégie sur ce tour.
which option you want to go for here, which move do you think the Ursaluna is going to go for? There's not really a lot that Abdullah could have done to have stopped that Trick Room from going up, so now you've got to try and ride it out, find a way to burn through these turns and not get knocked out by
Et on voit une terra cristallisation de la part de Federico qui décide de terra cristalliser son Ursa King en type spectre qui lui permettra de prendre un peu moins de dégâts contre les Pokémon de Abdullah et notamment contre le pomme de fer qui pourrait revenir sur le terrain. On a interversion de la part du Cresselia. Et effectivement, on avait le tempête verte qui partait du côté du golet de Abdullah. Donc effectivement, c'était aussi pour ça la terra cristallisation du Ursa King. Et on a un séisme qui va partir sur le golet qui résiste à 3 PV, à 3 points de vie, pendant que le gros mago s'était abrité sur ce tour.
So not in the best positions, and you don't really want to switch it out at this point to bring in your Iron Hands to just take potentially another Earthquake, and you're only going to get maybe one turn.
Et on voit Federico qui est plutôt bien placé, il a réussi à placer la distorsion, il a terra cristallisé son Ursaluna, son Ursa King plutôt, pour ne prendre moins de dégâts de la part des Pokémon d'Abdullah, notamment on l'a vu avec Tempête Verte pour le golet, mais également il y a le pomme de fer qui est en arrière pour Abdullah, et d'ailleurs il va le faire revenir sur le terrain. Et du coup les attaques combat n'auront aucun effet sur le type spectre nouvellement acquis par Federico. Abdullah lui décide de terra cristalliser, vole son gros mago qui lui permet lui de se protéger de séisme de Ursa King, donc 2 terras très intelligentes de la part des 2 joueurs. Et on a Ursa King qui se protège sur ce tour, et on a pouvoir lunaire sur le pomme de fer qui tank bien l'attaque. Et on a machination de la part du gros mago qui donc se booste en attaque spéciale. C'est plutôt intelligent sur ce tour de la part d'Abdullah qui du coup terra cristallise bien et se permet de se booster en attaque spéciale sur ce tour. Il reste plus que 2 tours de distorsion. Cresselia qui revient auprès de Federico, et c'est pomme de fer qui est renvoyé. Et on a Façade qui part sur le gros mago et qui le met KO. Donc malgré la terra cristallisation, Façade permet de mettre le KO sur le gros mago. Et on a maintenant Éclair Fou qui est lancé sur l'Ursa King, mais qui ne fait pas énormément de dégâts. Et on a Federico qui est très bien placé puisqu'il ne reste que 2 Pokémon en face avec Golé et Pomme de Fer. Contre 3 pour Federico, et plus qu'un tour de distorsion. Donc Abdullah va sûrement essayer de faire un tour un peu stratégique pour faire passer ce tour. Même si il ne pourra pas s'abriter, mais il pourra par exemple peut-être... non, car Federico ne lui permet pas, et il a peur avec Bluff. Et un séisme qui va mettre le KO sur son propre pomme de fer, mais également sur le pomme de fer adverse. Mais ça valait le coup parce que c'était important de mettre le KO. Il a mis également le KO sur le Golé, et donc ça lui permet de remporter cette première manche. Donc c'est bien parti de la part de Federico qui remporte cette première manche. Et voilà le Pokémon qui me manquait dans l'équipe que je n'ai pas cité tout à l'heure, c'est un Dracolo pour Federico.
Before the Ursaluna's going into that Ghost Terror. Even if the Ursaluna wants to go for a protect, Unseen Fist is just going to be able to bypass that and deal a
On va voir un petit peu comment son adversaire va réagir dans cette deuxième manche.
Yeah, and I think you're identifying some options, really good ones as well. Abdullah does have that Urshifu and it does have the grass Terra typing with it, and it does have access to Terra Blast. Especially with that Unseen Fist ability, like you've mentioned, it could really do some damage to Ursaluna before it is able to actively kind of get that Flame Orb activated, the Cresselia get the Trick Room up. The Trick Room getting set up is pretty... It's not ideal for Abdullah as well. He doesn't really have too many ways to kind of stop the Trick Room going up. Got Fake Out, of course, you can take advantage of with your Iron Hands, but I think that the problem in Game 1 was he let that Chien-Pao go down way too easy without getting really too much return from it. Going for the Ice Spinner into the Iron Hands and then just letting it go down to the double up really felt a little bit underwhelming for Abdullah, and it just was a bit of a struggle from that point on because he didn't have too many options after that with the Goldingo. The Amoonguss and the Iron Hands just felt a little bit underwhelming. To get himself into a good position, he got the nasty plot off, but he wasn't really able to capitalize on that, and Federico just closed them down at every angle once the Trick Room went up and once that Ursaluna got its Ghost typing through the Terastallization.
You're right, Trick Room is the key to success here for Federico, and that gives Abdullah a lot of problems. When you take a look at Abdullah's team as well, there's only 3 Pokemon on there that can actually go for Protect. Even the Amoonguss doesn't have a protecting move here, which leaves it so vulnerable to those Earthquakes, to those Facades, particularly when you know that it can't sport either the Cresselia, thanks to the safety goggles, or the Ursaluna if it's able to get that burn up early.
Yeah, I think that's the problem as well. Most of the time you think Amoonguss is a great option in most Trick Room situations, but Federico really kind of locked out any ability for the Amoonguss to perform well under that situation, you know. It can come in, but it can't sport either Pokemon to slow the game down, and it's just going to take big attacks from the Ursaluna. I mean, you saw how powerful the Facade is. Once that burn is activated, it's just doing so much damage. And the Amoonguss isn't really going to be able to take an Earthquake either. It hasn't got a Terra type that's really going to complement it there. So it feels very difficult for Abdullah to kind of get any footing in this match. It'll be interesting to see how he lines up going into this next one.
Well, game 2 is underway. We've got the Golden Go and Iron Hands out for Abdullah, and it's going to be the Urshifu and Iron Hands for Federico.
Et on a la deuxième manche qui démarre avec un lead Gros Mago et Pomme de Fer du côté d'Abdullah et Pomme de Fer Chifours, point final du côté de Federico.
But the Goldingo probably not going to be doing that much damage here, so maybe a good time to switch it out, save it for later, maybe get something else in, like the Amoonguss potentially here could come in, soak up maybe a Wicked Blow, but if you can get a Fake Out into that Urshifu slot, it would be helpful.
Yeah, that's the thing, the Fake Out so tempting to break the focus sash on Federico's side.
Et voilà, Abdullah qui décide de retirer son Gros Mago qui n'est pas en bonne posture face au Chifours et qui ramène son Baojan. Et on a donc un Pampure qui part sur le Baojan, qui le met à la moitié de ses PV. Mais voilà, on décide de doubler sur le Baojan qui, une nouvelle fois, n'a pas fait une apparition très longue, puisqu'il a été visé par les 2 Pokémon. Et en face, on a le Pomme de Fer qui fait Vampipoint et qui fait de gros dégâts au Chifours, mais qui ne met pas KO. Et on a Golé qui fait son apparition du côté d'Abdullah.
Coming in with that Drain Punch, and that would leave it in a more vulnerable position. But bold plays from Federico staying in at this point, now forcing Abdullah to make these adjustments, switching out and bringing that Golden Go back in.
Yeah, and I think the Amoonguss probably offers some sort of
Abdullah qui rappelle son Pomme de Fer pour amener le Gros Mago sur le terrain. Et on a une Terra cristallisation du côté de Federico, avec le Chifours qui passe en type ténèbres pour faire plus de dégâts. Et il va faire point obscur sur le Golé, il va faire pas mal de dégâts et il va double sur le Golé avec tac lourd, mais le Golé qui résiste pour 10 points de vie et qui va faire boule pollen pour éliminer le Chifours.
The Cresselia coming onto the field, and you don't really have a way. The Goldingo's not set up at this point. If it had a nasty plot at this stage in the
Et
game,
Cresselia qui fait son apparition du côté de Federico. Là encore, potentiellement pour essayer de poser la distorsion et donner l'avantage à son équipe.
The trick room set up, the Ursaluna on the field with that flame orb. The only difference this time around is that the Urshifu has used the terrestrialization on Federico's side.
Et on retire le golet du côté d'Abdullah pour ramener le pomme de fer. Et on peut passer à la machination sur le gros magot pour booster son attaque spéciale. C'est 20 points du côté du pomme de fer de Federico pour récupérer des points de vie contre l'autre pomme de fer. Et on pose du coup la distorsion du côté du Cresselia de Federico.
Or you can double into that Cresselia. You know it hasn't got protect, so you can really stop it attacking this turn. Go for the Shadow Ball, maybe pick up the knockout or at least get close to it. You could fire off and make it rain as well if you wanted to, but you're probably wasting that special attack drop if it does go for that, although the Ursaluna now going to hit the field. Make it rain might not be the worst shout at all.
Well, that's the thing, you don't want to Shadow Ball into that slot.
Donc Cresselia du coup revient vers Federico après avoir accompli sa mission de poser la distorsion et Federico fait venir Ursa King. C'est un peu comme dans la première manche. On a de gros dégâts sur le gros magot avec éclair fou 18 pommes de fer, mais le gros magot a une baie, donc il pourra récupérer des points de vie. Et on a le pomme de fer d'Abdullah qui fait 20 points sur le pomme de fer de Federico pour récupérer des points de vie. On a Balombre qui part sur le Cresselia, mais non, puisque c'est maintenant un Ursa King, du coup ça ne fait pas de dégâts, donc superbe switch de la part de Federico qui n'encaisse aucun dégât sur ce tour sur son Ursa King.
And you may allow it then to get that make it rain off, which could be quite detrimental to your game plan, or do you just play it safe, get the Cresselia in and just go for that earthquake and
Et on voit encore une fois Federico qui s'est bien positionné dans cette deuxième manche, puisque là par exemple dans cette situation il pourrait totalement faire comme disaient les casteurs séisme avec Ursa King et faire entrer son Cresselia qui avec son talent lévitation ne prendra pas de dégâts et il en fera énormément en face. Et c'est effectivement ce qu'il a en tête, je pense. Il fait venir le Cresselia et je pense qu'il va faire séisme pour faire de gros dégâts en face. Mais ça va décider de terra cristalliser du côté d'Abdullah qui va sûrement terra cristalliser son gros magot. Non, son pomme de fer en type plante. Il devait de toute façon faire le choix entre un des deux pour prendre le moins de dégâts possible de séisme s'il devait, effectivement c'est bien le cas. Et on va voir le gros magot qui à mon avis ne va plus être sur le terrain et c'est effectivement le cas, mais par contre le pomme de fer résiste plutôt bien. Et de nouveau un vampi-point sur le Cresselia, il récupère quelques PV. Quelques points de vie et on a l'orbe flamme qui s'active pour activer le talent cran de Ursa King qui augmentera son attaque. On a Golé qui fait son apparition du côté d'Abdullah. Il n'y a plus que 2 tours de distorsion. Donc je trouve qu'Abdullah est un peu mieux positionné dans cette deuxième manche. Ursa King qui décide de faire abri pour ne pas être endormi par le Golé, et Golé qui décide de viser le Cresselia avec son attaque tempête verte. Et il y a également vampi-point du pomme de fer sur le Cresselia qui lui permet de récupérer encore une fois un peu plus de points de vie, et Cresselia qui repose la distorsion, enfin qui annule la distorsion pour probablement la reposer peut-être un peu plus tard. Et surtout pour ne pas que Golé soit plus rapide. C'est aussi ça et c'est plutôt intelligent. Pour éviter de prendre sport sur un de ses Pokémon.
and the Ursaluna as healthy as possible.
Crescelia's got this game exactly where it wants it to
Et
at
il
this
va
point.
faire
Being able
derrière
to go
prière
for the
lunaire
blessing,
pour
taking these
récupérer
range
des
punches again.
PV.
Abdullah, I think,
Également
really trying to
pour
catch
guérir
all
la
of these potential
brûlure
ally switches,
de
but
l'ours
Cresselia just
King,
staying
mais qui
strong
va
and
la
steady,
réenclencher avec
regaining
son
that
orbe
HP with
flamme.
Luna Blessing as Ursaluna is free to keep
On
going
a
for
de
these
nouveau
earthquakes.
20 points de la
There's
part
so
du
many of
pomme
these
de
that
fer
both
qui
these brass
continue
types on
de
the opposing
récupérer
side
des
can take.
PV
They
sur le
managed it on
Cresselia.
this occasion, but those facades
Pas
will be
beaucoup,
coming
mais
through
ça
as
fait
well.
toujours un petit
Once again,
peu.
the double up
Et on
into
a
Cresselia.
séisme qui
It's
va
so bulky,
partir
and these moves are
sur
so
les deux Pokémon en
underwhelming at this
face.
point. Ursaluna
Pas
is
beaucoup
sitting
de
there
PV
completely
infligés
unchecked.
aux pommes de fer. Et le Golem qui résiste et qui fait de nouveau tempête verte sur le Cresselia pour lui gratter encore une fois quelques points de vie.
So high, and it's just out of reach for both these Pokemon to be able to pick up the knockout here as we see the Moonblast enough.
Pour l'instant, comme disent les casters, Saki qui n'est pas inquiété par Abdullah et qui est plutôt tranquille pour l'instant. Et on a Abdullah qui a tout simplement décidé d'abandonner, il n'arriverait pas à gagner le match. Et il a décidé d'abandonner. C'est donc Federico qui sera au rendez-vous de top 4 des championnats du monde. Une victoire 2-0 plutôt impressionnante pour Federico qui a dominé ces deux manches.
Yeah, incredibly well played there by Federico, and you know you've got to give it up for both of our players for getting into the top 8. You know, Abdullah, commiserations, but congratulations on the run. It was incredible to see, and you're an inspiration to a lot of viewers at home. And good luck for next season. But Federico, congratulations, because you are moving into top 4 of the World Championships. Incredible showing, and just masterfully done. You know, I just absolutely loved the way he just approached that match and got himself into those amazing positions, especially in that game 1 with the Ursaluna, the Trick Room. It was just unstoppable at that point, and taking the early knockout onto the Chien-Pao each and every game really made it a lot easier for him to kind of execute those game plans.
That definitely got the ball rolling very, very quickly. You know, losing the Chien-Pao, already going down a Pokemon, and a critical Pokemon as well. You know, Chien-Pao has a lot of potential in this matchup, being able to apply a lot of pressure, but just unfortunately it wasn't able to be utilized in this particular set. I really want to credit as well the way Federico has thought about the fact that this is generally speaking a Trick Room team. So obviously you're going to be setting that up, and you mentioned earlier the #1 Trick Room counter is a Moonga, so a lot of players do just pop that on their team in order to have something if Trick Room goes up. But this team was so perfectly, I suppose, orchestrated so that that wouldn't be a problem at all. Making sure that you've got the safety goggles on the Cresselia, for example, that you know is going to be your Trick Room setter, that's going to be the best partner for an Earthquaking Ursaluna as well, that's going to be burned, that's not going to have to worry about Spore. I think was excellent synergy to see, and those little nuances, those little changes are what has made Federico a top 4 finalist here.
Yeah, and I think that the other thing to mention is that Ghost Terra typing on the Ursaluna as well.
Awesome.
You know, I think the fact that you can take away those big weaknesses that it's got normally with its ground and its normal typing, just being able to remove those completely, giving yourself an immunity to fighting type attacks, and also taking away that grass weakness with the Amoonguss as well. You know, you think on Abdullah's side, yeah, you maybe can't affect it with the spores and things, but at least you've got the Leaf Storm that you might be able to rely on. Well, if it terrestrializes into its ghost type, it hasn't got that anymore, and you just, in those situations, once that board position set up, like we saw from Federico, you just don't have the room against Ursaluna because of the sheer damage that it does have with the Earthquake combination, and that facade is just devastating, and it really is hard to come back from. We saw he was able to get room to get a nasty plot up, and I thought, great, you're in a position now where you can start maybe putting some pressure on from your side of the field, but unfortunately just didn't have the tools at his disposal to kind of support the Goldingo like he wanted to kind of utilize that flying Terra type that the Goldingo had. Really great to see that as an option on there, but just in the end, just not quite enough to get over the line in this one.
I think you're right though, not only did the Chien-Pao go down very early and wasn't able to utilize, I feel like the Goldingo got very exposed throughout that set.
Yeah.
Not always going for the protect when it needed to, so was just being KO'd by things like Facade or the Earthquake we saw then. I would have really liked to have seen a protect on that particular turn, just to be able to give it a bit more longevity in the field. And unfortunately, I think as well, the over predictions can come in. That ally switch, forever going to be the demon of 50-50s. When you see it, you don't know if ally switch is going to be clicked or not, and that can make you over predict or worry about it or fixate on it. And unfortunately, I think Abdullah maybe fell victim to the ally switch calls a little bit.
Yeah, you can understand it because I think you do expect it in those really awkward situations where the Ursaluna in that second game in particular couldn't terrestrialize, so it does have that weakness to the Leaf Storm. would be susceptible to the double up in particular. So you think, well, that it would be a good time for my opponent to ally switch. But then when you don't see it come out that turn, you then automatically think, well, they're going to catch me with it the next turn, so I'm going to stick with my initial plan. And then the advantage is with Federico there, and he doesn't go for it. And yeah, you're in the situation that Abdullah unfortunately ended up in, but very well played from Federico. But talking about Federico, he is ready on the stage, so we can get a few insights with him from an interview with Federico.
Thank you so much, Lou and Lee, and congratulations, Federico, on your incredible win. You're now heading into top 4, and what does this mean for you?
This means a lot for me because I put a lot of effort in this game, and also this was my first season in the Masters division, so it feels very good for me to be there. And also never got even a top 8 before this.
Et on a une interview de Federico dont je vais vous retransmettre un petit peu ce qui a été dit après.
At the day one, so doing this at the World Championships feels incredible. I can't even believe at all that I managed to get this, but now I'm gonna give my best to reach the final.
I mean, I think after that intense set, everyone is behind you right now and can see how much passion and drive you have for the game. And with an incredible journey through day 1 and day 2, was there anything that gave your team trouble on that journey?
To be honest, not at all. Maybe sometimes I had to play too many 50-50 situations. Maybe I had to choose between a protect or a sucker punch with my Dark Urshifu, or fake out or attack with Iron Hands. That are the Pokémons that I bring the most times with the team. Also, sometimes I have to Trick Room and hard switch into Ursaluna because Ursaluna is a very good Pokemon, but it needs to abuse the Trick Room at all. So if you don't switch it immediately, you waste some turns sometimes. So you need to immediately switch it and whip your opponent so fast. Also, in this match, I was very confident with my plays because I faced in the top 16 an exactly same team as my opponent's one. So I already knew what I had to do, and I was very confident about what made me win in the top 16. So I decided to just do it again and try to play the same and keep calm because I knew that it was a very good plan and it would have worked.
I mean, if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? So fantastic to be able to use that game plan in this match as well. And to speak to the Ursaluna and also the Trick Room that you set up, how do you navigate with your Trick Room team when it's time to hit the Trick Room and get the Ursaluna in?
Yeah, sometimes I just go for a Trick Room and I'll switch, as I said before, but it's not that easy every time, and many times it's very hard. Sometimes I even have to start with them, with Ursaluna and Cresselia in the lead. Is a very good thing that makes it seem very good in the best of 3 match, since I have a double core, one with the Trick Room, one with the hyper offensive core outside of the Trick Room with many offensive Pokemons like Fluttermane or Urshifu. And this makes my opponents think so much about what is gonna be my lead, and so this allows me to abuse the Trick Room in a better way sometimes, because maybe they're gonna try to counter the offensive mode and I'm just gonna go for the Trick Room, so they don't have anything to make me not set up the Trick Room. So this helps me a lot, and also maybe I even lost some games for this reason, because maybe you just go for a Trick Room mode and your opponent knows you're gonna do it, so they totally counter your mode. But yeah, in the best of 3 it usually works so well.
So that's the 50-50s you're talking about.
Yeah, that was one of the 50-50s I was talking about before.
And also ally switch, right? Cresselia is rocking the ally switch. How are you? Do you feel like that's really helped you in your matches?
Yeah, I didn't click ally switch many times during the tournament, but I feel like it's a very important move on Cresselia. Not even to abuse it, but just because you're gonna make your opponents do mistakes sometimes, because you can even not even click it for the entire tournament, but it will happen for sure that an opponent or more than one will go for a predict on the ally switch. So as we saw even in the match, a wild charge came on my Ursaluna and something like that, drain punch on Cresselia, and this makes your opponents makes a lot of weird plays, and sometimes this helps you by the open team sheet. And yeah, I think the open team sheets makes ally switch an even more broken move, because this makes the move working even without using it. And I choose it even if I'm not a very big fan of that move, because you can just use it for this, and you're not forced to click it every time. And also, I don't think there is a very better move on Cresselia on the 4th slot, so I just went for Arley switch.
Well, you could definitely tell that the pressure of that on the team sheet was affecting your opponent, especially in that game number 2. But I want to make sure that you're able to get ready for your top 4 match. So, I know this is a big accomplishment for you. Who's been supporting you?
Yeah, probably, I don't know what I'm gonna do in the top 4 match right now because I just explained some text of my team. So I'm gonna think so much about it after this interview. I don't know how many time I will have to prepare the top 4 match, and I don't even know who's gonna be my opponent, not gonna lie. So yeah, let's see.
Any shout outs you'd like to make before I send you on your way?
Yeah, I would like to shout out my friends group, Il Server. That they are my best friends in the community, and also the guys that help me preparing for every tournament I attend. So I will probably not be here without them, and I have to say a huge thanks to
Voilà, et on a Federico qui nous a expliqué que c'était sa première année en master effectivement, et qu'il trouvait déjà ça extraordinaire d'avoir atteint le top 8 et d'être en top 4. C'est encore plus extraordinaire. Il a du mal à y croire. Et on lui a demandé un petit peu comment ça se passait avec son équipe, et il explique effectivement que c'est une équipe à plusieurs modes, avec le mode distorsion avec Cresselia et également Ursa King. On a également Pomme de Fer, et il a également des Pokémon très offensifs avec Flottmesh, Chifours, pardon. Point final, et également le Dracolos qui n'a pas vraiment mentionné parce qu'il explique qu'il ramène souvent les 4 mêmes Pokémon avec qui il est à l'aise, c'est-à-dire le Flottmesh et le Chifours, et il ramène également souvent le Cresselia avec le Pomme de Fer, et des fois il fait ramener il préfère ramener l'Ursa King dans certains match-ups, et il explique qu'il est très important pour l'Ursa King de poser la distorsion, car il est très très fort dans ce mode-là. Et derrière, avec séisme et façade, il représente une menace très importante, puisqu'il peut toucher divers Pokémon, et même s'ils peuvent Terra. On l'a vu notamment avec le gros Mago qui a Terra Vol tout à l'heure du côté de Mohamed, de son adversaire canadien, Abdullah, et il a expliqué que même avec façade, il faisait d'énormes dégâts sur sa terra cristallisation, donc il n'y avait pas de play, de tour sécuritaire de la part des adversaires, puisqu'ils peuvent être tout de même en danger tant que la distorsion est en place. Et il a expliqué également que voilà, il était très content des gens qui le supportaient. Il était très fier de réussir un bon parcours pour eux, et on lui a également parlé de son prochain match pour le top 4, et il a expliqué qu'il en avait peut-être un petit peu trop dit sur son équipe, parce qu'il a expliqué un petit peu comment il utilisait l'équipe. Et voilà, il a expliqué également qu'il avait affronté le même 6, la même équipe en top 16, et que ça l'a aidé à savoir comment jouer ce top 8. Donc il savait parfaitement comment jouer ce match-up, et il a expliqué que ça l'a fortement aidé. Et là on revoit des moments d'histoire du VGC, des vidéos qu'on voit souvent, avec ce Bamboiselle qui est intervenu au meilleur moment, puisqu'il a été capable de tanker les attaques de son adversaire. Et on voit deux joueurs japonais, Tomoyuki Yoshimura et Ryota Otsubo, qui se jouaient le top 4 des championnats du monde en 2016. Et à l'issue de ce match, c'est Ryota qui s'est imposé après un tie-break, et c'est extrêmement rare dans l'histoire du VGC. Et on a notamment eu ce jour-là un match au scénario assez rocambolesque. Et d'ailleurs, je vous laisse voir ça. Et on nous informe que le top 4, enfin, en tout cas que la suite aura lieu d'ici 7 minutes. Et donc, pendant ce temps-là, je regarde un petit peu les résultats des matchs que nous avons effectivement. Donc, on a vu que Federico Camporesi elle a remporté en stream contre Abdullah Moayoudine 2-0. Et bien, derrière, on a les autres matchs. On a Michael Ketch qui s'est imposé 2-0 contre Nicolas Hoj Nielsen. On a Mao Arada, le joueur japonais, qui s'est imposé contre Victor Medina, le joueur espagnol qui était en stream juste avant. Et on a Shohei Kimura, le japonais, qui s'est imposé contre Mati Morgan. Donc on a deux japonais qui se sont qualifiés pour ce top 4. Et donc pour les confrontations, on devrait avoir Federico Camporesi contre Michael Kelch, donc un joueur italien contre un joueur allemand, donc un choc européen. Et dans le deuxième match, on devrait retrouver Mao Arada contre Shohei Kimura pour un duel 100% japonais. Donc on aura déjà un japonais qui sera assuré d'être en finale de ces championnats du monde et un joueur européen qui sera également assuré d'être en finale. Donc la finale sera forcément Europe contre Japon et on verra un petit peu ce que ça donne pour les matchs. Et je pense qu'on devrait les avoir rapidement parce que si on a déjà les résultats, ça devrait pouvoir s'enchaîner effectivement à la reprise du stream dans 5 minutes. Effectivement, vous pouvez voir le scénario de ce match de top 4 qui s'est fini en tie-break à l'époque, en 2016, remporté par Ryota Otsubo qui a carrément remporté les championnats du monde le lendemain contre Sam Pandelis, le joueur australien. Et voilà, on voit d'ailleurs Ryota avec son trophée de champion du monde.
Welcome, trainers. My name is Aaron Zhang, and today I'm here to talk about the treasures of Ruin: Wo Qian, Qian Pao, Ting Lu, and Qi Yu. These four
Et ils vont faire maintenant un petit spotlight sur les Pokémon du fléau. Et il est fait par Aaron Zhang.
First of all, they all have great stat distributions, with some being strong offensively and others being strong defensively. In addition, they each have a unique signature ability that drops a specific stat of all other Pokemon on the field other than themselves. These abilities are unlike anything we've ever seen before in competitive Pokemon, and they're very powerful. As a result, you should expect most top teams in
Il nous explique que les Pokémon du fléau sont très forts dans la méta via leur talent et surtout parce qu'ils sont très forts offensivement ou défensivement. Donc on a Baojan et Yuyu qui sont très forts offensivement et Dinglu et Songjan qui sont pour leur part très forts défensivement également. On parle d'abord de Baojan.
Qianpao's ability, Sword of Ruin, decreases the defense stat of all Pokemon on the field other than Qianpao. As a result, it is often paired with strong physical attackers such as Dragonite and Palafin. The next Treasures of Ruin is Qi Yu, a dark and fire type Pokemon.
Effectivement, on nous dit que c'est un Pokémon très offensif et généralement les joueurs vont vouloir maximiser son attaque et sa vitesse et le munir d'une ceinture force pour faire des dégâts avec de nombreuses attaques à son arsenal. On voit également Yu plutôt, et on voit que c'est également un Pokémon très offensif.
As a result, it's often paired with strong special attackers such as Fluttermane, Iron Bundle, Glimmora, Torkoal, and Goldengo. The combination of Qi Yu
on donne un peu une distribution des objets qui peuvent être utilisés sur le Yu.
Following Qi Yu, we've got Ting Lu, a dark and ground type Pokemon.
Et voilà, effectivement, on nous dit qu'il est souvent de pair avec d'autres Pokémon attaquants spéciaux, notamment le Floatmesh et le Hôte de Fer. On voit maintenant Dinglu.
Trainers often use recovery items such as leftovers or citrus berry to help it survive for a longer period of time. Assault Vest is also one of the most common items on this Pokemon. Tinglu's ability, Vessel of Ruin, decreases the special attack stat of all Pokemon on the field other than Tinglu. As a result, it can be used to protect Pokemon that have lower base special defense stats. It's also valuable in helping bulky Pokemon like Iron Hands, Annihilate, and Amoonguss survive for longer periods of time. Finally, we've got Wo-Chien, a dark and grass type Pokemon. Similar to Ting Lu, Wo-Chien is also difficult to knock out as it has great base HP and defense stats, and an incredible base special defense stat. Wo-Chien generally focuses less on offense, which is reflected by its most common moves such as Foul Play,
Et on parle enfin de Chongjian.
Giga Drain, Knockoff, Runation, and Protect. This is also reflected by its most common items such as Leftovers, Citrus Berry, and Assault Vest. Wo-Chien's ability, Tablets of Rune, decreases the attack stat of all Pokemon on the field other than Wo-Chien. As a result, common partners for it include naturally bulky Pokemon and Pokemon that like to increase their own stats, such as Annihilate. All 4 Rune Pokemon have unique abilities that make them valuable to any team. However, it's also important to remember that these abilities also have drawbacks. They also lower your own Pokemon stats. Trainers have to be cautious in making sure they do not suffer from their own abilities when they use these Pokemon. Overall, all 4 of the Rune Pokemon have great competitive potential and strength. Keep watching to see how they'll impact this tournament and which one ends up on top.
After a long day of competition here at the 2023 Pokemon World Championships, we are at the end of day number 2 with just top 4 ahead of us. My name is Rosemary Kelly and I'm joined by Aaron Zhang to take you through that top 4.
This top 4 match that we have coming is
Et on est de retour avec les commentateurs et on va bientôt entamer le top 4 de ces championnats du monde. On est de plus en plus proche du Graal pour les joueurs qui sont encore en course.
Harada on the other side, but what's really interesting is that from what I've heard, Shohei is actually the original team creator of this team that has really dominated, especially from the Japanese side of this tournament.
Which makes it even more interesting, right? Because Shohei would have more of that insider information about how the team is built, some of the unique tech choices that have been put onto this team, but Mao may have a different perspective on how to actually play it. So very interesting dynamic for sure. And this is just one match that we need to figure out who our 2 finalists will be to play out on
Effectivement, on nous informe qu'il y aura un duel japonais qui sera en stream. Enfin, je pense que les 2 matchs passeront en stream. Et apparemment, les 2 joueurs japonais ont exactement le même 6, exactement la même équipe. Et de base, c'est une équipe originellement créée par Shohei Kimura. Donc, il affrontera une équipe qui est la sienne et qu'il connaît parfaitement, je suppose. Donc on aura dans l'autre demi-finale Federico Camporesi contre Michael Kelch et donc comme je l'ai dit Mao Harada contre Shohei Kimura, donc un duel européen et un duel japonais. Et effectivement, Aaron qui précise bien que effectivement Michael Kelch est un joueur qui a fait énormément de bonnes performances sur les tournois en ligne, notamment il utilisait beaucoup Paris Giraffe pour les attaques de redirection et il utilisait le duo Baojan Lance-Orient. Je ne sais pas s'il a la même équipe, mais en tout cas il a beaucoup joué avec cette équipe. Et Federico effectivement a également gagné un tournoi, il me semble, avec cette équipe qui joue actuellement. Donc les deux sont très forts sur les tournois en ligne et ça se démontre sur les championnats du monde.
Side of the bracket. But it's already been such a long road to get here for all of our trainers that have made it into the top 8, the top 4, and one more hurdle ahead of them. This is going to be that final match that separates them from that final step to be able to grab the 2023 Pokemon World Champion title. That is so exciting.
It absolutely is, and as we've mentioned, this is going to be a mirror match in terms of Pokemon, so let's quickly walk through what both Shohei and Mao are using. We've already seen them play a couple times throughout the course of this tournament, but it is what a lot of people are referring to as just the good stuff team. It is just using some of the strongest Pokemon in the field. You've got Landorus, Therian, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Fluttermane, Chimpao, Amoonguss, and Iron Hand.
Et donc on va commencer normalement par le duel japonais entre
You can further increase their damage output. For example, the Fluttermane here has the choice specs. It's actually running that Grass Terra Energy Ball set, which is actually a really interesting counter
entre Mao Harada et Shohei Kimura, qui ont donc le même 6 et les mêmes 7 pour les Pokémon, donc ça va être ce qu'on appelle un mirror match, c'est-à-dire des attaques qui sont exactement les mêmes, mais la différence peut se faire avec le choix des Pokémon de chaque joueur, donc ça promet d'être tout de même très intéressant.
I think also just such an interesting dynamic for this matchup is looking at how Chimpao plays a factor in this one. You got Urshifu, Landorus, the Iron Hands that can all take advantage.
Effectivement, on nous dit que les deux utilisent donc un flotte mesh avec le Terraplante et l'attaque écosphère, et Aaron qui plaisante en disant lequel va oser faire Terraplante pendant que l'autre va essayer de faire Terrao sur son Chifours. En vrai, on ne sait pas si cette situation va se produire dans le match.
Because you're able to go for that Shadow Ball before your opponent can attack with Fluttermane, and both of these Fluttermanes are actually choice specs, right? So it might force a Terra out to try to prevent the Fluttermane from fainting.
Effectivement, ce que souligne Aaron, c'est est-ce que les deux joueurs ont la même vitesse sur les Pokémon qu'ils utilisent, et ça peut dépendre, ça peut être décisif dans le match. Les Pokémon les plus rapides seront peut-être capables de faire la différence, et peut-être que les joueurs jouent leurs Pokémon avec une vitesse différente et des répartitions un petit peu différentes au niveau de leur EV.
For players to preserve until that end game, just to be able to start getting those sweeps. So where do you see Urshifu fitting into all this?
I'm really glad you brought Urshifu up, because both of these trainers are using one particular move that I think is really interesting. Of course, that's going to be Taunt. Now, Taunt, a really valuable answer into things like Trick Room and Amoonguss, Amoonguss being just one of the most popular picks in this tournament. And both players also have Amoonguss here. So Amoonguss generally seen as a really good answer into Urshifu. You can redirect those Surging Strikes and close combats away, of course. And so Taunt is able to shut those Amoongusses down and then kind of force out a switch immediately. One other thing to note here is that neither Amoonguss is actually running Leaf Storm. It is the standard Pollen Puff, Rage Powder, Spore Protect set. So Urshifu has value, obviously, in just dealing a lot of damage with Surging Strikes, but it also has value in being able to shut down the opposing Amoonguss, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah, and you look at also how the Chimpao train, we've seen a lot of like Icicle Crash and Crunch. This is actually going to be the Sacred Sword set instead of that Crunch. So you have the Sucker Punch also to be able to get that priority damage, as well as the Aqua Jet from the Urshifu. So you talk about speed interactions. Priority moves are also kind of a great way to bypass that if you have that on the field.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you calling out the Sacred Sword, they're a great point as well, because so many Chimpaos have really given that up in this format, running Crunch and Sucker Punch. But Sacred Sword here now means that Chimpao against Chimpao, you can just Sacred Sword each other.
Également, on nous a précisé que du côté d'un des joueurs, on a l'âme sainte, alors que de l'autre côté, on a choisi d'utiliser Mashouille. Donc ça peut être également une des différences de ce match-up avec du coup les Baojan.
I'm mainly curious because mirror matches actually end up often being really skill-based in the sense that you're trying to figure out how do I play the game in a way that does not result in me just losing to a potential speed tie. And sometimes with mirror matches, it does end up just being that both players figure out the most optimal four, and then maybe you just try to win a speed tie on turn one. But one thing that I think makes mirror matches really interesting to watch is how do you maneuver around dealing with these speed ties, because obviously that's something that can be really scary. You don't want to risk a game just off a coin flip immediately.
Something that maybe these players also know about each other, though. If they're running the exact same team, exact same sets, maybe they've also practiced against each other to be able to feel out how they might want to approach their individual version of the team when it comes down to how these Pokemon are trained. So maybe that's also a factor here. But I also feel like you still have the best of three environment. Figure it out game number one. See how much information that you can get to be able to move forward through games 2 and 3. How would you set yourself up to be able to figure out those speed interactions?
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, right? I think when I think about playing a mirror match, the first thing I ask is, what is just the safest lead possible? Is there a way that I can lead that doesn't result in needing to rely on a speed tie on turn 1, right? So for example, I think what's interesting is if the Flutter mains come out from both sides, that can get really dicey really, really quickly. You can support the Flutter main, of course, with something like a Mungus, which can redirect those super effective Shadow Balls away. One thing that's interesting, though, is that Flutter main theoretically could go for, like, Grass Terra to ignore the Rage Powder and become immune to Spore. So, Grass Terra, Flutter main specifically being a new adaptation we've seen a little bit more in this tournament. I think Fairy Terra is just super dominant for many formats that Flutter main was allowed in, but Grass Terra used for a couple different reasons, mainly for the energy ball combo onto the opposing Urshifu. Water is able to just get it a KO either before Terra or after Terra, because so many Urshifus are just Water Terra anyway.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is actually something that Shohei had done earlier on stream, going for Grass Terra Energy Ball onto an Iron Hands, expecting it to go for the Water Terra. And so I think that's one thing that's kind of funky here. But to answer your initial question, Rose, it's more about, how do I find a lead that doesn't just result in me potentially losing the game if I lose a speed tie on turn 1?
That's going to be tricky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In
I
this
think it's the
matchup,
TLDR.
Yes.
It's very, very tricky.
Yes, absolutely. I think I'm looking at a Mungus in this matchup, right? And then one of my questions is, do either player feel comfortable bringing a Mungus? Because there are a lot of problems for a Mungus to run into. For example, you've got Landorus, Therian with the safety goggles. You've got Tom on the Urshifu. You've got Grass Terra on Flutter main. You've got to deal with the opposing Mungus. You've got the Chien-Pao as well, which can just go for Icicle Crash. And so I think one thing that often happens in mirrors is when one person just maybe doesn't bring necessarily like the most optimal 4 while the other person does. And like even a 1 Pokemon difference can be a really big needle mover, either in a good way if you brought the right Pokemon, or in a bad way, obviously, if you did not select the right 4. And sometimes what you end up getting in these mirror matches is that both players identify, hey, these are just the best 4 Pokemon to bring. I'm always going to leave this. I'm always going to have this in the back. So I'm curious as to how this is going to play out. And like you mentioned, I wouldn't be surprised if these guys have played this dynamic and this mirror match specifically before. Shohei, of course, I believe being one of the original creators of this team that multiple Japanese players brought to this tournament. And so I imagine that they have some understanding of how to approach this matchup, which I think also makes things interesting. I wouldn't be surprised. It's like normally in mirror matches, people spend game 1 just to get a sense of how to play things, but maybe these players already have a good sense of what they need to do exactly.
Well, I mean, not only could they have played each other previously, but like that same version of the team, but from different players that also brought it to this tournament. Not out of the question that they may have also had prior experience outside of actually battling each other with these 2 teams. But it's going to be really important to preserve the Terra. Terra timing in this game is going to be even more important knowing that it's a mirror match.
Definitely. I think one other interesting to call out here is the Iron Hand set. I think I've been conditioned to expect Grass Terra plus Heavy Slam with the Assault Vest sets based off Regulation C, but Water Terra has become really popular on Iron Hand, specifically in Regulation D. One thing that's also interesting is that both these players are actually opting for Volt Switch rather than the Heavy Slam. Now, a lot of players obviously like Heavy Slam to deal with Flutter main in particular, but without Heavy Slam, your best means of offense, of course, is going to be that Wild Charge. And at the end of the day, with a matchup like this, once again, it kind of goes back to the question of how are these Pokemon trained, right? Speed is the first thing that makes a big difference, but also there might be differences in terms of bulk investment, and that's another thing to pay attention to.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we've seen how bulky some of these Iron Hands really can be in a lot of these matchups, and that could be a huge difference maker between something being a 2-hit knockout or a 3-hit knockout even. So we'll have to go ahead and figure all that out as we get ready to go into our final match of the day. This is going to be top 4 here, the 2023 Pokemon World Championships, and our trainers are just 1 match away from being able to make the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, my main question is, do you just lean
Et apparemment, les joueurs sont prêts, donc on va bientôt démarrer ce match. Et on voit le palmarès de Mao Harada qui a fait top 64 cette année au championnat du Japon. Et il a atteint, il était au jour 1 des championnats du monde en 2019 et en 2022, donc c'est son premier jour 2. Et il se qualifie carrément pour le top 4. Il a une chance d'aller en finale, donc il joue donc une équipe qui partage avec son adversaire Flopmesh, Chifours, Baojan, Pomme de Fer, Demeteros et gaulé. Et on nous a également dit que contrairement à certains pommes de fer qui étaient utilisés avec tacle lourd pour éviter, taper les flottes mèches, lui il est joué avec change éclair. Enfin, ce pomme de fer. Et le palmarès de Shohei Kimura, c'est vraiment un top 4 au championnat du Japon cette année, un top 32 au championnat, au championnat du monde l'année dernière. Et on a également un top 16 au championnat international d'Amérique du Nord en 2019. Il devait y avoir participé effectivement et il était finaliste du championnat national du Japon en 2017, donc un gros palmarès pour Shohei, qui est donc, d'après ce que disent les casters, qui est le créateur de cette équipe et qui va affronter un adversaire qui a exactement la même équipe que lui, le même 6. Mais voilà, le match devrait être quand même intéressant parce que cela dépendra de ce que les joueurs vont lead et comment ils vont jouer le match. Et comme disait Aaron, Zeng, ça peut dépendre aussi de la vitesse des Pokémon. Et on lead par Baojan et Shifours du côté de Mao et Plotmesh et Shifours du côté de Shohei, donc des leads assez différents, sauf pour les Shifours.
I think we want to kind of confirm is what are the speed interactions here between the Fluttermane, between the Chien-Pao, and also do the Urshifus also have the exact same speed? Is there any chance one moves before the other? Right now, of course, Urshifu.
Ce n'est pas exactement le même lead, ce qui rend la chose plutôt intéressante dans ce match. Et on va voir aussi si un des dresseurs va décider de changer les Pokémon qu'il a sur le terrain, ou si ils vont tous les deux attaquer directement. On a Shohei qui retire son Flotte-Mèche car il doit être inquiet du Baojan qui doit être plus rapide, et il amène son Golé. Et par contre il y a aussi Mao qui remplace son Baojan pour faire venir aussi Golé. Donc maintenant on a deux Golés et deux Shifours de chaque côté, et Shifours tape dans le Golé. Et voilà, il fait quelques dégâts, mais pas les dégâts escomptés par Shohei. Et pareil du côté de Mao qui vise le Golé et qui se retrouve dans la même situation. La seule différence entre les Golés, c'est que le Golé de Shohei est shiny. Alors, au final, on n'avait pas le même lead et on se retrouve avec les mêmes Pokémon dans le tour 2 avec à peu près les mêmes dégâts qui ont été faits par les Shifours à un point de vie près. Et donc on va voir un petit peu comment les joueurs vont jouer la suite de ce match, puisqu'on a la capacité de rediriger avec le Golé de chaque côté.
That would be really big. Safety goggles can play an absolutely important role in this match. Not only just that though too, I'm looking at that Terra flying as being a nice way to be able to just kind of bypass some of this other damage. But hey, it's going to be a Mungus Protect to start things off here from Mao, and it's going to be a taunt.
Et on a le Golé de Mao qui se protège, et on a le Shifours qui lance provoque sur le Golé pour le forcer à attaquer. Et du coup ne pas avoir d'attaque de statut. Et tout simplement Shohei qui passe encore à l'attaque sur le Golé pour lui faire encore des dégâts avec torrent de coups. Il le force à manger sa baie pour récupérer des PV, donc la baie Citrus. Mais il va quand même en remettre un dernier coup. Et donc Golé qui avait l'intention d'utiliser Sport dans ce tour, et du coup il n'a pas pu avec la provoque du Shifours.
Dance and figure out, maybe I just stay in with the Mungus and click Pollen Puff instead because I just really don't want to give up an offensive option. For example, switching in Fluttermane, you just really don't want that to take a lot of damage from Surging Strikes.
Yeah, could you just go for the Pollen Puff then into the side and make sure that you aren't going to, you at least mitigate some of that damage that you might be taking. But Yeah, Shohei not in a particularly good spot right now to have to play a little bit more responsively, but it's going to be more of the surging strikes into
Et de nouveau, on décide de faire torrent de coups du Shifours sur le goalet de la part de Shohei qui s'acharne sur ce goalet et qui veut vraiment le voir baisser en point de vie. Et de nouveau, on fait provoque, mais cette fois sur le Shifours pour le Shifours et il est endormi par le goalet qui lui n'a pas été provoque. Et on a Pollen Puff, c'est-à-dire Boule Pollen, qui est parti sur le goalet adverse. Et pour l'instant, les deux joueurs font des bons tours, puisqu'on a des dégâts sur le goalet de Mao, mais on a un sommeil sur le Shifours de Shohei.
Eat up a Pollen Puff, and Champion doesn't really love going up against Pollen Puff, so I think from Mao's end right now, it could make some sense to switch into what your fourth Pokemon is. I think Landorus, Champion, Iron Hands, all of those are now pretty well protected, given that the Urshifu on the opposing side is asleep. Shohei recognizes,
il faut savoir ce que va faire Shohei. Il va décider de retirer son Shifours pour faire entrer son Flotte Mèche. Et Mao qui lui décide de faire rentrer son Flotte Mèche également à la place du goalet. Et du coup, c'est torrent de coups qui part sur le Flotte Mèche de Shohei. Et Shohei qui avait l'air content. Il était peut-être content que
this matchup, right? And so just getting that immediate knockout into Flutter Mane gets the regenerator. Pollen Puff goes off into Flutter. Taunt is just such a pivotal move here, and Mao just going for the save taunt earlier and calling out Shohei saying, I don't think you're going to go for the taunt.
C'est vrai que Shohei avait l'air d'avoir tendu le bras. Je sais pas s'il était énervé ou content, mais en tout cas, il a un Pokémon de moins sur le terrain avec le torrent de coups du Shifours de Mao qui enlève un Pokémon très offensif et très redoutable dans l'équipe de Shohei. Et lui, Mao, par contre, a toujours son Flotte Mèche. Et donc, il fait rentrer le Baojan Shohei sur le terrain. Et c'est plutôt compliqué pour Shohei qui derrière a également un Shifours endormi dans son équipe. Du coup, il va falloir bien se rattraper parce que il me semble que Mao a l'avantage dans ce début de première manche.
Or do you just go for surging strikes onto the Champ House slot? You could also consider like Water Terra surging strikes, or you could just.
Et on a Flotte Mèche qui est rappelé par Mao qui va sûrement faire revenir son goalet, voilà, pour rediriger les attaques ou simplement les encaisser. Et on a un chute glace qui part sur le Shifours qui est flinch, qui est et c'est incroyable parce qu'il a réussi à avoir l'apeurement et derrière il a pu endormir avec goalet.
Yeah, you talk about the offensive pressure that Champion can put down, but what about that secondary effect it provides too? Amazing to be able to
Et
go ahead
voilà, c'est ce qui est, comme dit Aaron Zing, c'est ce qui est le plus de chute glace par rapport à Cryo Pirouette, c'est que certes il a une précision un peu moindre, mais il fait plus de dégâts et peut avoir 30% de chance d'apeurer un adversaire, et notamment ça vient de se passer. Et ça a été un moment crucial du match puisque ça a permis d'apeurer le Shifours et derrière de l'endormir. Et du coup, Shohei peut faire revenir son Shifours, certes endormi, mais en face, on a un peu accusé le coup de la part de Mao qui voit également son Shifours endormi. Et donc ça a replacé un peu Shohei dans le match. Et on va voir comment les deux joueurs vont appréhender ce tour avec leurs deux Shifours endormis. même si Shoei a normalement moins de tours de sommeil que celui de Mao. Mais on peut également avoir le Golé qui puisse décider d'anticiper et d'essayer de rendormir le Chifours. Et cette fois, c'est le chute-glace qui rate le Golé. Et le Chifours qui se réveille du côté de Mao et qui met le KO sûrement de la part sur le Baojan. Donc incroyable parce que on a eu les plus de chute-glace avec l'apurement au tour d'avant. Et là, on a le moins de chute-glace qui rate tout simplement et qui permet de Mao de revenir dans le match. C'est plutôt incroyable parce qu'on a eu les deux effets de cette attaque, les plus juste avant et le moins maintenant, et c'est assez incroyable. On a Golé qui revient sur le terrain pendant que le Chifours de Shoei semble toujours endormi.
That rage powder is going to be so big. At least it buys you a little bit more time to be able to try to navigate this. But that Urshifu,
Et il y a un gros avantage du côté de Mao qui a mis deux Pokémon KO et qui lui a toujours tous ses Pokémon en vie finalement. Et on a vu Shoei qui était proche de revenir juste avant avec l'apurement sur le Chifours et au final Mao a repris l'avantage avec finalement le raté de chute-glace dans le tour d'avant qui aurait pu mettre KO, qui aurait mis KO le Golé. Et le Golé qui est rappelé, et c'est Baojan qui fait son apparition du côté de Mao. Et on a une terra cristallisation du côté de Shoei, je pense, avec le Chifours qui est endormi, mais Shoei décide quand même de le terra cristalliser. Et on a le Chifours qui tape dans le Golé avec torrent de coups pour lui infliger un peu de dégâts. Et malheureusement le Chifours de Shoei terra cristallisé est toujours endormi. Et le match est abandonné par Shoei qui concède donc cette première manche à Mao. Et maintenant il va falloir se ressaisir pour Shoei, même si tout n'était pas de sa faute dans ce match. Car il aurait pu revenir avec l'apurement de chute-glace, mais derrière il s'est fait finalement un peu avoir par à son propre jeu avec cette attaque, puisque l'attaque cette fois-ci a raté. Ah non, c'est Shoei qui mène, il y a inversion des écrans. Je me disais que par rapport aux réactions des joueurs, ça me paraissait inversé.
So tough to be able to come back from that, and sometimes that is the bit of a difference maker there. Those taunts were really important to be able to help shut off those tools that these Pokemon can provide, and I wonder if that means that we are going to see a bit of an adjustment to make sure that your opponent
Donc il faudra prendre ça en compte pour la prochaine manche. Moi-même je me suis fait piéger, je me disais que les réactions des joueurs n'étaient pas très cohérentes et correspondaient à l'autre joueur. Donc désolé pour mon erreur.
Iron Hands, of course, is a little bit defensive, but I think it's kind of exposed the Spore from Amoonguss. The safety goggles is what I think is really interesting on the Landers, but it does, of course, have to worry about Champao. I think with Landers being Flying Terra, you're always at risk of just taking a lot of damage from Ice Cold Crash, but that last game also shows the value of Ice Cold Crash, especially with its ability to go for flinches. And so we saw the same for Pokemon in that previous battle, but not necessarily brought on the same order. My question is there any room for the Iron Hands or Landers? I think both can make some potential sense.
I agree with that one. I think when you take a look at it too, I think that Iron Hands could play like a really nice role of just being able to soak up some of the Flutter Mane damage too, and it does provide a nice defensive switch if you wanted to go for that Water Terra, and also just have a little bit of extra damage, fake out pressure, also super nice in this matchup. So it's all about the adjustments heading into the second game.
It absolutely is about the adjustments here, and I think the main thing is how do you really utilize Amoonguss, right? Because coming into the set, I was like, okay, do you really want to bring Amoonguss? There's so many things that threaten it, but a single spore, obviously.
Et je viens de voir que l'autre top 4 se déroule en ce moment. Si vous voulez le suivre également, c'est sur la chaîne Top Nation TV entre Michael Kelch et Federico Camporesi. Donc les deux matchs ont lieu en même temps. Donc il y aura seulement ce top 4 qui sera diffusé malheureusement. Mais vous pourrez voir les deux si vous le souhaitez.
Even if you go for that, you're setting yourself behind because Protect isn't going to save you from that Urshifu damage. You still have to be able to look at trying to set yourself up. It just puts you behind and you just have to try to
Et donc on va démarrer la deuxième manche entre les joueurs japonais.
Here we go, going into the second game. Mirror match once again. Are we going to see the same leads or different leads from the previous one?
I don't know. I don't know if it's actually going to be the same leads. I mean, we ended up seeing, like, the Chiempao versus the Fluttermane. We had also the Urshifu on both sides. So let's go ahead and get into this game number 2. This is going to be it right here. It very well could be as we see the adjustment for the Iron Hands.
Iron Hands.
Et on lead avec Floatmesh et Golé de la part de Mao. Et Shifours et Pomme de Fer du côté de Showei.
Amoonguss here, of course, being able to put on pressure with the Spore, but has to respect the potential of the taunt from Urshifu. So, for this first turn, do you potentially just go for something like a Protect with your Urshifu? Because if you don't, you do risk, of course, just eating up a taunt or even...
Et on a le Pomme de Fer qui s'en va du terrain pour faire place au Golé. Et on a Abri du côté du Shifours, un tour plutôt, on va dire, safe. Et on a essayé de sport, mais malheureusement il y a eu l'échange du Pokémon par Golé qui n'est pas affecté par cette capacité étant de type plante.
Puts on pressure onto the Fluttermane. Now, Fluttermane, of course, could potentially go for that Grass Terra to give you the immunity to Spore. You're still clicking Shadow Ball, though, which it doesn't necessarily actually, I would think, maybe get a knockout onto the Urshifu. That's actually one of my questions here. Is there any chance that Shadow Ball can actually knock out Urshifu? But the Amoonguss is just so critical here, right? Both Amoongusses right now can angle for a Spore onto the opposing side, but of course, you do have to worry about the taunt from the opposing Urshifu once again.
That's definitely a tricky position. And I feel like too, like even if you do end up taunting, like there's other switchers that could come into that slot as well that would not want to take that taunt either. So, but we are going to see the Urshifu switch out here for Mao, and there's the Landorus. That's another adjustment that you wanted to see.
Yeah, like this is nice because it just completely invalidates Amoonguss at this point, right? You don't even necessarily need to go for the taunt. I think Landorus's damage output in this game can be really strong.
Et on a Demeteros qui est entré sur le terrain du côté. Et on a la Terra du côté du Terra Plante du côté du Floatmesh de Mao normalement, qui va faire balle ombre sur le Demeteros qui tank l'attaque, et derrière il fait boule pollen pour régénérer son Demeteros. Et on a également boule pollen sur le Floatmesh qui malheureusement ne lui fera pas récupérer des PV puisqu'il n'en avait pas perdu.
The Amoonguss on both sides right now, really awkward position where it's like you don't really want to click Spore because the other Pokemon are just immune to it. So you can continue to just keep clicking Pollen Puff and heal up. Landorus here can potentially go for a Terra, for example, and go for Terra Blast right now. And so I think that's a pretty strong option. The main question is, do you think your Landorus right now can survive another Shadow Ball?
Shadow Ball is going to be just so much damage in the situation as well, and I just don't think you're able to really save yourself from too much of that. Like, you have to figure out how to mitigate that damage, but what can you actually bring into the situation that's going to be a safe switch?
Yeah.
That's tough.
Okay, here we go. I think we're going to see the Terra, so I expect just the Flying Terra to come out here immediately. And hey, Terra Blast is a really good move to have right now.
It really is. To try to deal with that Amoonguss right away, as well as the Fluttermane, both are going to be great options to try to target this Terra Blast into. That is going to be the move.
Et on va Terra cristalliser du côté du Demeteros. qui va de nouveau probablement tanker. Ah bah non, il ne tank pas, il réussit à mettre le KO sur le Démétéros et donc du coup c'est bien le joueur à droite qui est à gauche et le joueur qui est à gauche qui est à droite, puisqu'on voit Shohei qui est très heureux. Et oui, tout à l'heure on a eu un drop en défense spéciale et c'est ce qui a conduit au KO du Démétéros. Donc oui, on a bien la confirmation que les Pokémon à gauche sont ceux de Shohei. Et Shohei donc qui remporte cette deuxième manche et le set de manière impressionnante. Il est hyper heureux de l'avoir remporté avec donc son équipe comme on le disait plus tôt. Et Shohei donc qui est le premier qualifié pour la finale des championnats du monde en s'imposant en 2-0 de manière assez impressionnante. Et désolé pour quelques zéros aux commentaires, effectivement ces Pokémon étaient à gauche alors que ceux de Nao étaient à droite, mais c'est assez étrange. Et donc je vous tiens au courant de l'avancée de l'autre match. Et normalement Michael Kelch a bien gagné son match 2 manches à 0 contre Federico Camporesi et donc le deuxième finaliste de ces championnats du monde. Et il jouait bien effectivement une équipe dont j'ai parlé tout à l'heure, une équipe avec notamment Farigiraf, Baojan et je crois qu'il y avait également Dracolo si je ne me trompe pas. J'ai vu en tout cas Federico utiliser son Dracolos, mais du coup Michael avait son Farigiraf. Du coup ça a dû bien l'aider dans le match-up au moins de la ronde 2. Et donc il est également qualifié pour la finale des championnats du monde. Donc ça sera une finale qui opposera donc le japonais Shohei Kimura à l'allemand Michael Kelch. Oui, et d'ailleurs vous avez un graphique sur le Twitter de Victory Road où vous pouvez voir leurs équipes. Je n'avais pas fait attention. Et du coup, Michael jouait une équipe composée, donc, comme je disais bien, effectivement, il a bien gardé cette équipe-là avec son Lansorien et Baojan, le duo, avec également Itran, Chifours, Gorithmic et donc le Farigiraf. Et donc on voit un replay de ces 2 manches entre les joueurs japonais. Et vous voyez à quel point Shohei était content quand il a eu le drop en défense spéciale sur le Démétéros, puisque derrière avec Balombre il a été capable de faire le KO en un coup. Et donc ce qui lui a permis de remporter la deuxième manche, puisque derrière son adversaire ne pouvait plus faire grand chose pour le battre, tout comme dans la première manche d'ailleurs. Et donc on aura une finale très intéressante demain.
Merci beaucoup Waluigi d'avoir assuré comme tu l'as fait pour ces matchs. Donc demain pour les finales, nous serons avec toi, avec Damien et d'autres professeurs s'ils veulent se joindre à nous. Je te remercie beaucoup pour avoir assuré la permanence pendant que nous célébrions l'anniversaire de notre petit Magikarp.
Pas de souci, c'était un plaisir de commenter ces matchs et de partager un peu mon point de vue sur ce qui se passait pendant ceci et un petit peu pendant les interludes également.
Donc résultat, tu as eu du public chez nous qui a découvert les championnats du monde grâce à tes commentaires. Et la famille trouve que tu as une voix très agréable à écouter et que ça fait très professionnel. Donc je te remercie beaucoup. Nous allons attendre de voir la fin du stream. Je reste dans les parages Et on voit quand il est nécessaire de rendre l'antenne. On va voir ce que nous propose encore TPCI pour la fin de la diffusion. Mais encore merci.
Avec plaisir, et merci beaucoup à vous et merci beaucoup aux spectateurs qui, j'espère, auront été intéressés par ces matchs et par le VGC en général et tout ce qui s'est passé entre hier et aujourd'hui au niveau de ces championnats du monde. Et j'espère que vous avez hâte comme moi de retrouver la finale demain. Et donc pour demain, on se retrouvera à partir de 7h. Il me semble, et on aura la finale des 3 catégories, c'est-à-dire junior, senior, et on finira en apothéose avec la finale des masters.
Champions for when we look at Pokemon Go, Pokemon TCG, and Pokemon VGC, as Pokemon Unite already concluded today.
Yeah, the Unite finals, so incredible. And one of my favorite things about being at the World Championships, of course, is all the different games that are represented here. The VG side has been absolutely crazy throughout the last 2 days of competition. We're down to our final 2 players, but as a trading card game
c'est cela, Jordan. Ce sera à partir de 7h jusqu'à 10h du matin. Donc, nous allons pouvoir nous reposer et passer une bonne nuit. Il n'est pas impossible que nous restreamions un petit peu plus tard selon à quelle heure est diffusée la cérémonie de clôture, puisque en général il y a des annonces intéressantes qui sont faites lors des championnats du monde. Nous allons connaître le lieu où seront organisés les prochains championnats du monde et nous devrions savoir quand la saison compétitive devrait reprendre au niveau local normalement. Donc on se retrouvera donc demain à partir de 7h du matin heure de Paris jusqu'à 10h du matin pour les finales des 3 divisions junior, senior et master. En général, c'est diffusé dans cet ordre-là. Là, on nous laisse voir quelques-uns des meilleurs moments de ces matchs et de ces 2 jours. Et nous allons continuer de regarder cela avec vous. Et quand Pokémon Company International et Pokémon Company décident de clôturer l'antenne, nous cesserons la diffusion, nous aussi. Et voilà, c'est donc la fin de cette diffusion de la 2e journée des championnats du monde Pokémon à Yokohama au Japon. Désolé, c'est un petit peu bruyant. Et je vous remercie beaucoup d'avoir été là. Je te remercie beaucoup, Waluigi. Nous vous faisons de gros bisous de la part du professeur Damien, du petit Magikarp et de sa famille. Et nous vous disons donc à demain pour la diffusion de la finale. Merci encore infiniment, Jordan, pour ton superbe travail.
Merci à vous et merci aux spectateurs. Et oui, hâte d'être à demain pour conclure ces championnats du monde en beauté. Et j'espère que vous apprécierez également demain les finales. Et j'ai hâte d'y être, moi en tout cas.
Merci beaucoup, Jordan. Et donc, on vous dit au revoir et à demain.
Oui, à demain.